Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. Hope everybody's having a good evening so far. We do have a lot to get to in this live stream, including what we're looking at right now is Hurricane Ian, which is still a Category 1 hurricane, and it's near sustained winds right now of 75 miles per hour. It's expected to make a third landfall to South Carolina. We've already had a landfall in Cuba. We've had a landfall in Florida, as you already probably know at this point, and we're going to most likely have a landfall sometime tomorrow in South Carolina. There's a lot of details with this that you may have not heard in today's video, so I'm going to give you the latest breakdown on that. And as well, we have 9 live cams tonight, so you'll be able to see some of what's going on already up there, because we are already beginning to see some tropical storm force winds right along the coast there in South Carolina. It's already beginning to ramp up. We have a lot of photos and videos from Florida as well from today, so some of the aftermath that we've seen. We have a lot of flooding that happened at Daytona Beach today. I've been calling that for the last 2 days. So we're going to give you the latest breakdown and everything that you need to know in this live stream. Let's first begin though with what we have currently, and this is a look at the infrared imagery. And as of right now, we have a lot of rain currently ongoing already in areas in South Carolina. It's just the beginning of a lot of the heavier rain bands, but most of the heavy rain is currently centered back down where the eye is, which as of now, we have a lot of drier air on the southern end. That's why all this rain currently is on the north side of this hurricane as it continues to move off to the north and northeast actually as of right now. Now, eventually this will make landfall in South Carolina tomorrow, sometime in the afternoon hours. It's what's forecasted as most likely a Category 1 hurricane. Now, there's been some questions on how far east this may go, and may it become maybe like a Category 2 hurricane upon landfall. It seems unlikely as of right now, but there is a potential at least of this getting maybe to a stronger Category 1 hurricane upon landfall. With the latest National Hurricane Center advisory at 5 p.m. today, which we have another one coming out in about 2 hours, but the latest one we had was basically we're probably going to see us make landfall somewhere around a Category 1 hurricane with sustained winds at 80 miles per hour. The main forecast for right now is that we're going to most likely see some fairly significant storm surge, a lot of flooding, and as well as the potential as well for some strong winds there along the coast, which we're already beginning to see some gusty winds from this hurricane. And again, this is not even that close yet to South Carolina. We're still about 12 hours or so out, maybe 16 hours out until this makes landfall. So that's what we're looking at as of right now. All right, let's hop over to some of the other graphics. Let's kind of get you an idea of what we're going to be seeing over at least the next 24 to 48 hours. Again, this is a look at the infrared imagery in high def. So again, currently the hurricane or the eye of the hurricane is just about 100 miles or so east of Daytona Beach. We're not really seeing any rain anymore on the east coast of Florida. That area again saw a lot of rainfall today, and it has been going on for almost like 36 hours. It just started winding down in the last few hours. So at this point, it seems like it's starting to dry out there. Here's a look right now at the National Hurricane Center's track. And I want you to pay attention to one thing here. Look at the orange circle. That is currently where the extent is of the hurricane force winds, or excuse me, the tropical storm force winds that we're seeing. It actually extends as far north right now as southern North Carolina and as far west as still into Florida. So people along the east and northeast coast of Florida are still seeing tropical storm force winds, which is pretty crazy to think. And they're also still seeing the potential for storm surge tonight, which we'll have more on that here in just a moment. But as of now, it's expected to make landfall going into tomorrow, again around 2 p.m. or so, most likely as a hurricane, somewhere around probably about 80 miles per hour, maybe a little bit higher than that. We'll have to be watching that pretty closely as it gets closer to South Carolina. Storm surge update, we will have another update on the forecast at 11 p.m. if anything does end up changing, but for right now, down to the south, again over the next few hours, we'll still see some storm surge along the Florida coast, and we'll have more on that again in a second. I do have some live cams from there, but right now, Patrick Air Force Base back through Flagler, Volusia County line, currently estimated between 1 to 3 feet of storm surge over the next few hours. Along with the St. Johns River, they're still going to be seeing up to 4 feet of storm surge, and anywhere along basically the Flagler, Volusia County line all the way back through southern South Carolina near Savannah, Georgia is expected to see upwards of 6 feet of storm surge. Now back through about areas near Charleston and just south of Myrtle Beach, current forecast storm surge is near 7 feet. That's basically like the maximum that we're currently forecasting. So that's going to be an area to watch for some pretty hefty storm surge tomorrow, and that's the biggest concern as of right now with these coastal cities is the storm surge. And it's obviously for what we saw on the west coast of Florida with all the storm surge, that's basically it's not going to happen to that extent, but we will see something that will most likely be fairly damaging and really life-threatening to those that are along the coastline. Back through into North Carolina, we're also going to see storm surge all the way back up through Duck, which is again up in northern North Carolina. So we're actually going to see pretty much storm surge really along a large stretch of the east coast coast over the next 24 to 36 hours as Hurricane Ian begins to move closer to land. All right, let's take a look at the estimated wind gusts going to the overnight hours. Let's go to the latest update from, again, this is the HRR model. This will give us our best idea of what we can expect in terms of wind gusts going into the overnight hours. So as of now, again, most of the East Coast and as well as basically anywhere along the East Coast of South Carolina, we're currently between 35 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts as of now. That will eventually start to increase into the overnight hours. By tomorrow morning, you can begin to see areas like Myrtle Beach and Charleston are starting to get much higher up in terms of wind gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. That's potentially the beginning of when we could see some power outages begin in some of those areas. Going closer to lunchtime around Friday, again, we're going to start to see all the hurricanes start to move close to the land, or making close landfall, and Charleston will be wind gusts up to 65 to maybe 75 miles per hour, depending on how far east or west this eye does go. Furthest west it goes, probably a higher wind gust we'll see. Myrtle Beach as well, going to be upwards of 55 miles per hour. Eventually by 1 to 2 p.m., this is when it's expected to make landfall somewhere in South Carolina, most likely near Charleston. It will most likely get wind gusts upwards of 65 to 70 miles per hour there, and eventually going to Friday afternoon and evening, we'll begin to see this move more inland. We will still see some high wind gusts, by the way, near Myrtle Beach and just off into southern North Carolina. So those near Wilmington or just south of there, that is the potential that we could actually still see some pretty hefty wind gusts down that way. Eventually going into Friday overnight, we'll begin to still see wind gusts on go. So there may still be some additional isolated power outages in portions of South Carolina. So we could again see that potential. But as of now, we're expecting a fairly significant amount of power outages going to South Carolina heading into tomorrow. I'll have a graphic on that here in just a second on the most likely areas to see power outages here in a moment. Here's a look at the future radar going into the overnight hours. Let me just refresh this real quick. Now, this is a look at overnight tonight. Again, we'll see some showers and again, maybe see even a couple of rumbles of thunder there along the east coast of South Carolina overnight tonight. A lot of heavy rain is going to be expected, though, going into tomorrow morning. You can begin to see that we'll see a lot more of these heavier rain bands moving inland. And again, Myrtle Beach seems like the most likely area to see a lot of this heavy rain in between there and Charleston. Eventually going closer to about lunchtime near 12 p.m., we will begin to see more of those heavier rain bands move in towards Charleston. And again, look at these pink areas here that we're seeing there. That's probably going to be pretty heavy rainfall, so we'll have to watch for that potential very closely. Eventually going to the afternoon hours, that rain will start to move inland and start to move off to the north and northwest. There's also a potential for a tornado threat as well. We'll get to that here in a bit as well. That'll be mainly for North Carolina, but we'll give you an idea of what to expect there. Rainfall totals that are currently being forecast, or at least estimated by computer models, we are most likely going to see between about 5 to 8 inches of rain along the coastline. So Charleston's right now forecasted upwards of 6 inches. Myrtle Beach, for example, somewhere between about 4 to 6 inches is expected there. Florence could even see upwards of 5 to 6 inches as well. Areas like Augusta, Greenville might get upwards of an inch, but it's going to depend on how far west this goes, which as of now, it seems like it's most likely going to make landfall just northeast of Charleston. Back through North Carolina, we're still looking at some pretty substantial rainfall. Again, that could potentially pose a threat for some flooding. It will not most likely be, life-threatening flooding in those areas, but it'll at least be potentially enough to maybe, get the streets basically a little bit. So maybe some street flooding is what I'm getting at for those areas as well. And this is the forecast from the Weather Prediction Center, showing pretty similar readings at this point. So again, 5 to 7 inches seems like the range across areas in eastern North Carolina. So Charleston, Florence, and as well as Myrtle Beach. Columbia could get upwards of 3 to 4 inches. Rock Hill maybe near 4 inches. And that's really what we're looking at right now, as well as Savannah, Georgia, closer to 2 to 3 inches as well. All right, there's a tornado threat going into tomorrow afternoon and evening. That would be for North Carolina. And the main area of concern will actually be back down in this region. So from Raleigh back through Greenville, Jacksonville, and as well as Wilmington have that potential for maybe a couple of tornadoes tomorrow. There is a slight risk of severe weather that will be associated with these bands of rain that we start to see moving off to the north and northwest through North Carolina. So I'll have to be watching that potential pretty closely again as these showers and storms move off to the north and northwest. Going into Saturday, again, we're going to see a lot of rain out of this. So those even up as far north as areas like Ohio and as well as even through maybe Pennsylvania could see some of the remnants of Ian as it makes landfall. So that might be something to kind of keep in mind. If you're up those directions, you might see some pretty beneficial rain if you need it. Back over in West Virginia, it may stall a little bit, so we might see some heavier pockets of rain there in West Virginia, maybe posing a little threat for maybe a little bit of flash flooding along with that. And here's a look, by the way, this is something I don't typically show, but I want to show you the temperatures overnight tonight, because this actually is very interesting. The hurricane as of right now is down here. It's pretty much just south of South Carolina. You really can't see on your screen, but look at all this cooler air. This is actually on the back end. This is drier and cooler air off to the north from a cold front, but look at all this warmer, more mild air, at least in areas like North Carolina and South Carolina. This is why I think that Hurricane Ian will struggle to develop any more past a Category 1 hurricane at this point, just because of the setup we're currently in. Again, we see this cold front back out to the northwest, and again, much cooler air. It's actually going to be in the upper 30s in some areas in Ohio and Indiana tonight, so you just get the general idea here that, again, much cooler temperatures back up here to the northwest. But along the coastline, we're much more mild and as well as much more humid, closer to the mid-60s. Eventually going to tomorrow and going into basically Saturday morning or so, we'll still see that similar pattern. Again, much more mild and warmer weather along the East Coast, and as well as back up to the northwest, we're seeing much cooler weather. So it's one of those things that, again, we're basically kind of looking at a system where I don't think it'll get to a Category 2 hurricane because of that one feature, that Canadian cold front that we've been talking about. All right, let's take a look at the long term with this system. For those that are wondering, will this impact New England? This is really a system to watch really going into Saturday and Sunday. We may see some remnants of Ian impact portions of southern New England going into Saturday. So some scattered showers and maybe a couple of storms possible. So maybe some basically beneficial rainfall to those areas may also occur. Going into Sunday, this system will eventually move back into the Atlantic Ocean. Most likely it's just a low pressure system. And here's another estimate of the rainfall totals, by the way, for those a little bit further off to the north. So North Carolina and Virginia, you can get a general idea here as what you can expect. So Charleston, West Virginia, currently near 1 to 2 inches of rain. That might be a little bit higher, though. Virginia Beach upwards of 4 inches. Greenville, about 4 inches, as well as Raleigh, 4 inches of rain. Greenville, right around 4 inches as well. So again, we're going to be seeing about a widespread 2 to 4 inches across most of the state of North Carolina, with some areas isolatedly higher in those areas as well. Here's, by the way, a quick look. This is not an official map, but this is what we've seen in Florida over the last 72 hours in terms of rainfall. Again, this is not an official map yet. It's just estimated what we've seen. But the highest rainfall that we've seen across Florida was, again, in that area in southwest Florida where we saw the flash flood emergency yesterday, and as well as where we saw the flash flood emergency this morning over near Daytona Beach. And Orlando saw approximately a foot of rain, along with Daytona Beach, which Daytona Beach saw a lot of flooding as well. Otherwise, a lot of these other areas down in southern Florida didn't really see rain over the last 48 hours, but they saw a lot of the outer bands well before Hurricane Ian ever made landfall. So that's just kind of one of those things there. All right, we do have a couple of photos to get to that I do want to go ahead and show you guys. There's actually a couple of interesting ones. We have a lot of, again, aftermath photos that are coming in from, again, this hurricane that made landfall. And this is just one of them that we saw coming in. I'm pretty sure this is near, this is near Daytona Beach. This was the seawall, and it completely collapsed from the storm surge that they saw back up there. And again, the storm surge was only forecasted to be between, I'm pretty sure, 1 to 3 feet in that area. So obviously they saw some pretty crazy stuff there. We do have a few other photos. Let me try to get to them here. This is just an example of the flooding that you saw in Daytona actually this morning. This is another crazy photo. So again, flooded over streets here. This is, again, all from Hurricane Ian. Again, this is in Daytona Beach. This is on the East Coast. This area saw a lot of rain overnight. So again, that's kind of some of the images that we're seeing right now out of Daytona Beach, which there was, again, a lot of flooding in that area. A lot of parking lots flooded. The streets are flooded. Even people had to be evacuated from their homes because of how high the water got. And this is actually another example of what we can get here. So this is another example from Daytona Beach of what we saw. And again, a lot of rainfall here. You can see the mailboxes on there, but again, the street is completely flooded. There's just no way you're driving through that. So I'm not sure how many cars actually got submerged, but I don't think really any did. It got pretty close to that point, but I don't think any of the cars actually got submerged there in Daytona Beach. But again, they saw a lot of rain overnight. And more recently, actually, we do have a couple of reports on the map here. More recently, I know we had actually a report of basically a damage to the seawall at the tower. So that was the thing I was just showing you at the beginning there. So that was from earlier today. We also had damage to the end of the Flagler Beach Pier. There was a lot of storm surge, by the way, back up in St. Augustine. A lot of videos there on Twitter of that. And more recently, let's go and get to this report. So there was more recently in Daytona Beach, there was a photo of flooding as well as a tree on top of a single-story apartment building on Ridgecrest Drive. So yeah, that's again some of the damage we've seen even along the East Coast, where again the hurricane was only bringing basically tropical storm force winds, and not just that, but a lot of rain. So that's what we can expect basically in South Carolina. We very well could see some damage like that as this hurricane again continues to march off to the north. And if you're just tuning in, again, it's currently a Category 1 hurricane, sustained winds at 75 miles per hour. We actually do have hurricane hunters flying into the eye right now of the hurricane. So we will get an update again at 11 p.m. on what the sustained winds are and whatnot, and what really category this might be as a hurricane, as well as maybe the wind speeds if they've actually changed it all, which we'll have to wait and see on that. Well, that's currently what we're looking at as of right now. Again, we have a lot of damage photos to get to. We do have an update on the power outage situation, by the way, across Florida. So last night it did peak as high as let me see if, let's go put it on the screen here. I'm not sure if it's on this scene here. No, it's not. So it's on this one. So This is a look at the power outages across Florida, and one thing to note here is it actually has gone down. We were originally at 2.6 million without power, and again, this is poweroutage.us for the information here, but it was originally at 2.6 million without power. We are now down to 2.35 million, so we're starting to see some people restore power, but it has gone up overnight. So from the last time I showed you, Volusia County is actually significantly higher amount of power outages there. It's almost up to 60 to 70% right now without power, so there's a lot of people without power there, and as you can assume, the areas that got catastrophic damage in terms of flooding, storm surge, etc. A lot of those areas as well. Currently, a lot of them are without power right now. Lee County, Charlotte County, Hardee County, DeSoto County, Highlands County, basically all the southwestern counties there in Florida are seeing a substantial amount of power outages, catastrophic, and it's going to probably take days, if not maybe even weeks, for these places to get power back. Polk County as well, around 30% without power. Orange County is around 25% without power. Seminole County is 50% without power. Okeechobee County is actually a county that we've seen a lot of improvement in. They were about 80% last night without power. They are now only down to about 30 to 40% without power. So there's been, again, a lot of improvements there across those portions of Florida. We do have some live cams, by the way. I'll go and kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at tonight in terms of the live cameras. Just starting out with Myrtle Beach, you can see the interstate there. Not seeing any problems on the roadways right now, but obviously currently not a whole lot of cars on the roadways, and obviously it's almost 10 p.m., so that makes sense. Also over in the island of Palms, this is over in South Carolina. This is near where the hurricane will most likely make landfall. Currently it's raining, not a whole lot of wind there yet. We are seeing most of the wind currently back down near Savannah, Georgia, and Charleston. This is a look at Charleston, and we'll be watching this very closely tomorrow because, again, we may see a storm surge potential as high as 7 feet. So we'll have to be watching this area pretty closely. Again, it is raining out there. We've seen this camera shaking a little bit as well. This is another camera currently over in Mount Pleasant, and again, trees are really not swaying a whole lot. They're swinging a little bit more earlier, but again, not a whole lot of tropical storm force impacts are happening yet. They are expected to increase here pretty soon. Mount Pleasant is beginning to see some tropical storm force wind gusts, though. They've been seeing that for the last hour or two, so again, that's going to be continuing here as we get closer to landfall, which again will be tomorrow around 2 p.m. Eastern. And again, this is a current look at St. Johns River. This is an area that we saw some storm surge in, as well as that moved inland, not specifically here, but this is just a look at the St. Johns River, which is currently at a major flood stage. So again, that's an area that we're watching very closely for the flood stage right now. But camera shaking, there's still some tropical storm force wind gusts there, and that's what we're currently looking at again for tonight in terms of live cams. Now, I do want to go back over it here and give you an idea of where we're looking at the wind impacts right now, because we actually do have a large wind radius across, again, a large portion of really, again, anywhere from North Carolina back through Florida, still seeing tropical storm force winds. That blue dashed area is representing currently where we may be seeing tropical storm force winds or greater, and that extends all the way as far west right now as Orlando, Gainesville, Jacksonville, Deltona, and Palm Bay, Florida. Goes into Savannah, Georgia, so basically eastern Georgia seeing those impacts as well, and it also goes back through areas like Orangeburg, Florence, as well as Myrtle Beach and Charleston, and Allendale, South Carolina. The furthest north it is right now is near Jacksonville and Wilmington, North Carolina. So again, we're already beginning to see tropical storm force winds there. And off the coast, we're not yet seeing 60+ mile per hour winds anywhere inland right now, at least for right now we're not. But that will obviously, that potential will increase as we get closer to tomorrow morning for those back up near Charleston. And again, the landfall is most likely going to be somewhere in this cone between about Charleston through Myrtle Beach. Seems like the likely area where we'll end up seeing Hurricane Ian make, again, its third landfall as a hurricane. And the first one was in Cuba, second one was again back down in Southwest Florida, and now the third one's expected to be somewhere here along the Carolina coast. Also, there's a hurricane warning. There is a little bit of an extension to this, so it does include one county here in North Carolina. It includes Long Beach near Little River, goes all the way back down through the entire coastline of South Carolina. There's also tropical storm warnings in effect, those blue lines that you can see all the way back from about northeastern North Carolina back through the coastline still of Florida, because we're still seeing tropical storm force winds right now. So it is still a very large watch here across, again, a large portion of the southeastern United States. Let me go and turn this back off, and let's go back over to the other screen. We'll have the live cam at the bottom right of your screen, and that's what we're looking at as of right now. All right, I'm back over to here. How's everybody doing tonight, by the way? Yes, Evan, if you're here, feel free to. By the way, if you're just tuning in, make sure to hit the like button. Let's get this out to more people. Thank you, DK, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate it. Going down the Red Cross the next couple days. Hey, I appreciate that a lot, DK. Honestly, if anybody's volunteering or even helping out, I am kind of thinking about going over to the West Coast and maybe helping out a little bit. But if you are somebody that is helping out, you know, props to you. Honestly, it's a big help right now. A lot of people need help right now on the West Coast. Of Florida especially, and even the east coast of Florida. There's been damage. Central Florida, we've seen a lot of damage here across a lot of areas. So honestly, if you, again, are helping out at all with any of the relief efforts, or even if you're just helping your neighborhood, you know, or even one of your neighbors, it goes a long way for these people that, again, are going through a lot right now. Again, there's been catastrophic damage. It was a very strong Category 4 hurricane upon landfall, so really do whatever you can, at least if you live in Florida or anywhere in the Southeast, honestly, just try your best at least too. Yeah, it's been a crazy, again, last 24 to 40 hours for sure. It's been unbelievable what we've seen. Alrighty. I remember everybody, trust me. If I see your name in chat, I'll remember you. Welcome back. Again, this is current look at Hurricane Ian. It is currently, again, a Category 1 hurricane. Hurricane hunters are flying into the hurricane right now. So, again, we'll get an update on the wind speeds and whatnot here pretty soon. The eye, again, is currently located here. There's nothing in terms of rain, really, on the southern end of this hurricane, which is quite interesting. We've been seeing that pattern for the last 36 hours or so. Basically, ever since it made landfall, there's hardly been any rain south of this hurricane. And the interesting feature with this is that we have, again, a cold front back off to the north, which is one of the plays with this hurricane. But also, look at all that orange. That's all representing dry air. That is pretty incredible what we're seeing on the back end here. All this dry air, which actually could impact this hurricane, and in terms of its development as it gets closer to South Carolina, it's actually pretty impressive what we're seeing here on the water vapor imagery. Again, right now, this is where the hurricane is. There is, again, a lot of dry air on the back end of this. It's a very sharp divide, too, in Georgia. So it's pretty impressive. Again, it's kind of one of those things that you just don't really ever look at too often with hurricanes, but it's so prominent here. Again, very sharp divide here of dry air across, again, really with this hurricane right now. So that actually might impact its development too, which would honestly, if it can weaken a bit before it makes landfall, that'd be great news. But obviously that's not guaranteed at this point. But that's definitely gonna be something to monitor in terms of the dry air that we're seeing on the back end of this hurricane. It's, again, very impressive what we're seeing on the infrared imagery right now. And this is back over to the near infrared, by the way. So again, we don't have satellite anymore, but this is the beginning of it. So also, here's the rain that we're currently seeing. So currently, look at the live radar in terms of the rain. This is the last 6 hours, but overall, you can kind of see how slow it was along the east coast of Florida for that rain to leave. We again saw flash flood emergencies in Daytona Beach. We've seen a substantial amount of flooding along Daytona Beach as well at Palm Coast. So there's been a lot of rain there, but not just that. Look back up in South Carolina. We're now beginning to first now see some of those outer bands reaching South Carolina. And again, on our live cams right now, we're seeing some light to moderate rain on those areas. Back up through North Carolina as well, we're beginning to see some light rain back near Wilmington. A lot of the heaviest rain bands are, again, just off the coast of Florida and Georgia. So actually, some of Georgia seems like they've seen a couple of those heavier rain bands near Savannah, for example. So that'll be something to monitor here over the next few hours. Again, as this hurricane continues to move off to the north, again, it's most likely to make landfall somewhere near Charleston or Myrtle Beach as a Category 1 hurricane. Forecasted wind speeds upon landfall is 80 miles per hour, but don't forget, wind gusts could go as high as 100 miles per hour as it does end up getting closer to land. So it will definitely be a hurricane to watch for very closely. All right, let's go back over to the infrared imagery. Again, this is a current look at the infrared, which, again, most of the heavy rain is currently on the north side of this hurricane as of right now. All right, let me see if we got some more photos from the aftermath. We did have a couple from Daytona Beach. And again, if you're just tuning in, we had a lot of flooding in Daytona Beach. I've been kind of calling it for, again, I called it like 2 days ago. This is an area that we're forecasting for a lot of rain due to the fact it was going to be on the northern side of the eye. And this is just some of the evidence that we've had of basically a lot of flooding. And this is a lot of street flooding, but obviously this is several inches off the ground. It might be even a foot off the ground. Again, you can actually barely see the yellow pavement there, but we saw a lot of flooding again in Daytona Beach, which, again, some of this was very damaging. We've seen a lot of flooded homes as well in that area. So it's been crazy. Let me go back over to here again. We had a few others. Again, we had a lot of photos out of Daytona Beach. And if you do have any photos of your own, by the way, feel free to send that into our Twitter. Again, my Twitter is actually pinned in the chat. So if you want to go check that out, again, send in any photos. I also have photos on there if you want to check those out. This is another one from Daytona Beach. And this is a leaking roof, by the way. So again, a lot of things that have gone on in Daytona Beach in terms of the, again, the rain that we've seen. And this is obviously not something that you should do during a hurricane. If you are in the path tomorrow and you ever see flooding, do not go canoeing unless it's absolutely mandatory because you have to escape. Don't do that. It's very dangerous, but we've seen that a couple of times. Again, that was over in Daytona Beach. So yeah, South Carolina, again, is an area that we're probably going to see some pretty substantial flooding tomorrow. Let's go back over to the forecast graphic. Let's go back over to here. back over to our other screen. So this is a look at, well, this back a look at Florida. Currently, the estimated rainfall totals for tomorrow. I got to find the right screen here. I think it's this one. All right, so this is the one. Currently, we're forecasting rainfall, at least in terms of the computer models, which have been fairly accurate throughout Hurricane Ian. It's currently estimated to get upwards of 3 to 6 inches in a large portion of South Carolina, but closer to the coast, we could get upwards of maybe somewhere between 4 to 8 inches of rain, with maybe a couple of isolated spots getting above 10 inches of rain. And obviously, even with that, Daytona Beach, for example, saw about 10 to 12 inches of rain. The photos I just showed you was from 10 to 12 inches of rain, so that's kind of one of the big concerns. The other concern is going to be the storm surge potential, which if we go over to here, this is the current forecasted storm surge, basically from Florida still. Florida's still seeing some storm surge tonight because high tide is around midnight tonight. Back through about North Carolina, there's a large area that we could see some storm surge. Now, the most substantial, most basically life-threatening storm surge that we'll likely see tonight will be anywhere in these yellow areas as well as back down to the orange area there. So again, back from about Charleston, South Carolina or so, that's the area that we're likely going to see the most life-threatening storm surge. That would be right along the coastline. Again, upwards of 7 feet of storm surge could happen there. Back through Duck and all the way back through the Flagler and Volusia County line in Florida, that region could see between as much as 2 to maybe as high as maybe 6 feet of storm surge. Primarily in this area, it's going to be maybe 4 to 6 feet of storm surge. That'd be along the Georgia coastline and through Savannah, Georgia, for example, and back into even northeastern Florida. We'll still see a storm surge potential tonight. So just keep that in mind. If you're in northeast Florida, you're not done with this hurricane at this point in terms of storm surge. But back up to the north, 2 to 4 feet is expected across areas in North Carolina, 3 to 5 feet from about the southern tip of North Carolina back through South Carolina as of right now near Murrells Inlet is where we're potentially going to see that as of now, at least in terms of the forecast. And again, here's the current look at the cone, where it's going to be heading again to South Carolina. I'll show you a bit more of a specific and more detailed cone in terms of cities here in a second. But one thing I mentioned before, one thing that's very interesting about this is that the tropical storm force winds are reaching very far out. They actually go as far north right now as North Carolina. They go as far west as Florida, and it's just very impressive. Again, that entire orange shaded bubble is showing your tropical storm force winds. It goes actually very far north and west. Again, it's very impressive, and that's been like that, by the way, all day today. But here's a more specific cone for you if you're curious on where you can expect this to make landfall. Back through Charleston and Myrtle Beach is basically where we have that cone of uncertainty. What that basically means is where the eye of the hurricane is most likely to make landfall. It's going to be somewhere in this cone here from about Myrtle Beach back through about Charleston, just to the northeast of Beaufort as well. So again, Georgetown even could see a landfall. Georgetown's been a more primed area for a landfall, at least according to the computer models, but obviously it could be anywhere in this range. And again, at 11 p.m. tonight, Eastern time, we'll eventually have an advisory from the National Hurricane Center giving us an update on what to expect as well in terms of where this cone may shift. I don't think it'll shift a whole lot. If anything, it may condense a little bit, would probably be my guess at this point on the 11 p.m. advisory tonight. All right, we have some photos coming in from Daytona. A lot more. Again, Daytona Beach saw a lot of flooding today, so let's get to some of these. These are, again, a lot of extreme flooding there that we had earlier today. Again, we had a flash flood emergency. This is another photo out of Daytona Beach, which, again, shows you that the roads were completely flooded over there in Daytona, which, again, we've seen a lot of that today. Let me go back over to here. And this is another example of flooding. This looks like some sort of store. And there may have been flooding to the store as well, just kind of guessing by how much rain's probably on the road there. It's probably upwards of a foot. So there may have even been some flooding in whatever that building is. I don't know what kind of building that is, but that is also another area that we've seen at least some sort of flooding there in Daytona. Another photo from Daytona as well. This is another example of the flooding. Again, it's not the most extreme that we've ever seen, but this is all purely from rain. This was not from the storm surge like what the southwestern Florida area saw, like Cape Coral and whatnot. Those areas saw a pretty substantial storm surge. These areas, on the other hand, obviously seeing more of just heavy rainfall really over the last 24 to 36 hours. And by the way, the rain went on literally from yesterday afternoon all the way through about the last 2 hours was the last time we saw rain. This is a look at the radar, for example, and this is a 6-hour loop, so you could still see rain was ongoing in Daytona Beach all the way up until about 8 to 9 o'clock tonight. We finally have just seen that go off the coast as that drier air has moved in from behind. This is again a look here at the this is a look at the water vapor imagery, and taking a look at this, all the dry air is that orange color. It's a very sharp divide, by the way, so we're seeing a lot more drier air now filtering into areas like Daytona Beach, which saw again a substantial amount of rain. So that's something to kind of again note here there in Daytona Beach. Jacksonville Jacksonville's also in that same boat. One thing to keep in mind, though, is that there could still be some storm surge tonight, so just keep that in mind if you're along the northeastern areas of Florida along the coastline, along with St. Johns River. Still has a potential for a little bit of storm surge tonight. Again, high tide tonight, I think, is somewhere between 11 and 12 o'clock, so it's within the next couple of hours. We are going to have that potential again for some storm surge. And we do have a live cam actually out of St. John's. I'm not sure where it is. This is the live cam out of Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, which is an area where we might actually see a landfall tomorrow. So this is an area to watch. Again, wind is currently not too crazy. Wind gusts maybe 20 to 25 miles per hour there. This is a look at St. John's River, though, over in Jacksonville. Camera's still shaking a little bit, but again, you can see the water in the bridge there. That's, again, a little look there over in Jacksonville, Florida at the St. Johns River, which is, again, an area that we've been monitoring because there is a potential for some storm surge tonight. Again, that is another potential as we go into the next few hours. Alrighty. Let me back over to Twitter real quick. We actually have a couple more photos I have not shown you yet. This is another look at the flooding. This actually looks like in a... this is definitely not what you want to see. So this is more street flooding. Again, a bit more of a low-lying area here. Again, a lot more flooding in this region. Again, somewhere in Daytona Beach, we've seen a lot of flooding pictures out of Daytona today, and that's all, again, due to the fact... okay, we have a report coming in. Daytona Beach, Florida police are rescuing people. And this has been something that has actually been ongoing today. There has been some rescues due to the amount of rain that we've seen in Daytona. Let me go back over to here. Let's go back over to the infrared imagery. So again, here's a look at the infrared, but we do have a lot of reports, at least of now, people being rescued due to the fact that there was, again, a lot of flooding there. Here's some damage that we actually had in Daytona as well. You'll see on the screen here in just a second. This is also another photo coming there out of Daytona. That is some pretty substantial damage there. It looks like to some sort of patio, and it looks like maybe even a tree fell down. So again, we've seen some damage as well as to Daytona. And by the way, for those that are wondering why I keep mentioning Daytona, it's not just because of the aftermath. It is actually a possibility that we see very similar impacts to areas along the Carolina coast going into tomorrow in terms of the hurricane force winds, and as well, or even just tropical storm force winds as well, and along with the potential for some flooding. So that's kind of why I'm mentioning it. It's a very good comparison because it's probably gonna be pretty similar. Maybe not nearly as much rain, but there will definitely be a potential for as high of the winds that Daytona saw, which Daytona wind gusts got upwards of 60 to 65 miles per hour. So again, that's what happened with that sort of wind speeds. And again, we may have peaked around 70, but it's pretty substantial what we saw in that area. We have another photo coming in, and this is more of the flooding. And that little complex I showed you a second ago, the little area. So yeah, again, this is another photo. Flooding is at least probably about a half a foot to a foot up over in this area. So again, over in Daytona Beach, we saw a lot of flooding there from, again, Hurricane Ian that went right across Florida. So crazy stuff. Again, if you have any photos, you can feel free to click the link that's previewed in the chat. Again, if you click that link, that links you to Twitter. So if you want to tweet me any photos, feel free to. Again, we'll be keeping you updated with the latest on any other photos that we have coming in. Again, Hurricane Ian is about, I would say, let's kind of do the math here, about 16 hours away from landfall in around Charleston or Myrtle Beach, North or South Carolina. So that's the current area that we're going to probably see some sort of landfall with this hurricane, again, as it continues to move off to the north. Right now, it's a Category 1 hurricane, sustained winds at 75 miles per hour. The purple dots that you're seeing on your screen here are actually the hurricane hunters that are currently flying into the hurricane, getting an idea of how high the wind speeds are. So we'll get an update at 11 p.m. on it, if this hurricane has changed at all, if it's even gone down or it's gone up. Because again, what I mentioned before is that there's a lot of dry air on the back end of this that may actually filter in a little bit to the eye. So we may have to watch that. It may weaken a little bit as it heads towards the Carolinas. And not just that, again, the temperature difference in between this little line here in North Carolina. Let me actually bring up the temperatures again. Let's go back over to this screen. This is a look actually at the temperatures that we've seen, or at least forecasted overnight tonight. And there's a pretty sharp difference. Again, we're going to see a lot of cooler and drier air here across areas in basically the Ohio Valley, and as well as going to areas like Tennessee and Kentucky. But you see the more mild air and as well as the more humid air is across areas like the Carolinas into Virginia. That's a pretty sharp difference. And again, that's all what you're kind of seeing there in the water vapor imagery. If we head back over to that, this is a look at the water vapor imagery, and we're seeing a very similar image here where all the drier air is on the west side of the hurricane hurricane right now, and that's, again, potentially filtering into the ongoing hurricane, so that might actually be some sort of good news there. May be able to weaken a little bit, but again, don't get your hopes up too much. We'll have to still watch, because there will be storm surge, it looks like, without a doubt, at least, to areas along the Carolina coastlines, but obviously wind speeds are still at 75 miles per hour. Wind gusts are at around 90 to 95 near the eye of the hurricane, which is, again, currently centered about 100 miles or so to the east-northeast of Daytona Beach of Florida. So that's what we're looking at as right now. Let's go back over to this screen. Again, live cams at the bottom right of your screen there. It's out of Mount Pleasant, South Carolina right now. And let's go back over to the infrared. And there you go. So this is a look at Hurricane Ian as of right now. Tropical storm warnings are in effect, or hurricane warnings are in effect from about one county in North Carolina. So just south of Wilmington, there's a hurricane warning that goes all the way through the entire coastline of South Carolina and then back through Florida. We also currently have tropical storm warnings still ongoing from Palm Bay back through about Savannah, Georgia. So it's a pretty large area that we still have tropical storm warnings in effect. Now, I do expect those, at least Palm Bay will get canceled out of that at the 11 p.m. advisory, because tropical storm wind gusts are starting to wind down there. And then back through North Carolina, we still do have tropical storm warnings in effect up that direction. Also, another thing to note, let's go over to the wind radius right now. Let's go and take off the infrared. The wind radius is currently very large. Again, the blue dashed area is representing where we're still seeing tropical storm force winds, and it's a very large area. Actually, let me get the measurement tool out here. We'll actually go and measure this. Again, an idea of actually how large it is, but it's very large. It goes from about Jacksonville. This is just the diameter northeast to southwest. It's almost 550 miles wide where we're seeing tropical storm force wind gusts. That's huge, by the way. If we go ahead and go from about north, let's go about this direction. So this is going about from west to east. We're seeing about 480 miles diameter. So yeah, it's a huge area that we're still seeing tropical storm force wind gusts. Now, the purple area here that's currently out to sea at this given time is the area that we're watching for the potential for maybe upwards of 60 mile per hour winds or greater. So that's an area to watch again for maybe some more like a severe thunderstorm type impacts where you could potentially see some trees fall down and whatnot in that sort of range. So I'll have to watch that pretty closely. Also, I actually made a graphic. I forgot to show this. This is a graphic that I made for the potential for power outages. Now, I don't think I'm on the right screen here. I don't remember what scene it is. It might be this one. Oh, that's this one. So here's a look at the power outage map that I made for what we can expect in terms of power outages across the Carolinas. South Carolina, that red area means likely. So we're probably going to see power outages in those areas, most likely scattered to maybe numerous, with their highest chance for power outages being here, most likely here from Charleston to Myrtle Beach. As long as the intensity of this hurricane does stand as it gets closer to the coastline, the yellow shaded region means possible. It's a pretty small sliver. Again, due to the fact much drier and cooler areas on the west side, the only threat out that direction will just be basically wind gusts and maybe a little bit of rain. So again, that goes through North Carolina as well, but Lancaster, Columbia, Orangeburg, Florence, Myrtle Beach, and Charleston all included in at least a likelihood of seeing some scattered to maybe even numerous power outages. That basically means about 40% of the county being without power or greater. That's kind of what we're looking at there. And then also back down here to the south, again, this is the more likely area that will end up seeing power outages there near Myrtle Beach and Charleston. So just a little update there as well. All right, let's go back over to this screen here. And we also have a couple of other things coming up here. A couple more photos and videos coming in. Back over to here. This is a look at some of the damage that we've seen over in the West Coast in Daytona. This is actually in Daytona Beach. There's been some roof damage to a 7-Eleven, and also a little light has gone down here. You can see how it's bent there, completely bent. A lot of damage actually here. And this is again in Daytona Beach. And this is an area I said that really just saw a lot of flooding and the tropical storm force wind gusts. So a lot of damage there as well. At this point has been at least confirmed. And this is a look at the that's not anything too crazy. We also have a video coming out of Daytona Beach as well. This is a boat apparently. If I can pull this up. All right, so actually this is a little video here out of Daytona. This is a look at the obviously rough waters, but you can also see a boat that has obviously made landfall there. That's obviously not supposed to happen, but a damaged boat there that eventually made basically landfall there somewhere in Daytona. Again, waters are very well, there's very rough waters, obviously, very rough waves over here in Daytona Beach, but yeah, it's unbelievable what we've seen. Again, this is Daytona Beach, which has seen an extreme amount of flooding as well. I would say Daytona Beach on the East Coast is the worst hit city out of anywhere along the East Coast at this point in terms of this hurricane. So we saw some pretty substantial damage there at this point along the coastline. This back over to the infrared imagery. Let me take off the little wind field that we have here as well. But again, Daytona Beach is somewhere that we're probably going to end up seeing. Again, for those that are wondering about why I keep comparing Daytona Beach to like areas like Charleston, it's because we're probably going to see very similar impacts to areas near Charleston and Myrtle Beach, right along the coastline there, South Carolina. And again, that's all due to the fact that we've seen just so much, again, just the wind speeds, the flooding are going to be very similar in comparison to Daytona Beach to South Carolina. So that's, again, why I keep comparing those two areas. It seems like, at least at this point, that South Carolina is probably going to end up seeing some pretty substantial winds in terms of about 80 to 90 miles per hour, and as well as some flooding along those coastlines. So we'll have to watch that potential very closely. Alrighty. We have 4,200 viewers. Holy moly. By the way, if you're tuning in for the first time, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Let's see how many subscribers we get with 4,200 viewers. Again, if you have any photos or videos, feel free to send those in to me on Twitter. Again, the link is pinned in the chat right now. So, alrighty, let me back over to Twitter real quick. And we'll see if we have any other photos or videos coming in. Again, our next National Hurricane Center advisory comes out at 11 p.m. Eastern time. So I'll be waiting for that update. Again, Charleston, between Charleston and Myrtle Beach is the current cone of uncertainty. If we go and take off the infrared imagery again, this is a current look at the area of where we could end up seeing Hurricane Ian make landfall tomorrow. Again, that'll be between about Charleston through Myrtle Beach. And at the 11 p.m. advisory, this may shrink a smidge, but I don't think it's going to shrink a whole lot at this point. Because again, these areas at this point, it seems like the hurricane at this point doesn't have a fully defined track. It's going to be moving north, but obviously where it makes landfall is still pretty much a big question mark. Because again, it could make landfall in Charleston, could make landfall in Myrtle Beach. It's not the most organized system. So if it was a bit more organized, we may have a bit more of a defined track. And also along with that, we have all that dry air currently on the back end of this hurricane. This is, or yeah, this is a look at the, again, this is the water vapor. All the dry air that we're seeing ushering into Florida now, there's really hardly any raindrops currently in Florida. It's, again, very impressive on the back end of this hurricane, what we're seeing, because all the rain is on the north side. Again, the eye of the hurricane is currently centered pretty much right about here. And let's go and pause the screen, so you don't get too confused here. But that's about the eye right now. That's, again, just east of Jacksonville now by about 100 to 200 miles. But again, the dry air is all kind of ushering on the back end here. We don't really have any rain anymore in Florida. The only area where it's still raining would basically be just north of Jacksonville, which at this point, that's going to be winding down the next hour. You have all the dry air coming out of the north and northwest as well. It's, again, a very sharp divide, and that's also why we're seeing much cooler weather in those areas, because along the Carolina coastline, it's in the 50s and 60s for low temperatures tonight. Back over here where all this orange color is, all the drier air, those areas are only going to be in the 30s and 40s for lows tonight. So it's a big difference across the board. Again, that's all due to the high pressure ridges as well that we currently have centered up to the north. Actually, here's a look at that currently. And here's your high pressure system back up to the north near Michigan. Again, that's really the big reason why we're currently seeing, again, a much more defined hurricane back down this direction, the much cooler air kind of ushering down to the south, which again may impact the overall strength of this. We'll have to wait and see at the next update. More recently, we do have a report, by the way. This is our first damage report out of South Carolina that's coming in Hollywood, and this is in Charleston County, South Carolina. Law enforcement shared pictures via social media of street lamps blown down along Highway 165, and that's near Highway 162. So that is our latest update. Again, that's our first damage report at this point from Hurricane Ian that's, again, approaching the Carolinas right now over the next, again, several hours. Let's go back over to here real quick. Thank you, Saren, by the way, for sending that video. I appreciate it. So yeah, we have a video coming out of Daytona. Little video. I'll kind of show you guys this real quick. So this is just a little view of, again, what we're kind of seeing there. You can kind of see the street flooding there. I'm pretty sure it's in Daytona. This is another area that, again, we've been seeing a lot of street flooding. This is not the worst we've seen. We've seen a lot worse than this. Again, we'll kind of show you a couple more photos here. Let me back over to here. And let me find those real quick. But we had a lot worse of photos in terms of the flooding in Daytona. We've had a lot of rescues today as well in that area. Let me just zoom in here real quick. Let's go over to here. This is a building, this is a parking lot, and as well as near a building that suffered some flooding as well. This is a look a little bit closer here. So again, you can see the waters in terms of, again, this is in Daytona Beach, which saw, again, this is an area that I keep referencing because this is what we could see in Charleston and anywhere along that Carolina coast tomorrow. But obviously, again, substantial flooding here, and this was not from storm surge. This is just from rain. So we've seen a lot of streets flooded in areas. Actually, there's a curfew, I'm pretty sure, in Daytona Beach tonight due to the fact that we've seen all these impacts there. This is a damaged photo that we're seeing. It's hard to tell what this is other than it being a roof, but there's been some substantial damage here in Daytona Beach. This is another photo that we're seeing coming out of that area. So another crazy photo here, again, over in Daytona. Unbelievable. Again, that was roof damage. And again, this area only saw 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It's again, really crazy to think this is the damage that we saw in Daytona. I mean, that area got really hit hard tonight. All right, so this is a little bit more of a video. By the way, I do not recommend what this person's doing, but this is another video. Again, this is a look at the waters that they're driving through here on the roadways. Again, if you cannot see below, do not drive through it, but this is a look at what you're looking at in Daytona and Port Orange, which is just south of there. Again, waters are at least a couple of inches. It's probably about a half a foot at least up there, but we're definitely looking at a lot of water on the roadways there. Again, I would not recommend traveling in Daytona. I know there's a curfew in Daytona tonight due to the flooding waters that we've seen there. And again, that's not the worst we've seen. We've, again, seen a lot worse of flooding. I'm trying to see if we can get back to those photos here. This is a little bit more of an image of the flooding as well in Daytona. Again, taking a look here, again, the roads are just completely flooded over. It's really across a large portion of Daytona Beach, too. And let me go and load up the rainfall totals that we've seen in the last 24 hours here. And it'll take a minute to load, but we've actually seen upwards of 16 inches of rain just south of Daytona Beach in terms of an estimate rainfall total. So we'll have that information here on the screen in just a moment. But yeah, it's been unbelievable. While we're at it, though, let's go and take a look quickly at our live cam over in currently Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. Again, winds are not too crazy here. This, again, currently, I'm pretty sure it's near Charleston, but this is a look currently at Mount Pleasant. Again, trees are swaying a little bit. As of now, not a whole lot of cars on the roadways. As I said that, 2 cars drove by. But as of now, again, not a whole lot going on there yet, but winds are going to pick up overnight tonight. And this is a quick look, again, at the St. Johns River in Jacksonville, which this is an area that we could see some storm surge over the next couple of hours. So we'll be monitoring that pretty closely. The camera's not nearly shaking as much as before. It was shaking rapidly before I went live. So tropical storm force winds are probably starting to exit this area at this point. All right, let's go back over to my radar. I do have the update, by the way, on the rainfall totals. Let's go and load it up here. And let's take off, well, we can keep it on the radar. So let's look at the rainfall totals in the last 24 hours. Now, the blue area is going to represent 12 plus inches of rain, or actually 10 plus inches of rain. So near Daytona Beach, for example, this is the area that saw a lot of street flooding. Those areas saw upwards of 14 to 16 inches of rain near Interstate 95. So we saw a substantial amount of rainfall, again, across this area. And a lot of that was not from storm surge. We did see some storm surge along the coast, but it wasn't that substantial. It was mostly just a lot of extreme rainfall across these areas. So that's the big concern that we've seen, again, across the east coast of Florida, again, where the eye basically kind of tracked. And also back through St. Augustine and the Palm Coast, we've seen between 7 to 10 inches of rain estimated along those areas, which we've also seen some very substantial storm surge go well inland in St. Augustine, Florida. So we've seen, again, a lot of impacts there over the last 24 hours. And again, rain was actually falling yesterday in Daytona from about at least the morning hours yesterday up until about a couple of hours ago. And this is, again, a look over the last 6 hours. The rain was still falling about 2 hours ago in Daytona. It is finally just winded down as all that dry air has swept under this hurricane and officially kind of dwindling this rainfall that we've been seeing in Daytona. There's I think there was a flash flood warning. It's now officially been expired there in Palm Coast, but that was another area that we're seeing some flooding rains as well. So it's again, unbelievable what we've seen there in along the east coast of Florida. It's pretty substantial. So pretty unbelievable. Also, actually, I have another graphic. I haven't even showed this yet. Let's go back over to this screen. This is a look at the track, by the way, long term. I don't actually know if I have it up here. No, I don't actually. Never mind. I don't have it up there anymore. But this is a look at the storm surge that's forecasted along the coastline. So again, from about the Patrick Air Force Base through North Carolina, so from Florida back through North Carolina, we are expecting storm surge. Highest storm surge is currently expected right now in South Carolina. That is near Charleston and Myrtle Beach. Those areas are forecasted to see the most substantial storm surge going into, again, the next basically 24 hours. So when this makes landfall and just after there is most likely be the highest storm surge ratings there from about, again, around Charleston back through Myrtle Beach is the highest area, so up to 7 feet of storm surge. Then back through the St. Johns River, so about Flagler, Volusia County line, back through about southern South Carolina, we may see upwards of 4 to 6 feet of storm surge as well. So again, substantial storm surge is going to be expected in these areas as well, going into basically tomorrow for the most part, but there will be some storm surge back on the east coast of Florida and through Georgia tonight. So it will begin tonight for those areas. So just a little heads up for those areas as well. And even back through North Carolina, we may begin to see some storm surges early as tonight as well. So just a little heads up if you're in those areas. Let's go back over to the live radar feed. Let's go back to the infrared imagery as well. And again, just a friendly reminder, if you're tuning in, again, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. Again, we've been doing live coverage of Hurricane Ian for the last several days, so I'll keep you updated with the latest information. Power outages, by the way, in South Carolina have not gone up too much. We are now up 200 more people in South Carolina. I know it's not a major difference, but we are beginning to see some very isolated power outages in South Carolina. So just keep that in mind. Again, we will likely see some power outages across South Carolina. And a big example of that, let me just go back over to here. I do have a graphic to kind of give you an idea of who has the best chance of power outages tonight. And a little map that I made, but for right now, this is kind of my forecast. So that red shaded region is a likely chance of at least seeing some scattered power outages in York County, with the most likelihood being closer to the coast. So Charleston through Myrtle Beach is our biggest area and biggest concern at this point for not just storm surge and not just the potential for a little bit of flooding, but also the potential for maybe some power outages. So we'll have to watch that area pretty closely. The yellow shaded region basically indicates a possibility that you might see some power outages. So it goes through just east of Greenwood, South Carolina, and then back into North Carolina, there is also a potential for some power outages as, again, tropical storm force winds, as well as even potentially some hurricane force winds, make impacts again to those areas in South Carolina as well as North Carolina. All right, let's go back over to here. We also had a police airboat rescue in Daytona. Go over to this. This is from Daytona Beach earlier today. That is an airboat. Police airboat that was making a rescue there. That's actually, I've never actually seen an airboat before, like at least in Daytona, but this is another area that we're seeing again. We've seen evacuations today. Rainfall totals again reached upwards of a foot to even up to 1.5 feet across the coast. So, and we also have a video coming out of Palm Coast, which is another area that we've seen some flooding. And this is actually from, this is over on the Palm Coast. We've seen some flooding. This is 2 hours before high tide. So this is most likely from at least either just a lot of rain or maybe even a little bit of storm surge there. That was over in Palm Coast, though. So something to keep in mind there. It looks like more flooding more than anything. But that was, again, over Palm Coast a couple of hours before high tide. So obviously not what you want to see there. Again, the east coast of Florida got hammered this morning with a lot of heavy rainfall. So pretty substantial over that direction. All right, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know in the chat. Again, if you're just tuning in, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Let me go and do this real quick so we can... I didn't realize we'd have this many viewers tonight. Let me, just real quick, we'll do 10 seconds, and we'll do... There we go. All right, just update that. Windy and raining. Thank you for the report. Yeah, it's going to be a windy night across the Carolina coast. And actually, let me put up the METAR data. Let's go back over to... We'll turn this off. We'll turn on the METAR data real quick, and we'll put back on the radar. This is a look at the METAR data, and wind gusts have actually gone up to 40 miles per hour now in Beaufort, which is a little bit further inland. Again, along the coastline, we're probably going to see a bit higher of wind gusts. I know Charleston has gotten upwards of 30 miles per hour now. So Beaufort, South Carolina is beginning to start to see those tropical storm force winds getting pretty close at least. The wind radius, at least, that the National Hurricane Center has shown does seem a little bit kind of far, I would say, but along the east coast of Florida, we're actually still seeing tropical storm force winds. Actually, crazy enough, areas just north of Daytona Beach are still seeing upwards of 30 to 35 mile per hour wind gusts. Jacksonville is still seeing nearly 50 mile per hour wind gusts, so there's still some wind in those areas, which is, again, miraculous how far. Again, this is pretty far east now of Florida, and a lot of drier air is ushering in from behind. So the fact that we're still seeing those high of wind gusts there is pretty remarkable. With, again, Hurricane Ian, which has been, again, it was a powerful 4 hurricane. And now it is currently a Category 1 hurricane. Sustained winds at 80 miles per hour. This is a photo that we had coming in out of Sanibel. I'm going to show you guys this. Actually, I can't show that. No, actually, that's a photo that somebody just took a screenshot of. Never mind. This is a video coming out of Port Orange as well. Somebody just sent it to me. Yeah, this is, again, a look at the flooding that we've seen in that area. In, again, Port Orange and Daytona Beach. So, again, water is potentially even going through some of those garages as well if they're not sealed off correctly. But, yeah, a substantial amount of rain across, again, Daytona Beach and Port Orange. Again, that's been the big story. And, again, that is a site that we may even see going into tomorrow along the Carolina coast. That's the big concern, again, going into tomorrow. Davy Shores in St. Augustine. I don't have any videos out of St. Augustine yet. But if you have any yourself, or if you know anybody that does, again, you can tweet me on Twitter. It's pinned in the chat. So feel free to send me any photos or videos, and I'll essentially show them. But yeah, we've had a lot of videos coming out of at least Daytona. Daytona's the area that we've seen, again, a lot of photos and videos, and I keep making this comparison, but it's probably going to be a very similar site to what we'll see somewhere along that east coast of South Carolina tomorrow, as long as this hurricane remains at its intensity or is even a little bit stronger than this. So, no, you're good, Evan, you're good. I just saw that image this morning, so... I saw that somebody else posted that. Here's, by the way, a look at the roof damage that we also saw in Daytona. And this is, again, from winds around 60 to 65 miles per hour, most likely. So we also saw some pretty substantial damage in terms of winds as well here in Daytona. What's the chances that Hurricane Ian could get to a higher category? I would say that the chances that it gets, I actually said this in our Discord server, but the chances that it gets up to a category 2 hurricane, in my opinion, is like 10%. It's a very low percentage because of all the factors they have to kind of factor in with this hurricane right now. Again, the cool air, the dry air on the backside, it's probably not going to get to that point where we'll get to a category 2. No, Virginia, we're not talking on YouTube chat. No. You're good, you're good. Again, if you're just tuning in, we have 4,000 people watching, only 800 likes. Make sure to hit the like button to get this out to more people. And again, make sure to subscribe if you've not already. Again, we are the most honest forecasting here on YouTube. And again, we'll keep you updated with the latest on Hurricane Ian. And we have a lot of updates here. If you have any questions as well, feel free to let me know in chat. Again, Hurricane Ian is going to be approaching South Carolina. Tomorrow around 2 p.m. is when it's forecasted to make landfall. So be watching for that very closely. Yeah, so the chances right now of this getting to a Category 2 hurricane would be around 10 to 15%. I don't think this will get to that level, in my opinion. I just don't think it's going to get that high with the factors that is currently into it. But yeah, I would say that it's probably going to be either a tropical storm, a very strong tropical storm, or a low-end Category 1 hurricane, unless, again, something crazy comes out of this National Hurricane Center update at 11 p.m., which is possible. But I would go ahead and say it's probably not going to get to that level. A little update, by the way, if you're along the Carolina coast, again, anywhere from South Carolina near about Savannah, just east of Savannah, Georgia, so about Beaufort, all the way back through North Carolina, again, there's currently a hurricane warning. That's that red dashed line. It does actually go just south of Wilmington near Long Beach. And then we do have a tropical storm warning in effect for those from Elizabeth City back through Wilmington as well. And then from about Savannah, Georgia, still across the east coast of Florida, we still do have tropical storm warnings in effect. And we are beginning to see our first rain bands actually entering in to South Carolina. Let me go and put on the high def radar. We'll put that on here real quick. And this is a little bit more high def look. So this is giving you an idea of what the rain actually is currently. So we're seeing a lot of light to maybe light to like moderate rain currently across areas in South Carolina. So near Georgetown, for example, we're having a few bands of light to maybe a little bit of moderate rain starting to move in. And again, this is going to kind of just, again, accumulate over the overnight hours across areas along the Carolina coast. And the radar just completely broke. I've never seen that. Oh, we're not the right. Never mind. So this will look again at the rain. Most heavy rain currently is off the coast of Georgia, so near Brunswick. But this will probably not impact Georgia too much. It'll probably stay just off to the east coast. It may impact Savannah, Georgia. Again, Savannah is currently forecasted to see between 2 to 3 inches of rain. But that heavy rainfall will slowly move off to the north overnight tonight. And it will eventually, again, impact areas like Charleston and Beaufort going into tomorrow, primarily starting as early as tomorrow morning. And maybe after that. Again, our first damage report that we've had out of South Carolina today was actually just in the last hour in Hollywood, where our first reports of street lamps blown down, most likely again from tropical storm force winds there near Charleston. So again, we're already beginning to see a little bit of damage at least across those areas, which again, this is just the beginning most likely of Hurricane Ian making a third landfall. Again, the first landfall is in Cuba, second landfall is in Florida. This is more than likely going to be our third landfall in South Carolina. We also have a photo coming out of St. Augustine. This is our first one we have out of St. Augustine. So this is a look at this little truck. That was, again, emergency management, I'm pretty sure, in that area. Let me figure out what the details were here. Oh, actually, this is up in... Oh, yeah, so this is the St. Augustine street flooding. And this area actually had a lot of storm surge. So that's our latest photo out of there. And this is a look at St. Augustine. This is what we were seeing there in St. Augustine today. That was the enormous storm surge that ended up coming off the coast there. And that is just a look at what that can do. And again, that storm surge there, I'm pretty sure was forecasted around 4 to maybe, it was like somewhere in the, I think actually it was about the 4 to 6 foot range. So yeah, this is again another example of what we could see tomorrow along the Carolina coast around Charleston up through Myrtle Beach. This is not out of the question, but again, St. Augustine is a little bit closer to sea level. Just keep that in mind, but obviously this is definitely a possibility that we could see tomorrow. But yeah, unbelievable what we saw there. Again, that was over in St. Augustine, which for those that are not familiar with Florida, this is where that was, is back up here just south of Jacksonville, Florida, north of Daytona Beach. Again, this area in Florida got hammered today and yesterday from Hurricane Ian. Again, it brought a substantial amount of rainfall and actually some storm surge as well to the coastlines from Daytona Beach back through St. Augustine and even through Jacksonville. So definitely something to keep in mind there. We also have a video from, it looks like, again, St. Augustine at 6 p.m. This is over in downtown St. Augustine. And this is another look at what we're seeing there. Again, all sorts of trucks just driving through that water. Yeah, this is, again, what the storm surge can do. A lot of roads were closed off as well, as from what I've heard in at least St. Augustine at this point. We've had a lot of reports of that. Hey, Evan, do you mind moderating the chat for a few minutes? You don't have to look for more footage. I'll just go ahead and go back through the stuff we've had. So, because we don't have a moderator. We have like 4,000 viewers. All right, let me back over to here. We have another photo to show. Let me go back up here real quick. This is a photo I don't think I've shown yet. This is another damage photo out of Daytona. And this is a mess. This is actually, let me go and kind of zoom in a little bit here. This is a bit of a look at least a power line of some sort just being completely snapped in half. Again, this was in Daytona, which Daytona saw wind gusts around 60 to 65 miles per hour. The house was like 70, so it's pretty crazy what we've seen in Daytona Beach. Please watch the footage in Port Orange. I've seen a lot of footage out of Port Orange. I need a lot of footage out of there. And I'll try to see if I can find any more, but I've been kind of showing it a little bit. Let's go back over to one of the live cams real quick while I pull up another thing. Let's go back over to this is the St. Johns River. So back over in Jacksonville, Florida. Again, this is an area that we're beginning to see the hurricane basically clear out of this area. We're not really seeing nearly as much impacts there. If you look very closely at the screen here, back kind of just in between the two bridges, you can kind of see the water moving a little bit. This is an area that we may see a little bit of storm surge, though, over the next 3 to 4 hours, because, again, the high tide is in the next couple of hours. So we may still see a little bit of storm surge there, but other than that, it should remain pretty minimal. This is back over in Mount Pleasant, and, again, a few cars on the roadways there. It is starting to get, again, a little bit of light rain at this point. The roads at this point are at least have water on it, so we at least see a little bit of light rain. But back over on the trees, again, you can see the trees are swaying a little bit. So, again, we're starting to see a little bit of wind. Nothing too crazy yet, but again, that's going to be an area that we have to watch for tomorrow for a potential landfall somewhere there along the coastline. And this is another look from Charleston, South Carolina. This is, again, along the bridge that's on US 17. So nothing too crazy there. But again, not a whole lot of cars on the roadway tonight. Again, I don't expect many people traveling tomorrow. I've heard a lot of school cancellations, and at least in southern and eastern South Carolina at this point. So have a great night, Sarah. Appreciate you stopping by. Have a great night. Alrighty. By the way, where's everybody from in the chat? I'm curious. Where's everybody from? Is anybody watching currently from South Carolina? Because, again, South Carolina is who's getting hit tomorrow. So, yeah, if you're in South Carolina, just make sure you're prepared for this hurricane. Again, some of the things that you can do is make sure you have plenty of water, food, make sure things are charged up, like old phones, flashlights, all that sort of stuff. Make sure those things are prepared. Because, again, from Charleston through Myrtle Beach and anywhere even inland, really even as far south as Beaufort and Savannah, back through about Wilmington, and really anywhere in these hurricane or tropical storm warnings, you should be prepared tonight. You should really be prepared, at least for it. Get prepared now and don't wait till tomorrow, because, again, we're going to begin to see those tropical storm and hurricane force winds arrive to those areas, and as well as storm surge and heavy rain by as early as late tomorrow morning. So it's going to be, again, it's going to come quick. It's, again, not a slow-moving hurricane by any means. So just make sure you're prepared, again, if you're along the Carolina coastlines. Canada. Somebody's from Canada in the chat? By the way, we're only one subscriber, which is kind of crazy. We're only one subscriber from 22,000. If you have not already hit the subscribe button, I would really appreciate it. All right, so we have an update from apparently the Savannah, Georgia school is closed tomorrow. Just a little heads up there. So if you're in Savannah, Georgia, that's at least the latest report that Savannah, Georgia school is closed. Now, I'm not 100% sure. Again, make sure you confirm, but I'm not fact checking that. But that was, again, a report that we've had. In Savannah, Georgia, that school is closed. Again, that area is forecasted to see some tropical storm force winds upwards of maybe 45 to 50 miles per hour. And if we do the hour-by-hour look, actually, let's go back over to here. This is a look at the hour-by-hour on the wind gusts. If I could find it. Might be this one. Might be this one. Or I have to keep going through these. This is the wind gust. So this is a look at the wind gust that's currently being estimated overnight, and I am not logged in. 1 second. 1 moment, please. I'll go ahead and show you guys the wind gusts that are currently being estimated overnight in terms of really all across South Carolina. All right, here's a look at the wind gusts for tonight. And as well as going to the overnight hours, we'll begin right around 11 or 12 o'clock. This is currently the estimated wind gusts that we can expect across the Carolina coast and really anywhere in the southeast, from Georgia back through southern North Carolina at around midnight tonight. Again, timestamps at the top left of your screen. But we'll eventually start to see, again, tropical storm force wind gusts from Savannah back through Myrtle Beach. Those areas around 45 miles per hour by 12. By 3 a.m., it's not going to change a whole lot. It'll be pretty consistent around that wind gust speed. Eventually, by 6 to 9 in the morning, the winds will really rapidly pick up as this hurricane, again, continues to move off to the north. So we'll probably end up seeing, again, wind gusts upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour in some areas. And eventually, as it approaches the coastline, the HRR model is actually giving it a bit more of an intensifying look here near Charleston. But near 1 to 2 p.m., when it makes landfall, wind gusts could be as high as, again, 70 to 75 miles per hour. In comparison to some areas off to the west, like Augusta, that's probably not going to see a whole lot of rain. Augusta could still very well see upwards of 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. And as well as areas like Rock Hill, we very well could still see some 50 mile per hour wind gusts during tomorrow afternoon. Eventually going closer to about 4 to 5 o'clock, the winds will begin to move inland. Myrtle Beach could still be talking about at least tropical storm force winds, if not maybe near hurricane force winds, and eventually going closer to midnight going into Saturday morning, so the early morning hours, we'll still see wind gusts upwards of 30 to 40 miles per hour, with some areas potentially still seeing maybe a little bit higher than that. But regardless, we're going to still see those wind gusts being pretty high. Going into Saturday morning, the winds will start to at least dwindle across South Carolina. You'll see a big difference in between Friday and Saturday morning in Charleston for sure. So again, 20 miles per hour is a big difference in comparison to what we could see, which could be upwards of 70 to 80 miles per hour. Now, we also have a little forecast here for you in terms of what to expect for power outages. Again, it seems like our most likely area to see power outages, which is that red shaded area, would be eastern South Carolina as well as southern North Carolina. Again, just a little estimate for you, but we're currently expecting scattered to maybe some numerous power outages in that region. That does not mean everybody will lose power. It just means that at least maybe a scattered amount of people will lose power from, again, Columbia back through Charleston and Myrtle Beach and Florence and Lancaster. Again, that's basically bearing this hurricane really weakening quick, which is still a very low possibility as well. But for right now, that's currently the forecast. That yellow shaded region just means a little low possibility. That would be east of Greenwood. So yeah, that's what we're looking at in terms of that forecast as of right now. All right, let's go back over to the infrared imagery. This is, again, a look at the infrared imagery. The eye, again, is currently just south of all this activity. It's actually right about here now. I'll kind of outline it here in just a second. It's about right here now. So, again, the eye of the hurricane is about a few hundred miles south still of Charleston. Again, it's going to arrive there around 2 p.m. tomorrow. And, again, it's most likely to be a Category 1 hurricane. Sustained winds potentially upwards of 70 to 80 miles per hour. Wind gusts could even be a little bit higher than that. So that's what we're looking at as of now for those regions. That's actually why I have all these live cams, by the way, is because probably we're all going to end up seeing, you know, those areas that I put on live cams. So I have, again, 9 different live cams tonight. Most of them are probably going to see some very significant impacts tomorrow, if not all of them. So that's exactly why I ended up putting that on there. For whoever asked about Ohio will see some pretty minor impacts. It's not going to be anything too crazy, but there will maybe be some minor impacts to Ohio, like in terms of rain. That'd basically be about it. And again, live cams at the bottom right of your screen, that's out of Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. So that's, again, back up north of Charleston. So it's a little live cam if you want to kind of take a look at that. Again, not a whole lot's going on there yet. Again, we'll be monitoring these live cams pretty closely if anything does end up starting to pick up. Let's go back over to, and as well as put on the METAR data on here. And METAR data is basically what we're talking about in terms of what the airports are recording for wind gusts. So again, we're seeing some pretty high wind gusts right now across the South Carolina coast right now. Northeast Tennessee, possibly some isolated rain, but you'll probably end up mostly staying dry there, I would say. The Tennessee area. By the way, if you're just tuning in, again, friendly reminder, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. Again, we'll be keeping you updated with Hurricane Ian as it gets closer to South Carolina, making landfall. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to post those in the chat. I'll try to get to some of them here. Thanks, Lisa. I appreciate it. Winds, this is actually, well, I'm not sure what you mean by winds, but as of right now, the winds that are currently on the map here are actually what's being recorded at a bunch of different airports. Buford's at least been near tropical storm force winds. Charleston's been kind of it's been close. It's not really reached that yet, but there has actually been a damage report there in Charleston, so there may have actually been a little exception there. Back through Myrtle Beach, I know back that direction, we've seen around 25 to 30 mile per hour wind gusts. Back up near Wilmington, again, 25 to 30 miles per hour, nothing too crazy yet. Again, the biggest impacts are going to be expected overnight tonight or into tomorrow, basically. So biggest impact time frame for the coastlines will be basically 9 a.m. through about 5 or 6 p.m. tomorrow. That also does not include storm surge. We could very well see some pretty substantial storm surge as well. So again, storm surge could go pretty high. Let's just look at the storm surge forecast for tomorrow. And there we go. So let's look at the storm surge forecast. So again, we could see some pretty substantial storm surge in areas along basically Charleston back through Myrtle Beach, so upwards of 7 feet of storm surge could be possible there. Merle's outlook through Cape Fear, 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. Back through a large portion of North Carolina, we very well may see upwards of 2 to 4 feet of storm surge, which is still pretty, it's going to be definitely something that we have to watch along the coastlines, especially for those that live near those areas. And then back through Florida, we still have that low chance for some storm surge tonight, between 4 to 6 feet, between Flagler and Volusia County line, which is around Daytona Beach, back through South Carolina. So that'll go back through about, again, past Brunswick, all the way back through Savannah, Georgia, close to Beaufort. So those are areas to watch for storm surge tomorrow, which we'll, again, have to watch that potential very closely. Virginia will be mostly rain. There might be some rain, a little bit of wind gusts, but nothing too crazy. So let me kind of go over the impacts for the entire realm here. Let's go over to this. So those that are having specific questions on states, impacts, all that sort of stuff, let me kind of give you a rundown of what you can expect basically in each state and kind of give you an idea of regions as well. If I don't mention your state, then you're probably not going to see much out of this. So beginning with Florida, for the next few hours, again, storm surge is a potential along the coastline. So that'd be from Palm Bay back through Jacksonville. We'll have that potential for, again, a little bit of storm surge. So just keep that in mind. Rain, again, is dwindling as we have all that drier air, again, that's ushering in from behind. Now, on the other hand, the east coast of Georgia could still see some tropical storm force winds up maybe of 60 miles per hour. So wind gust wise, we could get upwards of 60 to 65 miles per hour near Savannah, back even through Brunswick. Again, not a whole lot of rain is being forecasted here other than maybe near Savannah and Brunswick. Basically along the coast in eastern Georgia, there's a good chance that we may at least see some rainfall there. Again, maybe even a little bit of isolated flooding rain is also going to be a possibility. Again, storm surge is definitely a concern. Now, South Carolina, I've mentioned it a lot, but this is the big area that we have to watch for tomorrow. Again, hurricane force winds will be possible wherever this makes landfall. So whether that's in between, whether that's in Myrtle Beach, whether that's in Charleston, or whether it's in between the two, which is pretty much the most likely scenario at this point, we'll most likely see some hurricane force winds surrounding a pretty large area. So Charleston may be included in that. And then storm surge becomes a big threat in these areas because we could see upwards of 7 feet of storm surge tomorrow, again, along the Carolina coast. Now, not everybody will see that high of storm surge, but especially closer to areas like Charleston and Myrtle Beach, you want to be prepared for that potential because, again, 7 feet of storm surge is a lot to be talking about. And again, that's something that we've seen along areas like Florida today, near St. Augustine and Jacksonville. We've seen actually that storm surge threat, and I've already shown a few photos from those areas, but that's what we're expecting there. Further inland in South Carolina, we're still talking about a flooding potential. Again, I would probably say the biggest flooding potential today will probably be or tomorrow, excuse me, will be in this area, as well as Charleston, but this is kind of the region that you could expect it. So northern and eastern South Carolina has the best chance at this point for at least some potential for flooding. Now, in western South Carolina, we may even see the potential for a little bit of rain, but for the most part, gusty winds would be my more concerning feature with Hurricane Ian as it approaches land. Now, through North Carolina, in western North Carolina specifically, we'll still see some rain, but otherwise, not a whole lot of threats are expected there. Maybe a little bit of gusty winds, but again, it's not going to be much of a threat there. Now, one thing I actually have not mentioned yet, there is a potential for severe weather tomorrow in terms of a tornado threat. Now, it's not huge, but there may be a few tornadoes tomorrow. Let's go ahead and outline that area. That's going to include areas from about Delaware and all the way back down through South Carolina. So it's actually a pretty large risk tomorrow. I would say the biggest threat tomorrow will probably be near Interstate 95 back through this region. So again, eastern North Carolina probably has that highest chance, at least for maybe the potential for a few tornadoes. So I'll have to watch that area pretty closely. But again, it does extend all the way through Maryland and extreme southern Delaware. So again, a few tornadoes may occur across that region tomorrow from some of those outer bands that again may have a little bit of rotation as we head into tomorrow afternoon and evening. It's more of an afternoon and evening threat, not nearly as much of a morning threat as of right now. But again, I wanted to bring that up. I actually have not mentioned that yet. But again, tornado threat is the main concern across those regions in terms of what to expect there. Now, across eastern North Carolina, besides the tornado potential, we do have that potential for storm surge along the coastlines, again, from, northeastern North Carolina back through Wilmington and Long Beach. Again, those areas could see upwards of 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. And then Virginia and West Virginia, main concern is rain, but otherwise, that's basically what you're going to see is rain, as well as eastern Kentucky. Northeastern, potentially Tennessee, is mostly going to be just a little bit of light rain. And then through Ohio and Pennsylvania, you also may see a little bit of rain. So that's basically what you can expect, at least in terms of what Hurricane Ian may bring to your area, again, across those states. So the tornado potential tomorrow is going to be mainly in northeast South Carolina, eastern North Carolina, and as well as even, again, as far north as potentially areas like Maryland. So there's a low-end chance. Again, it's not huge. Again, a few tornadoes may occur. They're typically brief with these sort of hurricanes, so we're currently looking at in terms of those threats as of right now. Raleigh, North Carolina's main impacts will be most likely rain, gusty winds up to maybe 30 miles per hour. Won't be anything too crazy. And again, that low-end tornado potential does exist tomorrow, and this is, again, the region that we're watching for tomorrow. So just basically from Raleigh and eastwards. But overall, main concern for you would be just rain. Honestly, for the most part, those areas that far north will, for the most part, just be a rain threat with, again, maybe some gusty winds as well. There may be a little bit of isolated power outages, but it should remain, again, pretty much a low-end threat as of now. Speaking of power outages, we are beginning to see more power outages now across the state of South Carolina. We started this live stream at 1,500 people without power. We're now up to almost 5,000 people without power in South Carolina. Most notable county is Horry County, which is actually back up here near Myrtle Beach. So we're already beginning to see some power outages in Myrtle Beach, which I'm not entirely sure if that is, again, it's a more isolated power outage, it seems like, but I'm not entirely sure if that's from the tropical storm / hurricane right now, or if it's actually from something else. I have no clue, but that's the latest on that. So power outages have increased there in South Carolina. On the other hand, Florida power outages have actually gone down. They're now down to 2.2 million without power, which originally earlier today, it was around 2.6 million. So we had a lot of power outages earlier today. Delaware is a very low chance for tornadoes. It's really like extreme southern Delaware. I would honestly say your main concern in Delaware is just going to be maybe a little bit of rain. Nothing beyond that to me is going to be expected there. There's a very low chance again. Thank you, by the way, everybody, for subscribing. I really do appreciate it. Again, if you've not already, make sure to hit the subscribe button. We're only 20 subscribers right now or actually only 10 subscribers away from 22,250. We'll keep you updated with the latest on Hurricane Ian, again, as it approaches the coast. And you're going to want to make sure you stay tuned, by the way, because in 29 minutes, or 28 minutes now, we'll get our latest update from the National Hurricane Center on any updates with Hurricane Ian. If it's become stronger, if it's become weaker, that sort of thing. Again, we'll have the latest update here for you here pretty soon. We'll keep you updated with the latest on that. Southernmost beaches in North Carolina, I know the storm surge potential is around 3 to 5 feet there, near Long Beach, for example. So that's a big concern near, again, Long Beach through Myrtle Beach. 3 to 5 feet of storm surge is possible there. Otherwise, rain and potentially some tropical storm force winds will be possible there. This actually, we have a forecast radius. So this is a look at the where we could end up seeing, again, hurricane force winds and whatnot. So the basically where this makes landfall is still a bit of a question mark. But if it makes landfall here near Charleston, this is where we'll end up seeing most likely hurricane force winds. So near Charleston, back up to the northeast through Highway 17 is an area that we have to watch for hurricane force winds. Now, tropical storm force winds are these blue dashed areas on your screen. So let me take off the rain there. So this will look at where we could see tropical storm force winds going through tomorrow. That could extend as far west as Columbia, and as well as go as far north as areas like Raleigh. So again, that's going to be a little bit of a concern tomorrow. Again, what tropical storm force winds are is 39 miles per hour or greater. So again, that goes through southeast North Carolina. It goes all the way back through the east coast of South Carolina. That's our big concern as of right now, again, in terms of the wind potential out of, again, Hurricane Ian. And we'll have to watch that pretty closely. The purple area represents 60 mile per hour winds or greater, which is, again, currently forecasted to impact Florence, Lake City, Mullins, Dillon, Bennettsville tomorrow. That's an area that we could end up seeing some scattered power outages tomorrow across these areas in South Carolina and even just northwest of Myrtle Beach. So again, power outage is definitely a big threat potentially tomorrow across, again, South Carolina and even portions of North Carolina. So we'll have to watch that power outage potential pretty closely because, again, we have a pretty good likelihood of seeing power outages tomorrow. Again, here's a look at currently Hurricane Ian. Again, next update from the National Hurricane Center comes out in 25 minutes. So we'll keep you updated with the latest on that. Sounds good, Evan. Just a friendly reminder, by the way, if you've not already, make sure to hit the like button. It helps out the page a lot. Again, doing pretty much free coverage for you, so make sure to hit the like button. Helps our page out a lot. Also, make sure to subscribe if you've not already. We keep you updated with the latest on everything that you need to know. I just threw my phone. 1 second. Make sure I have no updates there. All right. Hey, thank you, Philip, for becoming a Tornado Chaser member. I appreciate that a lot, Philip. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You becoming a member. All right, let me see if we have any other new images or photos coming out of any of the areas that are currently being impacted or have been impacted by Ian. We do have a couple of things to get to. I actually haven't shown a couple of these photos. Let's go back over to here. So this is back over in Daytona. We did see a boat that ended up making landfall. And that was not obviously intentional, but from all the rain and all the, again, very high waves that we've seen over in the Daytona Beach area, you can clearly see here the boat has been obviously damaged here. And obviously it's not supposed to be there. But unfortunately, we've seen a lot of damage even to Daytona Beach. We actually have a few boats. There's actually, it looks like several boats across the coast here of Daytona. You can actually see in this video where they are, yeah, there's another one here. Actually, I didn't notice this the first time I looked at this video. So there is actually more than just one boat that was damaged here and that crashed into the coast. And there's a third one. And there's a fourth one. There's like 5 or 6 here that are all out there and they're not supposed to be there. I didn't realize how many boats were actually in this video. So 6 or 7 boats here. And this is just in one small area where we saw a bunch of boats end up hitting land. And obviously they came off their anchor and whatnot. So it's crazy. Yeah, again, Daytona Beach is an area that we saw upwards of, a few feet of storm surge. Charleston and areas along the East Coast here near South Carolina is another area that we may see those similar images tomorrow. So, again, that's an area that we're very concerned about, especially in this sort of realm here, again, across Myrtle Beach, Georgetown, Charleston. Thank you, by the way, Marcia, as well, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. You guys becoming members. Hey, thanks, Philip. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, thanks, Branch. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to read off all the subscribers tonight. We have a lot of them. Thank you as well to Savage for becoming a Storm Chaser member. We have a member train right now. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support. Back over to here real quick. Again, this is a current live look at the infrared imagery on Hurricane Ian. Again, one of the interesting features with this hurricane is the water vapor imagery, which is, again, very impressive. Again, all the highest dew points, moisture, all that is currently centered just to the north or around the eye of the hurricane, which is, again, starting to now move inland to areas like South Carolina. We're beginning to see more and more of those rain bands moving into the coast. What's more interesting, though, on the left side of your screen is that all this dry air is currently looping around and from the behind of this hurricane, which is quite interesting because, again, areas like Daytona Beach, Jacksonville, and anywhere in Florida is pretty much dry as a bone in terms of seeing precipitation at this point. So it's pretty crazy to see this. And again, it's all due to this Canadian cold front, which is also actually playing a factor into this hurricane because it's most likely not going to be able to strengthen nearly as much here, even though it's over the open Atlantic Ocean waters here, just again off the coast of Georgia and South Carolina. So it's quite remarkable what we're seeing here. And again, this is a little bit more of a wide view of it. And again, it's crazy here. Also, by the way, over in Mexico, we actually have a potential for a tropical storm to make landfall and impact areas in Mexico. It's over in the Pacific Ocean. I haven't had a video on that, but yeah, again, pretty crazy sight to see here in terms of the water vapor. Remarkable. Again, how sharp this line is between dry and humid air there. It's quite incredible there. Hey, no problem, David. I appreciate you tuning in. No problem at all. I'm glad I'm able to keep you calm as well. Yeah, I try to keep people calm as much as possible. That's kind of the goal. Is there a wind direction and speed map I can show? I think I do. I don't remember where. It might be this. Let's see if it pops up. I typically don't actually put that on this map. Oh, nope, that's definitely not it. Let's go back over to... Oh, this is it, I think. This will show the wind speed and direction. I don't think we'll be able to actually get the exact wind speed in the hurricane. Let's go and pause it here. Let's take off the water vapor imagery. Yeah, here's a look at it. And wind's obviously coming out of the north up here. Wind's coming out of the south down here. Hurricane Hunter, by the way, is these purple dots. But this is not, I don't think, updated because the hurricane is not this far to the southwest. But gives you an idea, at least, of what we're looking at in terms of winds. I don't think it gives you wind speeds either, but kind of like a little interesting graphic if you want to kind of look at all the arrows and stuff. But honestly, these arrows are kind of a lot to look at here. It's also the MSLP, so actually put this in simulation, I think. I can get pulled up here on the screen. But again, currently we're getting our next National Hurricane Center update in 20 minutes. So again, make sure you stay tuned. We'll have updates on storm surge and whatnot here pretty soon. Storm surge forecast may have a little update. We also will probably have an update on the cone of uncertainty and intensity. We'll also have an update on what Hurricane Ian is currently at. If it either downgraded or it's been increased in terms of wind speeds, we'll have that here coming out here in about 20 minutes. So make sure you stay tuned. As of right now, again, wind speeds, again, Hurricane Hunter has been around it. I'm not sure what they've been measuring there, but actually, I think I can look real quick. See what they've been measuring on the aircraft recon. I don't know what their most recent mission was, but last 10 minutes, the latest that they measured was 40 knots, but I'm pretty sure that was just one of their flight tracks here. But we'll get, again, an update in 20 minutes, so stay tuned. All right, I'm back over to Twitter real quick. We'll see if we have any new updates. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, you have any photos or videos, then you can at least take them safely, or if you at least have any videos or photos. Again, we have a pinned link in the chat. It's Twitter. If you want to tweet me any photos or videos, you can feel free to. You may be featured on the stream. Again, we're keeping the update with the latest on Hurricane Ian as it moves off to the north. Again, we've had a lot of photos out of Daytona Beach, which is in Florida. That's along the East Coast that saw basically tropical storm force impacts. We're going to probably see the same impacts almost to areas along the East Coast near Charleston and Myrtle Beach, if not maybe even a smidge worse. So we'll have to watch that pretty closely. Here's the MSLP, by the way. So again, the pressure, all the tightening there. Again, higher winds with more lines that you see there, but let me take that off. Got a little interesting graphic there. This is a look, though, back over in... This is a look at St. Augustine from the flooding rains that we saw there. This is actually from the storm surge. So storm surge in St. Augustine did this to the roadways. It's again pretty crazy to see here. But this is again what happened in St. Augustine. We had a lot of storm surge earlier. We actually had live cams watching it earlier, but yeah, it's pretty remarkable what we saw here. Thank you, by the way, for the $2 super chat, mister. I appreciate it. For the $2. Pretty remarkable there in St. Augustine. Again, St. Augustine's an area that's at near sea level, so that would be a little bit more of a reason why we saw storm surge much higher there in comparison to areas like Daytona Beach or Jacksonville. St. Augustine's a little bit of a different city down there along the east coast of Florida, so it's a little reason why we saw that. How many feet of storm surge is that? The forecasted amount was between, I'm pretty sure, 3 to 5 feet, if not 4 to 6 feet. So it was somewhere in that range. But again, the thing is that in St. Augustine, it's basically at sea level. Like the city is literally at sea level. So it's much easier for that to happen. And that was at high tide as well. So again, it's kind of hard to tell what, I don't know what the exact pinpointed number was. It's not been confirmed at this point. And the same thing goes for areas like the southwestern portions of Florida. We haven't had a confirmed number yet for storm surge. We just haven't. We haven't had a confirmed number. We've had obviously estimates in different ranges, but we have not had yet a confirmed number on storm surge. That takes surveys and stuff like that from crews, so we'll have that information probably as we get closer. But Charlotte's in North Carolina, the main concern right now up that direction would probably just be gusty winds. Isolated power outages is not impossible at this point, but also maybe some rain. There's not going to be much beyond that, though, there. Again, the most substantial impacts are most likely going to come to this region here. That would be, again, from about just basically even potentially further south here along the coastlines as well. But biggest concern right now is potentially for some extreme flooding. That could occur in areas like Charleston and Myrtle Beach, really closer to the coastline. Our best chance for that rainfall would be in this region here. So again, near Interstate 95 and just east of there. Anywhere else, though, again, tropical storm force winds could extend pretty far out. The current forecast that we're looking at in terms of the wind that we could see from this, let me take off the infrared imagery. This is the current forecasted tropical storm force winds that we could see with Hurricane Ian as it makes landfall. And just after that, this is the region of where we could see that potential. So that actually extends a little bit further to the north. But basically from Greenville back down to the south, again, this blue outlined area represents your potential for tropical storm force winds. So it's going to be a pretty large area. Again, we'll have an update on this here in about 15 minutes. But this is the area that we're looking at for at least some tropical storm force winds. It goes back through Brunswick, Georgia, and Savannah. Charleston is currently forecasted to see upwards of hurricane force winds, maybe as high as 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts, depending on where this makes landfall. So those are the areas, again, here near the coast that have the most likelihood of seeing hurricane force winds would be Georgetown and Charleston. Myrtle Beach will probably see tropical storm force, but it's not impossible to see hurricane force winds at this point. We're looking at as of right now. Again, that would be the potential at this point for those along the coastline. Again, along the coastline is where we're going to see the most substantial impacts from Hurricane Ian as it continues to move off again to the north and eventually towards the northwest, towards the coast. Let's go back over to here. Put it back on here. There we go. And here's a look at Hurricane Ian as of right now. Again, it's not moving overly fast. I'm pretty sure it's only at 8 miles per hour, so 8 to 9 miles per hour, but it'll eventually speed up a little bit. All right, so we have a report of some increasing winds. Let's go and take a look at some of the cameras that we have. This is back over in Mount Pleasant. This is one of our live camps tonight. Again, winds have been pretty consistent here. They've been pretty much around maybe 10 to 15 miles per hour, maybe up to 20 miles per hour. And there is some rain falling there. Not a whole lot of cars on the roadways there. This is another look at a different camera view over Mount Pleasant. This has a pretty good view of the trees, at least, to see how windy it might be. We're seeing rain, but not a whole lot there at Mount Pleasant yet either. Again, Mount Pleasant is an area that we're going to watch for the potential landfall tomorrow. So again, Mount Pleasant's area that we've been watching pretty closely. This is the Charleston Bridge. This is US 17, for those that are familiar with Charleston. Again, this will be an area to watch for as well for the potential for a landfall tomorrow. And this is another roadway over there in Isle of Palms, which as of now, I'm not seeing a whole lot of wind there. Maybe a little bit of wind gust, but nothing too crazy. And nothing in terms of tropical storm force winds, it looks like, yet. We may have some isolated amounts, though, at least maybe closer to 30 to 40 miles per hour. Looks like the trees are swaying a little bit there. This also looked the highway, by the way. This is over on US 501 in Myrtle Beach, and there's basically really no cars on the roadways right now. We're not seeing a whole lot of cars out there tonight, which obviously it's near 11 p.m., but it's been pretty quiet on the roadways, and people are getting prepped for Hurricane Ian to come towards South Carolina. And yeah, again, raining there right now. And again, a lot of rain's already begun. This is a look right now at the live look at the radar. We'll go and put that up on here. Take off the infrared imagery. Here's a look at the live radar. And again, rain is beginning now in portions of South Carolina. It's been ongoing in Charleston really since about 7 o'clock this evening. And same with Georgetown and Myrtle Beach. But it's beginning to move a little bit more inland. We're starting to get those initial light bands of basically the outer bands, pretty much light rain right now. It's moving towards Orangeburg right now. Some of the more moderate heavy bands of rain are still off the coast, primarily right now east of Brunswick, Georgia, and east and southeast of Savannah, Georgia. But at this point, we haven't seen anything too crazy in terms of heavy rain yet. Again, that's going to be more of a concern going into tomorrow morning for those in Charleston and Georgetown. So yeah, if you're in the path of this hurricane, which again, a lot of you are, if you're in South Carolina or North Carolina, make sure you're prepared. Again, make sure you have backup plans in terms of, make sure you have backup lights and stuff like that, like flashlights. Charge your phone, charge your iPad, make sure all those things are charged overnight tonight or now, because there may be power outages tomorrow, and those could last upwards of a week along the coast if there's some substantial damage in terms of storm surge, in terms of winds and flooding. That's obviously a big possibility. I know it's a Category 1 hurricane, and it's not a Category 4 like what we saw on the southwestern portions of Florida, but you know, for Daytona Beach, for example, the area that we saw a lot of flooding and damage and a lot of power outages and whatnot, that area only saw 60 to 65 mile per hour wind gusts and just a lot of rain. So that's definitely a possibility that we could see the same results. And let me go back over to there and get to the photos that we actually saw. Let me go back over there real quick. Let's see. All right, so we got one here. This is one of the damage photos from Daytona Beach, just to give you an example of what these winds can do, and as well as all the rain. Obviously, the rain didn't do this damage, but all the winds that we've seen in Daytona Beach, which is in Florida, it's on the East Coast. It saw tropical storm force winds, saw upwards of 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts, and an entire roof fell off a building. So again, this is kind of the stuff that we've been seeing along the East Coast of Florida that could very well resemble in areas along the Carolina coast going into tomorrow's. So It's tomorrow. Sorry. Yeah, again, this is a potential that we could see there along the coastline, but again, crazy stuff what we saw there. Again, friendly reminder, we're 13 minutes away from the National Hurricane Center advisory at 11 p.m., so stay tuned. We'll have a potentially updated cone of uncertainty, maybe intensity, and we'll also know if this is still a Category 1 hurricane, if it's downgraded, if it's upgraded. I'll give you an idea of what that has to do, again, with the hurricane right now in about 12 minutes, so stay tuned. So apparently Florida officials are calling Ian the largest natural disaster in Florida history, by the way. So, update from Florida officials. Virginia will be mainly rain, Rice, tomorrow. That'll be primarily tomorrow night. Just a friendly reminder, by the way, if you're just tuning in for the first time, again, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. We'll, again, keep you updated with the latest on Hurricane Ian coverage. And a lot of stuff is going to be happening as this gets closer to landfall, so we'll keep you updated with the latest on that and more. Hey, Planet, how you doing? Welcome. I'm honestly thinking, so for those that are here, maybe wanting to see something like this, I've been thinking about doing a storm chase, or like a little aftermath chasing live stream, potentially tomorrow, or maybe Saturday. So if you're interested, let me know in chat. Again, I kind of got to gauge. Most people seem like they're pretty interested in that, but I've been kind of thinking about it. Again, we had a lot. That's in Florida, by the way. So Florida has, again, had a lot of damage and whatnot. So Florida's been very well heavily impacted by Hurricane Ian. Obviously, the aftermath that we've already seen has been so just damaging and catastrophic. But I might do a stream this weekend on that. Thank you, Ride, for the $5 super chat, by the way. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for your support. Hey, stay safe in Charleston, by the way. Charleston is an area that we're going to be watching very, very closely tomorrow. It's definitely an area that we have to watch because, again, landfall may be very close to Charleston tomorrow. Not just that, potential for flooding, rain, storm surge, everything that I've already mentioned. Those are areas that we have to watch very closely for tomorrow. Ian, I would almost guarantee you is going to get retired. Every hurricane that's major, like Category 4 plus, has almost always been retired if it makes landfall in the United States. I mean, it's almost always. Almost always. So yeah, I would be surprised if Ian gets retired. I mean, that's almost probably guaranteed at this point. But the damage that we've seen, it's almost for sure. All right, so we have our next advisory from the National Hurricane Center. The latest update, sustained winds have gone up. They're now up to 80 miles per hour, so it has not weakened at all. Hurricane Ian is now up to 80 mile per hour sustained winds. It was originally at 75, so we've again seen a little uptick in the wind speeds. It's now up to 80 miles per hour. And again, it's just sitting right about here right now. It's kind of hard to see. I know that this is kind of a bit misleading, but it's a bit further off to the north now. Again, it's fairly far east of Jacksonville. The latest update, though, the pressure has also stayed basically the same. So it's at 986 millibars, but again, winds are now up to 80 miles per hour on this hurricane. So again, it has increased a little bit. That was forecasted, by the way, so don't get too scared. That was actually forecasted. It was supposed to go up to 80 mile per hour winds. Could it go a little bit higher by landfall? It definitely could, so we have to watch that closely. We should have a couple of new forecasts, by the way, coming out here in a second as well on Hurricane Ian. We'll have a new we'll probably have a little bit of a new map in terms of the uncertainty and whatnot, like a new cone of uncertainty. It may change a little bit, but for reference, again, this is now an increase. So Hurricane Ian has now increased by 5 miles per hour, so it has not weakened at all. It's actually strengthened a little bit. So it is a strengthening hurricane by very minimal amount. Well, again, have an update on the storm surge forecast. We'll have an update on the track. If there's any changes with that, which I don't think there'll be very many changes, but the intensity track as well. Again, those updates will be coming out here in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. And that's our latest update from the National Hurricane Center. The hurricane is officially strengthened by 5 miles per hour. Again, power outages across South Carolina right now are very minimal. It's very isolated so far. Only 4,600 without power. It's out of about almost 3 million people. So just for reference, again, Florida, for example, saw upwards of 25% of the state without power, which most of those were in Southwest Florida. But so far in South Carolina, it's been very isolated so far. But again, that's going to increase a lot tomorrow. We're going to see a lot more power outages. So yeah, big concern tomorrow across South Carolina, and as well as even potentially some portions of North Carolina. We very well may see some power outages scattered to numerous. Along the coast, it's going to be much higher. This will not become, most likely, I highly doubt this will become a Category 3, just with how it's set up and whatnot. I mean, the chances of it getting to a Category 2 are like 5%. It's very low. Like, the odds of that happening is just extremely low right now. But It's not impossible for it to get to that level in terms of category 2, but category 1 is probably where it's going to stay. I highly doubt it will get too further on beyond that. Ian is still a category 1 hurricane. Sustained winds at 80 miles per hour. Again, the latest National Hurricane Center update has upped the winds by 5 miles per hour. But again, we'll get a new update on the track and whatnot here in a second if anything's changed, which I don't think anything's really dramatically changed, but we may have had a couple of changes. So again, I'll give you that update here in just a second. But just a friendly reminder, before we get that update, again, make sure you hit the subscribe button down below. We'll keep you updated with the latest on Hurricane Ian as it approaches the South Carolina coast, as well as all the impacts that it could bring to those areas as well. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know in the chat. But we're only 50 subscribers from 22,500, so I would appreciate, again, if you hit the subscribe button down below. This keeps getting stronger. It's going to get ugly. Yeah, it's again. This hurricane has been just so powerful through Florida, and it's going to be bringing some pretty similar impacts to areas like the east coast of Florida. The impacts are going to be actually fairly similar for those areas. So, fortunately, it seems like that we're probably going to have again that potential for a lot of storm surge along those coastlines. Not just that, but the potential for extreme winds near Charleston and Myrtle Beach. So yeah, it's just not a good situation overall at all. I mean, we're talking pretty substantial impacts there to those coastlines, and as well as flooding. Flooding's obviously a concern as well. All right, we don't have a cone update yet. We're gonna get that in a few minutes. Sometimes takes a few minutes to get in. Yes, I will show a couple of computer model runs. Yeah, I'll show you guys the forecast here in a second. All right, so the latest cone update, it has shifted actually further east. This is an update, by the way. So from the National Hurricane Center update, let me take off the infrared imagery. It's kind of annoying now. This is a look at the cone of uncertainty. So actually a little bit of a change here. It has now shifted further east by a little bit. So now Myrtle Beach is fully included in that potential for a landfall. It could make landfall anywhere from Charleston to Myrtle Beach. Before, it was more like this, so it wasn't including Myrtle Beach. It has shifted further to the east in our latest update. Georgetown is still basically in the dead center of where it might make landfall, so somewhere in that region. Charleston is still included in the cone of uncertainty, and again, our latest update. So again, this cone has shifted a little bit further to the east. Now, our National Hurricane Center update has not yet come in on their website, but we'll get that here in a second. I'm pretty sure it's still forecasted to make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane. Sustained winds are still forecasted to be near 80 to 85 miles per hour. Wind gusts could go up as high as 100 to 105 miles per hour right along the coastline. So that's, again, a big concern there along the Carolina coast. But again, the latest update from the National Hurricane Center on the cone of uncertainty, again, has shifted further east by a little bit. So Myrtle Beach through Charleston is now included. Myrtle Beach was not included in the last update. So that's our update on the cone of uncertainty. Again, we'll have an update here in a moment on the intensity and whatnot. Again, that has not yet come out, but it should come out here in a second. Actually, it might have already come out on here. All right, so the intensity has come out, is now, okay, so this is an update as well. Hurricane Ian is now forecasted to make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane. Sustained winds are now forecasted to reach 85 miles per hour. That is also an update from before. So it's going to make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane tomorrow. It's actually going to make landfall as a slightly stronger Category 1 hurricane than was originally forecasted. So again, the latest update, the winds are now up to 85 miles per hour upon landfall, or somewhere near landfall at least. Once it's inland, actually, up to here near Lake City, I'm pretty sure it's going to be around 70 miles per hour as a tropical storm. But again, we're going to get that update here in a second. I'm still waiting for the update on the website here. Again, that's a big update. It doesn't sound huge, but 5 to 10 miles per hour can be a big difference in terms of the radius here, because these are more populated areas here along the Carolina coast. Storm surge forecast is also not out yet. It has not been updated. We're going to get that update here in a minute. So again, stay tuned. We'll have that out here in just a second. And here's a look at the latest cone of uncertainty, by the way. Let me give you, let's pull that up on here. Again, I already have it on this map, but I want to show you on the other perspective as well. Let's go over to this screen. And let me make sure it's on the screen here. All right, so here's a look at the latest cone of uncertainty. Again, it shifted east. Just a couple of things to note here, though, with their latest update. Again, it's a Category 1 hurricane, sustained winds at 80 miles per hour. It's eventually going to make landfall sometime around 2 to 3 o'clock, somewhere in that range most likely, tomorrow afternoon. Again, hurricane warnings are still in effect in the same areas. Tropical storm warnings no longer include Palm Bay or the Treasure Coast, by the way. That has actually been excluded now. But this whole entire orange circle is currently indicative of, right now, tropical storm force winds or greater. That is the radius or the diameter that we're seeing in terms of tropical storm force winds right now. So it extends all the way back up into North Carolina and Northeast Florida. Eventually by Friday at 9 p.m., it'll still be a tropical storm inland, and it'll eventually weaken on Saturday as a tropical depression. It'll eventually weaken out from there as a post tropical cyclone. But again, we'll have an update on the intensity here in a second on my map, but that's what we're looking at as of right now in terms of the latest update. Storm surge update will be coming out here in a second as well, and this has actually just been updated. So let's go and take a look at this. We're gonna have to go back over to the other screen I was just on. Sorry. Go. And we're not on the right screen. Sorry. This is a look at the latest update on the storm surge potential. So again, for those that are wondering where you are on this map, well, again, we're looking at from Florida back through North Carolina. So the latest update on the storm surge, there's a small change that I want to note. There's not a whole lot of changes here, but there's a couple of actually very crucial ones that you need to know if you're in South Carolina. A couple of updates. So South Carolina, this area for 4 to 7 feet of storm surge has actually been increased a little bit. So it has gone as now as far north as Myrtle Beach. It originally did not include Myrtle Beach. So it goes to the Little River Inlet in South Carolina. Now, also, not just that, but near Cape Fear and Little River Inlet, that's near the Long Beach, North Carolina area. That area is forecasted to see upwards of 5 feet of storm surge. Through the east coast of North Carolina, it's 2 to 4 feet as of right now, and there's also been a downgrade by a foot. Again, it's still not a huge difference, but you want to be mindful. Again, storm surge is very dangerous. It's very life-threatening as well, but from about the Beaufort, South Carolina region back through the Flagler, Volusia County line, we're still looking between 3 to 5 feet of storm surge in that region. St. Johns River is still between 2 to 4 feet of storm surge, and that is still for tonight. So just keep that in mind. Again, if you're still on the East Coast, you're not done with Hurricane Ian yet. There's still gonna be some storm surge tonight, and that goes as far south, by the way, as the Patrick Air Force Base. That's near Cape Canaveral. So we still have a large area of storm surge for tonight as well. And again, the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. And again, if you're just tuning in, the big changes with this update, again, Hurricane Ian has increased by 5 miles per hour. Again, it doesn't sound like a major difference, but it is actually going to be a crucial difference because now we're forecasted upon landfall for this hurricane to be near 85 mile per hour sustained winds. Wind gusts could go up to 100 to 105 miles per hour, and the cone of uncertainty has shifted slightly further east, now including Myrtle Beach, from basically Charleston through Myrtle Beach. Those are the areas that we have to watch for a potential landfall tomorrow. And again, Georgetown seems like the most likely scenario, but this is again a large range that we're looking at now in the cone of uncertainty. And again, here's a look at the infrared imagery right now on Hurricane Ian. So again, that's a pretty crucial update here across the state of South Carolina, North Carolina from the National Hurricane Center. So again, storm surge, a big concern, flooding, a big concern. Again, the potential for rainfall. Actually, let's go over to some of the forecast graphics. Again, we go back over to here. And let's go back over to here. And let's go and take a look at the rainfall totals first. So this is currently the estimated rainfall totals for the next 48 hours here across the Carolinas. Let me just get the updated version. Here's a look at the rainfall totals that are currently being at least estimated by computer models here over the next 48 hours. Highest rainfall totals are currently expected to be in eastern South Carolina. Again, we could get upwards of 4 to 8 feet of rain, or excuse me, 4 to 8 inches of rain, not feet. Inches of rain, 4 to 8 inches of rain could happen in these areas. Isolated amounts could go upwards of 10 inches. That's currently the forecasted range. Back out in South North Carolina, we also could see the potential for around 4 to 6 inches with isolated 8 inches of rain. A big difference though, again, if you're in Georgia, you're probably gonna see at least some storm surge and also the potential for some heavy rain in Savannah, Georgia. But other than that, if you're a little bit inland, you're barely gonna see anything due to all the drier air that's ushering in behind this hurricane. So that's just a little update there. If you're in central or western Georgia, you're not probably going to see many impacts from that. Let's go back over to the wind gusts. This is actually the first graphic. Here's a look at the wind gusts on what to expect here over the next several hours. So let's take you hour by hour overnight tonight. So beginning with midnight tonight, wind gusts could be between 40 to 50 miles per hour along the Carolina coastline. Eventually going to the tomorrow morning when you may be waking up between about 7 to 8 in the morning, we'll begin to see potentially tropical storm force winds starting to migrate themselves back into Columbia, Florence, and Augusta between 40 to 50 miles per hour. Near the coastline, they could be getting upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour in terms of wind gusts. Closer to about 10 to 11 a.m., eventually we'll begin to see the wind gusts really pick up near Charleston and again near Georgetown. Now, keep in mind, the HRR model is just one computer model, but it's indicating it'll make landfall near Charleston. Again, the range varies from Myrtle Beach back through Charleston. It's a very large area still that we're still looking at for the potential of a landfall. So wind gusts may vary from what this shows. But keep in mind, this is a good estimate that you can expect. Make sure you're preparing for these sort of conditions. If not, maybe even prepare for slightly worse conditions than this. this. Wind gusts could even be a little bit higher than what's being estimated on here. By about 6 p.m. tomorrow evening, we'll still see wind gusts pretty high. Florence, Columbia, still looking at 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Myrtle Beach, potentially near hurricane force winds, and eventually going to the overnight hours, going to North Carolina, near areas like Rock Hill. South Carolina will still be seeing maybe some tropical storm force wind gusts, but eventually going into Saturday, the wind should start to dwindle from there. So that's the latest on, again, the winds and whatnot and what to expect across those regions. Alrighty. Have a great night, by the way, Talk. Appreciate you tuning in. Again, if you're just tuning in, again, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. If you are about to leave, just make sure to hit the subscribe button. Again, we'll be keeping you updated with the latest information on Hurricane Ian as it continues to move towards South Carolina and North Carolina. Again, this is a big hurricane that we're still watching. It's not obviously as big as what it was in the Gulf of Mexico or in Florida, but it's still a Category 1 hurricane. It's very notable. It's, again, 80 mile per hour sustained winds. Wind gusts are upwards of almost 100 miles per hour. So once this makes landfall, it's, again, going to strengthen potentially upwards of 85 mile per hour sustained winds, and eventually make landfall closer to areas like Charleston, Georgetown, and Myrtle Beach. So, this is a hurricane that we have to watch very closely still for. This is, again, the third landfall it'll make. It made its first landfall in Cuba. Second landfall was over in Florida, and now its third landfall is forecasted to be South Carolina. So, yeah, it's just unbelievable what we're seeing again with Hurricane Ian. It's been a long-tracked hurricane, to say the least. All right, from here, let me get some chat questions in. Again, if you have any questions, let me know in chat. Again, also make sure to hit the like button if you've not already. I would appreciate it. See if we can make this the most liked stream I've ever had. So make sure to hit the like button. We're only 250 from 2,000. Most likes I've ever had, I think, was 2.2 thousand. Virginia Beach. Virginia Beach probably won't see much in terms of impacts other than maybe just some rain. I don't expect much storm surge at all up there. You might see an increased amount of waves, maybe some rip currents, but beyond that, there won't be much. So, yeah, this is the most viewers I've ever had, so I was kind of caught by surprise today. I was surprised how many people were going to watch, but yeah, if you have questions, I'll try to get some now. But also, for those that are wondering, this is a photo of Daytona Beach. I've shown it a couple of times, but this is a roof that completely got collapsed by just tropical storm force winds. Now, again, who knows how stable it was to begin with, but this is just something that we could potentially see tomorrow in terms of just from tropical storm force winds. Again, a Daytona Beach photo there. Again, we've seen a very significant amount of winds over there as well. Daytona Beach is a good comparison to the Carolina coastline because, again, Daytona Beach saw a substantial amount of rain. Now, I'm not forecasting as much rain in South Carolina as a comparison to Daytona Beach, but Daytona Beach saw the same amount of winds as what these areas along the east coast of South Carolina will see tomorrow. So from Myrtle Beach back through Charleston, that's a region that we could see potentially upwards of hurricane force winds upon landfall, as well as tropical storm force winds from there. So big concern as of right now across those regions. Let me go and put on the other screen here. Let's go back over to a live cam. Let's go and take a look at a few live cams since we have so many right now. This is a current look at US 501 in Myrtle Beach. Again, not a whole lot of cars on the roadways. We're not seeing any major impacts right now up that direction. Again, Myrtle Beach is still at least about 6 hours out from really seeing anything too crazy, other than maybe a little bit of storm surge beginning. This is a current look at Isle of Palms, which is a little bit further to the south. A little bit of rain out there. Wind gusts around probably about 10 to 15 miles per hour. Nothing that crazy there yet either. Again, we may get some tropical storm force winds, though, here pretty soon. This is a look at the Charleston Bridge over on US 17. Yeah, not a whole lot of cars on the roadway tonight. It's almost midnight, so just, well, it's actually 11 o'clock, but obviously not a whole lot of people out there. But overall, we're not seeing anything too crazy there yet either. Further south we go, though, closer to the coastline as well. Winds are actually beginning to pick up there near Mount Pleasant. We're beginning to see wind gusts potentially upwards of 25 to 35 miles per hour. So again, winds are starting to pick up. This is really just a view of the trees to give you a perspective on how maybe, windy it might be right now. So winds are starting to pick up a little bit there in Mount Pleasant. Here's another view of Mount Pleasant as well. This is another traffic cam, so you can get a general idea here. Again, not a whole lot of cars on the roadways. Trees swaying a little bit, so again, we're not seeing that, crazy wind yet. We're still a few hundred miles from that, but again, a little view there from Charleston. And also, here's a look at the St. Johns River. It has actually gone pitch black, so I guess we can't really see anything here, but this is an area for storm surge, so that's why I was going to bring it up. But it looks like that area is currently pitch black screen right now. By the way, for those that have Discord, make sure to join our Discord server if you want to post photos, videos, you want to join our community off the stream. The link will be in the chat from Nightbot, so if you have Discord, feel free to join. Again, if you're just tuning in, Friendly reminder, hit the subscribe button. Again, we'll be keeping up to date with the latest information on Hurricane Ian as it approaches the coastline of South Carolina. Again, it's forecast to make landfall with our latest National Hurricane Center update. It's forecast to make landfall between Myrtle Beach, which is now included in this update. Again, the track or cone of uncertainty shifted further east. So between Myrtle Beach and Charleston is the region that we're currently looking at for that potential impact tomorrow of this making landfall. Here's a look at the live radar feed, by the way. So just to kind of give you a little bit of an eye on the current radar across areas in South Carolina. Again, some of those light to moderate rain bands are starting to move in to areas in the basically along the coastline of South Carolina from Savannah, Georgia, back through about Myrtle Beach. We're starting to see that rain move in. Even into North Carolina, actually, we're starting to see some rain move in near Jacksonville and Wilmington. Again, this is just the beginning of the rainfall. The heaviest bands of rain are still in the basically now either north or west side of the hurricane, and a lot of it right now is just east of Brunswick. Again, this is likely to most likely potentially impact areas along the east coast of Georgia, but regardless, it's most likely to make more impacts there near Charleston as well as into South Carolina as we get closer. Next update just came in, Ben. So the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, if you're just tuning in, the latest update is now that the National Hurricane Center has officially made it so that Hurricane Ian is now up to 80-mile-per-hour sustained winds. Along with that, wind gusts are up to 100 miles per hour, somewhere near there, and bigger update in the cone of uncertainty that shifted slightly further east. So Myrtle Beach is now included in that cone of uncertainty. Charleston from Myrtle Beach. That's the area of where this eye of the hurricane may make landfall tomorrow. It's also forecasted to make landfall as a moderate to maybe strong Category 1 hurricane, with the sustained winds currently being forecasted to reach up to 85 miles per hour upon landfall. So that's the current forecast right now. Again, it was at 75 miles per hour at the 8 p.m. advisory. So it's the latest on that as of right now. Oh, actually, this is an interesting graphic. I haven't shown this one. Let me go back over to this. This is a very interesting graphic for tropical storm force winds and seeing your probability of seeing tropical storm force winds. This is a pretty interesting graphic. This is the wind probabilities. Let me bring this up on here. Wrong screen. Sorry, I'm gonna have to do this twice. This is a look at the wind probabilities. Again, this is from the National Hurricane Center. Gives you an idea of what you can expect for basically if you're going to see tropical storm force winds or greater. So this is from about a minute average of 39-mile-per-hour wind gusts or greater. That basically means that at this point, it's nearly guaranteed that you'll see it still even from the east coast of Florida back through North Carolina. From there, you can see the colors get a little bit more towards green and yellow. That means you have a slightly lesser chance of seeing tropical storm force winds or greater. So the best probability right now, and this is also to do with power outages too, I would say this area, so southern North Carolina, that would be for areas like Wilmington, even maybe near Jacksonville, all the way back through South Carolina. So eastern South Carolina, back through areas like Beaufort, Myrtle Beach, Georgetown, as well as Charleston, will likely see power outages in those areas that are most likely at least going to be scattered, if not even numerous in terms of power outages. So this pink area basically gives you a good idea of where you might see power outages as well tomorrow, because again, tropical storm force winds can very well make some power outages. So a little interesting graphic though to show you there, and the white dot shows where the current eye of the hurricane right now is, which is again east of Florida. It'll eventually again move into South Carolina going into tomorrow. So again, a live look right now at the hurricane. Again, off the coast, let me go back over to the screen. Current look at the live hurricane just off the coast again of South Carolina. It'll be approaching those areas over the next 24 hours. Yeah, there's still some tropical storm force winds in northeast Florida right now. This is a current look at the wind gusts. Jacksonville's near 45 miles per hour. Yeah, again, we're still seeing tropical storm force winds along the east coast of Florida, northeast Florida more specifically. More recently, again, near the coastlines, near airports, for example, we're not yet seeing a lot of estimates above 25 miles per hour, which makes me have to believe, at least at the airports here, a little bit further inland, we're not seeing those wind gusts above tropical storm force winds yet. Now, more recently, we actually do have a wind gust at an airport south of Beaufort at 45 miles per hour. So it seems like if you're right along the beaches and the coast, you're probably beginning to see at least tropical storm force winds in South Carolina, and even maybe even through North Carolina. So all the numbers on your screen are going to give you that idea of the wind gusts currently ongoing. Hey, thanks, Miller. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Virginia, you're talking about like coastal in terms of in terms of storm surge? Is that your question, Katie? A storm surge back up in Virginia will not really be any threat. In fact, it probably won't be any threat at all to Virginia. It'll be more of a potential threat for those over in South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, and it's still Northeast Florida still included in that storm surge potential. So if that's your question, then. All right, this chair for some reason is really uncomfortable. This chair, I don't know what happened to it, but like kind of broke. I don't know. For those that have been here, by the way, back on last Sunday when I did my first Hurricane Ian live stream on the first update from Cuba, my chair broke. Literally, it broke when I was live. So this is a different chair, and it's like broken. Yeah, so here's a look at the National Hurricane or the Storm Prediction Center's update on the severe weather potential for tomorrow. Oh, we'll go and take a look here. Let's go back over to take off the METAR data real quick. Take off the radar too. So this is a current look at the severe weather potential for tomorrow. Again, that's from Virginia Beach back through Wilmington. This is for the potential for a few tornadoes tomorrow. So yeah, again, this is a pretty large area. So from about Maryland back through Wilmington, that's kind of the region where you may see a few tornadoes tomorrow. I would say our probably best chance for that threat will probably be here. So near Route 258, Route 264, just east of Interstate 95. That's probably our better chance at this point for maybe a tornado potential for tomorrow. So we're currently looking at, again, the main threat in that region will be a tornado threat. Other than that, still a little damaging wind threat as well from some strong downburst winds is not out of the question if we get a couple of those stronger storms. So look at our current potential right now. I hope the direction doesn't change further north. I don't think so. No, bro, I did not fall. No, actually, one of the handlebars broke, and I actually ended up, like, leaning another direction when that happened, but... Yes, Ian is still strengthening. It's still a strengthening hurricane. Again, it's at a Category 1 stage. It's at 80 miles per hour. It's forecasted to get upwards of 85, maybe even as high as 90 mile per hour sustained winds upon landfall near South Carolina. So this is still a hurricane to watch as it moves off to the north. It's definitely not out of the question. We could see potentially something very substantial up that direction. And flooding rains, storm surge, big concern is storm surge right now. Life-threatening storm surge along the Carolina coast is expected, especially along that red line from Savannah back through, again, Long Beach, North Carolina. So this entire region has that potential for storm surge between about 3 feet upwards of maybe even 7 feet. So it's a big concern as of right now there. What states will it hit? That's an interesting question. So, I mean, basically the states that will be impacted in some way or another, whether that's rain or like not like the most significant impacts, but basically from eastern Georgia, northeast Tennessee. I'm kind of like circling area here for you. So basically this entire region here will get impacted in some way. So that entire black outlined area, so from about eastern Georgia back through northeast Tennessee into Kentucky, Ohio, they'll at least see some sort of rain. Now, the further closer we go to where this hurricane makes landfall, the more substantial impacts that we're going to see. So power outages, especially in this area here, so near Columbia through Charlotte, back closer to the coastline, near Georgetown, for example, and as well as Myrtle Beach, those areas are going to see much more substantial impacts. But there will be some potential for at least a little bit of rain, you know, in areas like Ohio or Pennsylvania. There may be a little bit of, the remnants of Ian may make some impacts up there. But overall, I mean, the impacts are going to be the greatest in South Carolina, North Carolina, and even the east coast of Georgia and northeastern Florida still having impacts from storm surge at least. But those are the areas that will have the greatest impacts in right now. For those that are in South Carolina, by the way, or North Carolina, is anybody seeing any impacts right now from the hurricane? Or tropical storm, whatever you want to call it, in terms of like winds at least right now and rain. Anybody having any experiences there? I'm curious to see. Because again, I know near Savannah and Charleston, we're beginning to get upwards of tropical storm force winds now. Again, Hurricane Ian is still well to the south. Let's actually get a measurement on here. Yeah, it's still about 210 miles from landfall. So it's still fairly far away. I mean, the radius, though, of the tropical storm force winds is actually quite large. So... Gotta fix my chair. Like a little twisty thing on the back here. It's like broken. Wind and rain in North Carolina. Yeah, North Carolina is an area that we're definitely getting some rain now, especially near Havelock and Wilmington. Those areas are beginning to see some of the outer bands now, so there's definitely some impacts now being made up that direction. Yeah, Charleston again starting to see some rain. We had a more recent report again. Apparently there was some light poles that got knocked down in Charleston. That may have been from some tropical storm force wind gusts. So keep in mind, again, we're already probably starting to begin to see those wind gusts getting pretty high there. Hey, Spectrum, stay safe, by the way. I saw your Discord message. I'm kind of checking Discord and YouTube at the same time, but yeah. Berkeley County is an area to watch for tomorrow for potentially some tropical storm force impacts as well. The only reason why I'm actually familiar with where Berkeley County is because I watch On Patrol Live. If anybody knows what that show is, that's the only reason why I know. I watch that show, and they're in there. By the way, there's a potential for rip currents. For those that might be going to the beach in Florida, there will be some rip current potential along the East Coast. So just a little heads up and down the coastline, there's rip current, at least watches or warnings in effect there. Back up through Virginia Beach, there may also be some rip currents. I know there are gale warnings in effect back up that direction as well. So just keep that in mind. But again, for where we'll see storm surge, that will go from about up here in northeast North Carolina all the way back down through about near Wilmington is the region that we may see a few feet of storm surge. So between 2 to 4 feet, maybe upwards of 5 feet as possible in those regions. And then from this red line and back down here to the south, we'll see between 3 to maybe 7 feet of storm surge in those areas. Again, storm surge is life-threatening and can be very dangerous there to the Carolina coast. We'll have to watch that very closely again tomorrow. So thank you, Pig, for the $5 super chat. Georgetown, 46-mile-per-hour winds. That is probably not anywhere close to what will happen. I would expect for Georgetown right now, I'll probably go ahead and estimate that it's probably be somewhere near 60 to maybe 70 miles per hour. Depending on where this makes landfall, though, it could even be a little bit higher than that. Safely, though, I can at least give you an idea that it'll probably be closer to 70, probably the bare minimum. Because again, it's going to make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane, probably around sustained winds at 80 to 85 miles per hour. So I highly doubt it'll be only 46 miles per hour. But yeah, the radar apps don't always give you the actual numbers, so... Yeah, Live PD, yeah, that's basically what it is. It's a really entertaining show. Again, if you're just tuning in, feel free to hit the subscribe button down below. I would appreciate it. We're actually only 26 subscribers from 22,700. Again, we're keeping up to date with the latest on Hurricane Ian. And if you've been enjoying this coverage so far, and I'm answering your questions, but if you've been enjoying it so far, make sure to hit the like button. We're only 19 likes from 2,000. So make sure to hit the like button. I would really appreciate it. Hey, Maple Leaf, have a great night, by the way. Great night. Appreciate you tuning in. Good to see you again. Yeah, Paul, that's a big concern. Yeah, in Myrtle Beach. Yeah, Myrtle Beach could get hit pretty hard by this. I would take the safe route and just get out of there with that sort of thing. I mean, that's again, winds are probably going to be pretty high up that direction in Myrtle Beach. Again, Myrtle Beach is now in the cone of uncertainty for where the eye may make landfall. So that's a big concern right now. Myrtle Beach through Charleston. Again, take the safe route. For those that are not already aware, back down in Southwest Florida, the cone kept shifting a little bit further south and south and south, and areas like, Naples and whatnot, and Myrtle Beach, or not Myrtle Beach, excuse me, Naples and Fort Myers and whatnot, not everybody, really thought about evacuating because the cone was further off to the north. But you need to realize that the cone here, and like the track here in the middle, is not going to be probably the exact track. It very well could actually track further here to the east and make landfall there in Myrtle Beach. It could go further west. So honestly, actually, I'm going to remove the track so people actually don't get too confused with this. But basically, the cone of uncertainty gives you an idea of where this may make landfall. So from Charleston through Myrtle Beach, that's where it could make landfall. Outside of there, there's still going to be tropical storm and hurricane force impacts potentially, in this entire region once it makes landfall. So it's a large area. It's a larger area than the cone of uncertainty. And actually, I know somebody that's working on a project to make the hurricane cone more user-friendly, so it's more understandable to the general public in terms of threats and whatnot. So actually, I know a little bit of information about that. But thank you, Matt, for the $5 super chat as well. I appreciate it. Pikeville, North Carolina. Let me give you an idea real quick. Let me figure out where that is first, because I'm not from North Carolina. That area of main concern, rainfall totals between maybe 3 to 6 inches is going to be possible. And tornado threat is going to be a little bit higher there. That's actually an area that we may see a few tornadoes in that region. Again, it could be your city, but it would probably be like somewhere around that area. May have a few brief tornadoes at least. That's an area, though, that has a bit more of a bullseye. Again, here's the outlook as of right now. So a slight risk across this area. You are in the slight risk. Yeah, you're in the slight risk. So a few tornadoes possible, though. But yeah, storm surge not a threat. Obviously, you're well inland. And then beyond that, rainfall totals 3 to 6 inches. Winds could get maybe upwards of 45 miles per hour, maybe 50. So you'll see some tropical storm force winds as well, most likely for those areas. Local spin-ups. That basically means there's a potential for a few brief tornadoes network. Local spin-ups is basically another word to say brief tornadoes. It's kind of what it is. But what specific area are you in? Because if you're in like eastern North Carolina, that's possibly a thing that could happen. So yeah, spin ups is basically just another word for National Weather Service, the National Hurricane Center is up to 85 miles per hour. On what? On the winds? On the, they're on the forecasted winds is 85. I'm pretty sure it's not updated to 85 though. In terms of the actual right now. If it is, then let me know via Twitter, because I don't have an actual proof of that, because on their website it says 80. Oh, wait, okay, we actually have an update. Okay, it's official. So, according to the National Hurricane Center, another update, Hurricane Ian has actually strengthened even more. It's up to 85 mile per hour sustained winds right now. So, that's another big update on Twitter. So, Hurricane Ian is now up to 85 mile per hour sustained winds. Again, it has increased even more from the update that we just had. So, for those, again, this actually could get to a Category 2 hurricane. It's not out of the question. But 85 mile per hour sustained winds is now what it's up to. Again, the Air Force Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicated that Ian's maximum winds have increased to near 85 miles per hour. Pressure has also dropped by 2 millibars. So that is, again, a big update. It is now up to 85 mile per hour sustained winds. That's maximum sustained winds. Wind gusts are probably just over 100 miles per hour now near the eye. That is, again, a update that literally just came in. That's not the advisory that we had. That is the latest update. But that is definitely something that is not a good sign, by the way. So again, Hurricane Ian is potentially, it could make landfall as a Category 2 now, long term. It's not out of the question anymore. So that's our latest update there. And 85 mile per hour sustained winds is now what it's up to. It's strengthened again. Our latest update. That is interesting, though. Again, I wasn't actually expecting it to increase like that. I mean, that, again, 85 mile per hour winds is what's up to, 105 mile per hour wind gusts approximately. And again, upon landfall, it's still forecast to be a Category 1 hurricane. That could change, though, at the 2 a.m. or 5 a.m. advisory. So just keep that in mind. Again, we may actually have a bit stronger of a hurricane potentially here. I do not, Evan, know. This thing doesn't know when to quit. Honestly, it's crazy that this hurricane, again, big update from the National Hurricane Center. Again, if you're just tuning in, it's up to 85 mile per hour sustained winds. That is higher than what the 11 p.m. advisory was at. So a Hurricane Hunter found higher winds than what we just saw. So that's kind of crazy. That was a pretty big update. Here's a look, by the way. The wind's actually starting to pick up in Mount Pleasant right now. The camera's shaking a little bit. Wind is definitely starting to pick up a little bit. You can see it on the trees there. Again, at the top of your screen. So yeah, the camera's actually beginning to shake a little bit there. So we are actually starting to see potentially some tropical storm force winds, and the stoplight has just turned red, by the way. Just a weird observation. Here's a look at Mount Pleasant as well from a different perspective. And we're not seeing nearly as much here. Looks like just rain still. Again, a lot of light rain in that area. And let's go back over to the Charleston Bridge. This is on US 17. Again, we have not seen a whole lot of cars out there on the roadways. Everybody's preparing for Hurricane Ian to potentially make landfall between Charleston and as well as Myrtle Beach. That's our latest update on those couple of locations. Again, at the bottom right of your screen is another area that we're watching as well tonight. So you can kind of watch that live cam as we go along. That is currently out of the same area that we're just looking at in Mount Pleasant. So we've been watching that area a little bit closely. So if you want to keep an eye on the live cam, you can see that at the bottom right of your screen. Any chance for it to become a Category 2? Honestly, in the latest update, honestly, it could potentially become a Category 2 before landfall. So it's possible. With how Ian has been, there's no question that that's not out of the, the cards basically at this point for Ian. It very well could get upwards of 95, 100 miles per hour, especially since it's now up to 85 miles per hour in the latest update. Again, that is a new update, so is becoming a little bit stronger than what was originally forecast. Again, it was forecast to make landfall as a Category 1, sustained winds at 75. It very well could be upwards of 90 to 95 upon landfall, though, and potentially even higher than that. Again, it's not out of the question. I don't think this gets to a major hurricane, but it possibly could get to a Category 2, which is not something that you want or want to hear, because this has already made a lot of damage to Florida. We do not need more damage to the Carolinas, and it seems like it might be a dual shot at this point with this hurricane. Again, landfall is expected tomorrow around 2 to 4 o'clock, so... Do you think I'll be live when it makes landfall? Possibly. I'm not 100% sure yet. I have an essay due tomorrow, so I don't know. See. Again, if you're just tuning in, make sure to hit the subscribe button. We're only 6 subscribers from 22,750. I would appreciate, again, if you hit the subscribe button. Again, we're going to keep you updated with the latest information on Hurricane Ian As it continues to track out towards South Carolina, again, power outages are expected to be scattered to numerous across a large portion of South Carolina and as well as southern North Carolina tomorrow. We actually have a graphic that you can go ahead and see here. This is my current forecast, if you will, for power outages tomorrow, at least in South Carolina. And again, the red basically indicates it's likely that we'll at least see around scattered power outages in these areas. It does not mean everybody will lose power, but from tropical storm to hurricane force winds, this is an area tomorrow that will probably at least see some scattered power outages and then more isolated power outages in that yellow shaded region. Charleston, Myrtle Beach, though, this region most likely going to be widespread power outages, if not at least numerous, due to the hurricane's landfall. So and something to keep in mind in terms of the overall power outages. Lancaster, Florence, Columbia, and Orangeburg likely to at least see some scattered power outages, though, there across those portions of I was about to say California, across portions of South Carolina. I don't know where California came from. All right, there we go. All schools in my county near Charlotte are closed tomorrow. Thank you, Kimberly, for the report. So, we're talking about Charlotte, North Carolina, I'm guessing. I'm actually surprised. They're canceling classes tomorrow. There will be some tropical storm force winds potentially, so that's definitely a possibility at this point. Yeah, Ian, guys, I'm almost guaranteeing you, Ian, the name of this hurricane will almost be retired. I'm almost guaranteeing you that at this point. I mean, again, it could become a Category 2 before landfall now with the latest update. It's possible. Yeah, and it's up to 85-mile-per-hour sustained winds. It could strengthen over the Atlantic Ocean waters. This is not a good thing, by the way. This is, again, not something you want to see in the Carolinas at all. It's not a good update to hear at all. Hey, thanks, video, by the way. I appreciate it. But things are changing fast with Ian. Things are changing fast. Georgetown will experience high tide at 1:09 p.m. Oh, that's like the worst timing, I think, for this storm surge, too. Just a little bit after that is when the storm surge will probably peak, but... Thank you, by the way, everybody, for subscribing. The chat basically just reset with everybody subscribing. I apologize. So, again, if you have any questions, feel free to post those in the chat. I'll try to get through some of them as well throughout this live stream. So, again, if you feel free. Again, this is a pretty interactive live stream here. And, again, we have a live cam at the bottom right of your screen out of Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, where we're beginning to see the winds pick up a little bit. So, we'll be watching that area closely. Again, Charleston is another area that we have a couple of live cams on as well. We're watching that area closely as well. Our latest update, by the way, is a tree is in the roadway just west of Interstate 95, west of Beaufort. We actually have a tree in the roadway. Appeared at Deerfield Road, so just west of Interstate 95. We have a little bit of wind damage, again, starting to begin over in those areas. A lot of it's from just a little bit of tropical storm force winds right now, on the lower side right now in those areas. The tornado potential tomorrow will be in this area. I'll go ahead and show you guys on screen here again. This is the tornado threat for tomorrow, so it again includes that yellow shaded region. Goes from about southern Maryland back through southeast Virginia into the North Carolina region. So south, or basically just east of Raleigh, is probably going to be a better potential for at least a tornado potential tomorrow. Again, this entire area, a few tornadoes may occur. They most likely will be on the brief side. They will probably not be that strong. So any tornado threat, though, will be probably embedded in those outer bands. So tomorrow, most likely the best potential for that will be the afternoon and evening. I have to stream until this storm is reduced to a depression. Hey, I've been streaming, literally, you guys, I've been streaming every single day Hurricane Ian since last Sunday. So I've been streaming this for, what's today, Thursday? Yeah, it's Thursday night. So yeah, I've been streaming for like 4 or 5 days in a row now. And it might be a 6th day in a row tomorrow, so we'll see. You're good, Chloe, no problem at all. Thanks, Louis, by the way, for the report. Appreciate it. So we're starting, again, from a chat report, Florence, South Carolina, beginning to see some rain and wind. That's, again, back up here. So some of the outer bands are starting to reach there. It looks like very light rain right now, but a little bit of light rain is starting to begin there. Again, a lot of the heaviest rain is still off the coast. Flooding potential will increase going to tomorrow at this point. So thanks, Stout. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, Dragon, how you doing? I'm glad you got power back, by the way. I know a lot of Florida has had a lot of power outages at this point. Power outages have been substantial in Florida. They are starting to go down, by the way. The latest update, we're actually down to 2.2 million people without power in the state of Florida. It was at 2.6 million this morning. So some good news a little bit out of Florida. Obviously, there's a lot of bad news, though, unfortunately. But obviously, power outages have been very concerning there. Almost 25% of the state was without power from Hurricane Ian. So pretty substantial stuff there. Marcia, there is a potential for some rain. Remnants of Ian could impact southern New England going into this upcoming weekend, but it's going to be a pretty low chance at this point. Hey, thanks, Ray. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Appreciate you subscribing. Appreciate it a lot. Also, this stream has officially reached over 100,000 total views in 2 hours. That's basically the most views I've ever had in a span of anywhere under 3 hours. So it's crazy. I appreciate everybody tuning in. By the way, I'm glad that people are tuning into a live stream like this, so I can at least give you some idea of what you can expect. I try to keep it as interactive as possible. Try to get as many questions as possible, so you guys at least are prepared and stay safe. That's my main goal here. Really, that's really been always the main goal. So I'm glad so many people are tuning in. I'm glad I'm able to help so many people tonight. Again, we were at like almost 5,000 views earlier, so it's just crazy, but glad I'm keeping so many people safe. Again, if you have any questions, like, try to put them in the chat. Again, I'll try to get to as many as I can. I'm only one person, and there's like 3,000 people, so I'll try to get to as many as possible, though. Why has every forecast been wrong? I don't think every forecast has been wrong. What you're even referring to, because really all the forecasts have been actually really right. National Hurricane Center actually had the cone of uncertainty over, you know, the area where it made landfall in Florida like a week ago, and this has pretty much been the cone of uncertainty for the last few days as well, going to South Carolina. So at least for the last 48 hours, I'd say there was a lot of uncertainty when before it made landfall in Florida, if it would go up. Like this was like kind of the dilemma before. Computer models were kind of all over the place. I was saying it was going to make landfall days ago between Tampa and Cape Coral, somewhere along the west coast at least, was what I was mentioning, because the Panhandle was still included at one point in the cone of uncertainty. But what ended up changing was, again, a lot of computer models were very consistent with the landfall on the west coast of Florida. So really from there was a big question mark on whether it would go this direction, if it would go a bit more like this, or if it would go more like this. And obviously we've seen a very reminiscent track of Hurricane Charlie. So Charlie was a very similar hurricane to what we're seeing with, at least right now, with Hurricane Ian. So kind of an interesting little background on that, because again, Hurricane Ian had a much larger eye wall when it made landfall and whatnot, but Hurricane Charlie's eye wall fit right inside of that eye wall of the size of Ian. You've seen that picture or diagram over on Facebook or any of the social media platforms. It's pretty crazy. Any of the theme parks get damaged in Florida? I've seen a little bit of damage. I haven't seen anything that crazy, but I've seen like a few trees down, branches, a little bit of flooding as well, but that's about it. I haven't seen anything that crazy, though. It's been, for the most part, on the minor end. So a lot more just like thunderstorm activity, if you will. Thank you, by the way, for the $5 super chat from Jax. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for your support. How much storm surge will Jacksonville, Florida see before it's completely done? Jacksonville, Florida is still in the risk for between, I believe, 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. Let me double check that number, though, because that area is at high tide within the next hour, I'm pretty sure. So storm surge will become a concern really within the next hour or two. 3 to 5 feet is the range. From the Flagler-Volusia County line, which is near Daytona Beach, Florida, back all the way through basically southern portions of Georgia, or southern portions of South Carolina. So Beaufort would be included in that potential for between 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. Where's Ian heading after South Carolina? This is the cone of uncertainty. It looks pretty much like we have pretty much gotten a pretty good determination of where this will go. It's going to go through North Carolina and then eventually Virginia, and then into West Virginia. That's basically the track. I mean, there's not going to be much beyond that. It will eventually start to move east after a while and go into the Atlantic Ocean again. So the remnants of Ian could end up going towards areas like basically into southern New England. So thank you, Kevin, by the way, for the $1.50 super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you. Get the sport. Actually, I do have a live cam. Let's see what the live cam at the bottom right of the screen again is out of Mount Pleasant. I'm not seeing any new updates there. Again, we have like 8 different live cams, so anything starts getting hairy, we'll be able to pull back over to one of those at any time. But right now, it seems like no crazy impacts yet along the areas that we have live cams. Just again, from about Myrtle Beach back through Charleston is the range that we have live cams for tonight. Head back toward Beaufort, South Carolina. Beaufort will see rain out of this and wind. Storm surge is also a possibility. 3 to 5 feet of storm surge could occur near Beaufort, South Carolina, and as well as the potential for maybe a few inches of rain. Again, there's a little bit of this light rain right now. Beyond that, though, there's also a potential for tropical storm force winds up to 60, maybe even 65 miles per hour. So, hey, thanks, Jax, for another $2 super chat. Again, I appreciate it. Can you send it to Washington, D.C.? Washington, D.C. could see a little bit of rain, but there won't be anything that substantial out of this. Yeah, so for those that are wondering on where the eye of this hurricane will go, and again, it's currently a Category 1 hurricane. Sustained winds, again, have increased by 10 miles per hour from the latest update, so it's up to 85 miles per hour. But the eye is most likely going to go somewhere between Myrtle Beach and Charleston. It's not going to take this big of a turn into Savannah. It's just not really, that's not even possible at this point. Wilmington it's pretty much out of the question at this point as well. It's most likely going to continue its northerly track, maybe go a little bit closer to Charleston. Again, the track from most computer models has been towards Charleston, so it seems like a bit more of a more likely than not scenario to impact that area. Have I ever visited Beaufort? I've actually been there before. I've traveled through it. It's a nice town. I'm not sure how bad it gets in Beaufort in terms of storm surge. I have no clue. I wasn't there for long enough to know. Charleston right now? Actually, we have a live cam out of there, but I don't remember which one it was. I should have labeled all these live cams before I actually put them on here. Let's go to this one first. This is Myrtle Beach right now. So Myrtle Beach, again, not a whole lot on here. Just a look at, again, US 501. Again, not a whole lot of cars on the roadways. It's not overly wet there either yet. Again, more rainfall and wind will begin overnight tonight. This is a view from the Isle of Palm, South Carolina. That's not far from Charleston. Not a whole lot going on there yet either. Just a little bit of wind more than anything. And that's basically it right now. Just maybe a few little wind gusts, maybe up to 20 to 30 miles per hour. A little bit of light rain potentially in that area. Here's a look at Charleston, South Carolina on US 17 on the bridge. And again, nice view there. Nothing too crazy yet. It's the calm before the storm at this point there in Charleston. And looks actually pretty nice right now. No a whole lot of cars on the roadway either. So we're seeing there as of right now. Again, bottom right of your screen will be Mount Pleasant for those that are curious as well. Thank you for a $5 super chat as well from Crunch. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for your support. Will this affect Hilton Head Island? Yes, Hilton Head Island will see impacts from this. I've actually been there before too. Hilton Head Island will most likely see tropical storm force winds, maybe even a little bit of storm surge, and as well, storm surge 3 to 5 feet in that area. And along with that, there's a potential for rainfall totals up to 3 inches. But I would say probably the biggest concern would be tropical storm force winds and maybe a little bit of storm surge as well. Only sprinkly in Myrtle Beach. That's not bad. Yeah, Myrtle Beach right now, light rain right now moving through that area. Here's a look right now at the live radar. It seems like you're in a little bit of a break right now, so. And we got a super chat train right now. Hey, thanks, York. I appreciate it. Stay safe in Charleston, or at least hope your family stays safe there in Charleston. No, it's gonna be a long day tomorrow though, for sure, across the Carolina coast. Myrtle Beach, Charleston, those areas are not gonna be a fun day at all. But I hope your family again does stay safe there in Charleston. And between Charleston and Myrtle Beach is really the area that we're watching for tomorrow for really big impacts. So again, it's not going to be nearly as bad as what Category 4 hurricane Ian did to the Southwest Florida area, but it will still be some pretty substantial impacts. Again, rip currents will be a potential, but more than anything, it's more storm surge there along those coastlines from Charleston back through Myrtle Beach and really up and down the North Carolina as well as down through Florida. It's a large area that we're looking at in terms of storm surge. I mean, again, we could see storm surge as far north as northeast North Carolina and all the way back through Florida. We're still seeing storm surge right now, so it's just such a large area. So thank you, RV, by the way, for the $5 super chat as well. I appreciate it. Again, we're on like a super chat train right now. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Hey. Yeah, I know. I was actually, for those that are curious, I did get impacted by this hurricane. I'm thankful that I did not get impacted to the extent that a lot of people did. I actually had to evacuate from the original place I was in because it was way too unsafe. So, but yeah, it's been a crazy last 72 hours, 96 hours. Again, I had to evacuate. I've been doing, this is like 30, almost 40 hours of streaming this week. And yeah, it's been a very, very hectic week. And, you guys are not the only ones that are being impacted. There's so many other people, including me too. Again, I've been doing weather live streams across the nationwide for months now. And, this is my first time I've actually experienced a hurricane firsthand. Now, I did not experience it to the extent as what the West Coast did, obviously. But also, thank you, Carla, for the $2 super chat as well. I appreciate it. Have I ever seen Forrest Gump? Yes, I have. I think almost everybody has probably watched that movie at this point. Like a iconic movie, I would say. By the way, just a friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in, again, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. We are closing in on 23,000 subscribers. In fact, we're only 98 away. And also, if you're tuning in, make sure to hit the like button down below. We're almost to 2,500 likes. And the more likes that there are, the more likely this can get out to more people that are in the track of this. And again, we'll keep you updated with the latest information as this again closes in on South Carolina and North Carolina. Well, Columbia, South Carolina, feel the storm. Yeah, you'll see at least tropical storm force winds, but overall damage shouldn't be too crazy there, but you may at least see some tropical storm force winds upwards of 50 miles per hour. More concerningly, maybe a rain potential between 3 to 5 inches. I would say Columbia will at least feel some impacts, but they will not be the worst hit by this by any means. But yeah, you'll at least see some impacts up there. Forrest Gump was actually, it was filmed in South Carolina. I did not know that. I don't know why we're talking about Forrest Gump, though. What is the chances this will be the 7th Category 2 landfall in South Carolina's history? I would go ahead and say at this point, with our latest National Hurricane Center update and knowing that Hurricane Ian is now up to 85-mile-per-hour winds, it could potentially make landfall as a Category 2 hurricane. Again, it's a low chance still. It's like I would say it's still like a 30% chance now, but it's definitely possible at this point that this could make landfall as a Category 2 hurricane. We'll have to see what happens overnight. Again, it has intensified, though, so it's definitely something to watch. Storm surge might even be a little bit higher as well than forecast. It could go up a couple extra feet. But yeah, this is going to be a hurricane to watch very closely for. Again, tomorrow morning is when it's going to, or tomorrow afternoon is when it makes landfall in South Carolina around 2 or 3 p.m. But impacts will be felt as early as tomorrow morning for a lot of these areas. If not, you're already probably seeing some wind gusts at least in Charleston and Myrtle Beach. And obviously, a lot of these areas are already beginning to see the first outer bands of rain. So some of it, for the most part, is light rain. We haven't seen a whole lot of moderate or heavy rain yet, but we'll see that obviously as we get closer. Saw it on radar. It looks like it's going to hit twice. What do you mean by that? What's the worst case scenario? Worst case scenario is that this does get to a Category 2 hurricane. At this point, I don't think it gets to a Category 3. It's almost impossible for it to get to a Category 3, but there's a chance, again, it gets to a Category 2. It's low, I would say, right now. Again, the forecast is that this makes landfall from the National Hurricane Center as a Category 1, sustained winds around 85 miles per hour. I'm going to stick with that for now. I'm not going to increase it by my standards, at least. I'm not going to, say this can make landfall as a Cat 2, because there's just not enough evidence or enough confidence at this point to back that up, because there's just not really... Again, anything that can really rapidly intensify this before it makes landfall. Even though it's over open Atlantic Ocean waters, look at this real quick. This is the infrared imagery on this is the water vapor imagery, excuse me, for this current ongoing hurricane. And you can see all the dry air on the back end of this. It's just so substantial. There's really nothing on the back end here. So, really seeing the strengthen that much here over the next 12 to 16 hours is probably pretty unlikely. Again, a lot of dry air around this. And, but there has been some more organization, I would have to say, with Hurricane Ian at this point. And it's currently forecasted, though, make landfall around 85 to 90 miles per hour, most likely at this point. That's at least the forecast. But the latest update, again, was that this made the hurricane hunters went into this hurricane and found that Hurricane Ian was actually a little bit stronger at sustained winds at 85 miles per hour. So for those that are tuning in and heard the first update that was at 80 miles per hour, it's actually increased 5 more miles per hour. So it's been a little bit of an update there. High pressure, it's way back up here in the basically New England area right now. Or not New England, excuse me, basically up in here in Canada. Somewhere back up there. I think it might be closer to Michigan right now. We actually put it on a map here. Yeah, there you go. So it's right there. Right about there. There's your high pressure right now. Back up near Toronto. That's also back up to the north. Again, drier air coming out of the north, back on the west side of this hurricane. And that's why we're not going to see much rain in areas like central and western Georgia, for example. By the way, guys, if you're going to ask a question, do not repeat it more than twice in the same small time frame, because otherwise you're just going to get timed out by a mod. Friendly reminder, do not spam questions. You can ask them about once every minute, and I'll try to get to them again. I'm trying to get to as many questions as possible. Hey, stay safe, Squidward, by the way. Stay safe. South Charlotte has had increase of winds for most of the day. Yeah, the winds are going to increase, and I would say Charlotte, again, it's pretty far off to the north here. Let's look at the METAR data here. But the winds may start to increase a little bit there. I mean, winds are going to increase as, again, this hurricane gets closer. The highest wind gusts I've seen, at least by METAR data, which is, again, the airports in the area, it was like 45, 50 miles per hour near Beaufort earlier. But other than that, wind gusts have been pretty consistent between 20 to 30 miles per hour. But again, tropical storm force winds are expected overnight tonight if you're not already seeing them. METAR data is not always accurate either. We could see some pockets of higher winds in these areas as well. But just another little perspective there. But I know we've had a couple of damage reports already west of Charleston from at least some minor damage. And South Carolina, by the way, currently 3,000 customers are without power. We actually officially have our first isolated power outage in Beaufort County. 2,000 people are without power out of 78,000 that are tracked according to poweroutage.us. So we will officially have our first little power outages in Beaufort County. So a little heads up there for those. Again, Beaufort County, we are beginning to see at least some isolated power outages. Mariano, it's a Category 1 hurricane. The wind speeds, though, have increased from 75 to 85 miles per hour now. Just a friendly reminder, by the way, if you've not already, again, feel free to hit the subscribe button down below if you're enjoying the content. Again, we're only at 48 subscribers from 23,000. Pretty crazy if we could hit that tonight. I do appreciate, again, everybody subscribing and liking the stream tonight. We're only 10 likes as well from 2,500. So again, more likes that we have, usually it gets out to more people that are in the track of this hurricane. And hopefully I'm providing as much knowledge to you as I can in terms of what we're expecting over the next, again, 24 to 48 hours here across the southeast United States, as well as the mid-Atlantic region. We're also going to be watching for very closely for at least some rain, the bare minimum. Been super windy today. I'm scared. It depends on where you are at, but yeah, the wind's been pretty, actually, for those that are curious here, the winds have actually been pretty high near Jacksonville still. And Jacksonville still, I mean, this area here along the northeastern portions of Florida is still seeing tropical storm force winds, and they've been seeing it since yesterday afternoon. It's been going on for a while. And hurricanes, again, way back over here, Category 1 hurricane, so it's pretty impressive, and I should probably put a 1 here, but this is where the Category 1 hurricane is right now. Still bringing winds, again, back out of the north and northwest, or north and northeast right now, towards areas like Jacksonville and whatnot, so we're still seeing some pretty high winds there. Along with St. Augustine. St. Augustine's still seeing at least some wind gusts, not nearly as high as before. But again, Daytona Beach saw a lot of flooding today. For those that have not seen the photos, I have a lot on Twitter. So again, the Twitter link is pinned in the chat if you want to go check out those photos. But yeah, there's been a lot of flooding there in Daytona Beach. Got a lot of photos there. Some crazy flooding. That area had upwards of 12 to 16 inches of rain today. Orlando wind just stopped. Hey, there you go. Yeah, central, again, drier air is starting to usher in there. If we go back over to the water vapor imagery, let me show you this. So this is a look at the water vapor imagery right here. So yeah, you have all this drier air that's ushering behind it. And so almost all of Florida at this point is, for the most part, drying out. The only exception at this point would be basically near Jacksonville. There's still a smidge, like a very little chance of like maybe a shower. But at this point, it's pretty much dried out across Florida. Also, the winds are still high, though. I mean, despite the dry air, we're still seeing wind gusts above 35, 40 miles per hour here. So we're still talking about tropical storm force winds potentially still near Jacksonville and northeastern Florida. And that's really why we still have this tropical storm warning in effect from Daytona Beach back through Jacksonville. So that would explain why we still have that warning ongoing. And there's storm surge still potentially going to happen there between 3 to 5 feet. I know near Jacksonville still currently forecasted. So that's the latest update there. Still seeing a little bit of light rain there near the coast. So that's also another thing there. Fusion, I'm pretty sure that area there is going to probably see a pretty substantial amount of storm surge, potentially up to 7 feet is the current forecast. Hey, Sarah, I hope she stays safe. Yeah, Daytona Beach was absolutely hammered today. I've been mentioning it for the last several days. That area is going to see a lot of rain, and it obviously did. And unfortunately, it's really sad what we saw up there at Daytona Beach, because there was, again, streets are flooded on end at Daytona Beach still. It's been like that literally all day today. Okay, that could potentially get upwards. If it were to get down to 970 millibars, that typically equivalates to around a category, at least a very strong category 1, sometimes a little like a low-end category 2. But again, I think it's probably going to get to at least a strong category 1 upon landfall. So winds may increase another 10 miles per hour before landfall. And we're only, by the way, 17 subscribers from a milestone of 23,000 subscribers. Again, if you've not already, I would appreciate if you hit the subscribe button. It's crazy how much we've grown again in the last week. I can't believe it, but yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to pop them in the chat. I'll try to get to some here. Virginia Beach wind speeds, highest I would expect is 25 to 35 miles per hour. I don't think you'll get the tropical storm force winds, though. Wind gusts. Savannah, Georgia is primarily a wind concern, maybe upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour. You may also see some rain. You are seeing some lighter rain right now, but rainfall totals could reach maybe up to 3 to 4 inches at the highest, but I think it would be lower than that at this point. There, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, I know. There's just been so many people impacted by Hurricane Ian, especially across Florida. And Daytona Beach was one of the areas that you may have not thought would have saw that many impacts because, you know, it's on the East Coast. The hurricane would have weakened, but that's not necessarily true. Florida is one of those states where, you know, if a hurricane crosses across the state or even a tropical storm, it can still bring impacts to both coasts. It doesn't just have to be one coastline that sees those sort of impacts. And also not just that, but the hurricane and where all the rain was all on the north and west side of the hurricane. So when it went through Florida, so much substantial rain went through Daytona Beach, which again, they saw upwards of 12 to 16 inches of rain. So rain was a huge concern there going into the last several days. And obviously it shows on the roads and whatnot. They've had a lot of rain. Very unfortunate what we've seen there. Somerville, South Carolina is a great concern to me. Let me figure out where that is first. I'll try to figure out where that is. Entirely familiar with every town in South Carolina. Oh, that's near Charleston. I would expect the potential for hurricane force winds does exist in that area, so you may see winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. Storm surge won't probably impact you that much, I don't think, because I don't think that's that close to at least any of these rivers or anything like that. But you also could potentially, main threat I would say would be rainfall upwards of 6 to 8 inches, and also the potential for at least a little bit of potentially 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. So just be prepared for power outages in that area. Also make sure everyone, if you're in South Carolina, make sure you're prepared, have flashlights on hand, have phones charged, make sure you're charging anything that can provide light. Make sure you're charging those things tonight in case there is, again, power outages tomorrow, which there very likely will be across South Carolina. I'm giving you that warning right now, and also North Carolina. Just make sure you're taking those proper precautions because there very well may be some scattered power outages, if not, even maybe widespread across a large portion, again, of South and North Carolina. And just make sure you're taking those proper precautions tonight, because I know we're getting very close, again, this making landfall. It's only 12 hours out, so just make sure that you are, again, being prepared at this point for this to make landfall. And we're probably going to see some pretty substantial impacts. And by the way, I appreciate everybody subscribing. We officially hit 23,000 subscribers. Again, that could have not been done with any of you guys, so I really do appreciate it. Again, I appreciate your support a lot. I would give a speech, but I have a lot of questions, so I want to get through those. Speech. I don't know why I call it a speech. It's not usually a speech. Replace my local weather. I've actually, you know, it's funny. I've actually watched South Carolina weather before. And, holy crap! I can't even see chat anymore. It just went flying by with all these subscribers. But yeah, I've watched North Carolina or South Carolina weather before. It's I've watched a couple of local stations, but yeah, it's not really a state that you have. Really, the weather in South Carolina is typically pretty much almost the same year round. It doesn't change too much. Obviously, during the winter, there's some different patterns, and then during the summer, there's obviously it's a lot hotter there and whatnot. But interesting. Hey, thanks, Miss K. I appreciate it. Tornado threat for Williamsburg, Virginia. Let me figure out where that is first. Not familiar with Virginia either. Not familiar with most of these areas. Williamsburg, Virginia is currently on like the little low to medium end. Again, the threat tomorrow is really in that like low to medium side. Again, a few isolated tornadoes may occur. Here's the look currently at the outlook for tomorrow. Again, it's a slight risk for about Maryland back through Wilmington, and it goes into like extreme eastern South Carolina. But the main concern is the potential for a few brief and weak tornadoes is the main concern. I can't rule out like an isolated strong tornado, but it seems very unlikely at this point with how the setup of this hurricane is right now. So, hey, no problem, RVing. No problem at all. That's what I'm here for. I know a lot of people don't have local coverage and whatnot, so. Coco, I have no clue. I'm going to be live, it seems like, at least for the next, essentially 2 hours. I don't know, we'll see. Essentially a little bit longer than that, but I did not expect to have 3,000 viewers at this point. I really wasn't. I'll be answering questions and whatnot, and obviously going through any new updates that we get. We also have a 2 a.m. advisory coming out in 2 hours, but see if I make it to that. Yeah, tornado threat will be probably most likely in between. I'll kind of actually give you my idea for a tornado threat. So tornado potential will likely be greatest in this region tomorrow. It's going to primarily be in the areas that are circled there. It's a bit more of a threat there from the, again, the outer bands and whatnot that we're going to see tomorrow from Hurricane Ian. For my water, by the way. And yeah, that's really the area that has really the best ingredients for that potential for maybe a couple of tornadoes. And again, that's a threat they'll have to watch for tomorrow across those regions. There's spilt water all across my desk, by the way. There we go. Water jug, and it's almost empty, but be able to live with it. I'm back over to here. Not again. Hey, no problem, Gustavo. No problem at all. Yeah, flooding's a concern tomorrow. Again, it's going to be primarily in eastern North Carolina, or excuse me, eastern South Carolina. Really, this area is, again, where I would expect the greatest flooding concern. Between potentially 4 to 8 inches of rain may occur tomorrow there from, again, Columbia through Myrtle Beach. Areas just off to here to the north could also see upwards of 4 to maybe 6 inches, or sorry, 3 to 6 inches. Let's rewrite this. So about 3 to 6 inches up here, and then back over here again in portions of central and eastern South Carolina could see between 4 to 7 inches, with, again, isolated amounts being a little bit higher is definitely possible. We very well could see areas upwards of 10 inches. Again, depends on where this huge area of rain sets up tomorrow, and we'll be able to figure that out as we get closer. But thank you, Beach, for the $3 super chat. Hey, I appreciate your service, by the way. I really do. You know, getting the power back on in Florida is going to be very difficult with how many power outages there are, but I do appreciate you being out there, because obviously right now, for those that are not familiar with how many power outages there are in Florida, it's currently at 2.2 million people without power in the state of Florida. That is out of 11 million people. And most of that is in Southwest Florida, but Volusia County, which is Daytona Beach, which saw the extreme flooding today, is still about 60% without power. So the power outages there are just incredible. I mean, it's catastrophic is really the word that I should put for it. It's really insane. I mean, 2.2 million people without power is just such a high number. Now, a lot of those people are probably evacuated. For those in Southwest Florida, a lot of those people I would assume evacuated, but that's still a large number regardless. Thank you, by the way, MTO, for the $1 super chat as well. I appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate the support. And if you're enjoying the stream so far, by the way, and you want to support my page above and beyond, again, there's donation links down below. I do this all the time, by the way. Again, I've been live streaming for like 40 hours this week, so I do really appreciate the support. And, yeah. No way for power, and we've only had tropical storm force winds. Really? Already lost power? I missed another super chat? I did. No, I got to that one. Oh, thank you, MTO, for the $2 super chat. Sorry, I missed that. Get it. Thank you, Sarah, for the $2 super chat. Fairfax, South Carolina. Let me look that up real quick. I, for some reason, not get the right code here. Fairfax, main concern, probably just tropical storm force winds. I don't expect much beyond that. That's going to be probably very light rain, if any. And yeah, that's not going to be impacted that crazy. I mean, really, Fairfax won't see too much, in my opinion. It'll probably just mainly be a little bit of rain and wind more than anything. Maybe up to an inch of rain, though. Hilton Head Island's already seeing power outages. Hilton Head Island is actually, so there was 2,000 people without power in Beaufort County. It does seem like, though, in the latest update from poweroutages.us that they have restored power there to some extent. There's still 1,200 people without power in Beaufort, but it was originally at 2,000, so there was a lot of power outages there. Yeah, this hurricane, again, has made 3 landfalls. One in Cuba, one in Florida, and one in South Carolina. It's going to at least make one in South Carolina. So it's crazy. 3 landfalls is just insane. Let's go over to a couple of the live cams real quick while we got a second. Let's go first over to Myrtle Beach. We'll see if there's any new updates there as of now. And we're not seeing anything too crazy out there. Again, roadways are pretty quiet there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina on US 501. Again, further north we go, the less impacts that we're seeing right now. And it's actually, we're in a bit of a dry stage there. There's not a whole lot of rain there in Myrtle Beach as of right now. Isle of Palms, rain is picking up, though. We can see a little bit of light rain as of now. It wasn't raining there the last time I looked. Winds are, the trees are swaying a little bit, so there's a little bit of wind out there. Definitely nothing beyond tropical, so really nothing beyond 30 miles per hour, I would say, at this given time. Look at Charleston, South Carolina along US 17. This is the bridge, by the way, in Charleston. It's a pretty well-known bridge there. I don't know what the name of it is, but I know it's a pretty well-known bridge. But this is an area that we're, again, not seeing a whole lot right now. Not a whole lot of cars on the roadway either. Again, a lot of people are preparing and hunkering down as Hurricane Ian, again, approaches the South Carolina coastline. Back over closer to Mount Pleasant, trees are swaying a little bit more here. It seems like Mount Pleasant, we're beginning to see a little bit more of tropical storm force winds beginning there. They may have already been ongoing, but they're definitely starting to get a little bit higher here. Looking here, you can see, again, a little bit more of that seeing there on the palm trees on the left and top side of your screen. And again, really no cars are out there on the roadways. Again, it's 11 p.m. granted, but we're definitely not really seeing a whole lot of people there out on the roadways. And our last camera view is over in St. Johns River. And again, this is an area that is seeing some storm surge right now. We really can't see a whole lot of storm surge here. Again, we're kind of on the river on the bridges, but this is over in Jacksonville, Florida. Again, this area is still not out of the question in terms of at least right now seeing storm surge. There's still some storm surge ongoing there in Jacksonville, but that is, again, an area that I've been watching pretty closely for that potential for at least a little bit of storm surge. They've had it actually a lot earlier today, at least in St. Augustine. So one of those areas today. Thank you, missionaries, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate your generosity. Do I think a category 2 is possible with the 2 a.m. update? It depends on if it strengthens. Because currently it's at 85 mile per hour sustained winds. It realistically could get a little bit higher than that as it approaches Charleston and Myrtle Beach. Yeah, it could get upwards of a category 2. It's definitely possible. But we'll have to wait and see. And the chances of it right now are still low, I would say. But yeah, I'd say it's pretty low right now. But it's possible. Again, it's not impossible for it to happen. It's actually quite possible. Just depends on how this intensifies over the next 12 hours. It has, again, had a bit more of reorganization now. So I'll have to wait and see, though, as it approaches Charleston and Myrtle Beach. Again, we'll have the 2 a.m. update. I don't know if they'll give us an update on wind speed. They probably will. But the 5 a.m. update will probably have a bigger update then. Guys, don't compare me to him. I don't want to be compared to people. For the love of God. Just, honestly, this weather page has always been a passion, so. I've been doing weather stuff for 3 years, and I never, you know, it was mostly on Facebook up until this year, but always North Texas weather up until this past summer in June, where, yeah, this past June is when I started doing nationwide weather, and obviously it's gone crazy recently, but. Charlotte area is mainly going to be potential for up to tropical storm force winds, maybe up to 30 to 35 miles per hour, maybe up to 40 as possible. It's going to be a low chance, though. Other than that, mainly rain for Charlotte, I'd say. It has not gone weaker, actually. Believe it or not, this is now a Category 1 hurricane. The wind speeds over the last 3 hours have gone from 75 miles per hour to 85 miles per hour. It has increased. Supercell, we peaked at 4,600 earlier. I don't know how, but we did. Yeah, what Jen said in chat, honestly, this is something you should do. I'm going to copy and paste it in chat, just so for those that might have missed the message, because chat's going pretty fast. Prepare for the worst, honestly. You know, honestly, you have to prepare for the worst in every scenario in terms of hurricanes and stuff. Because you don't know what's going to happen sometimes. You know, for those that were down in Southwest Florida, like Naples, for example, like 3 or 4 days before the hurricane happened, you know, they weren't, you know, some people are obviously preparing, but people weren't, you know, obviously aware of, you know, will it be a big hurricane? Will it make big impacts there? But you need to prepare for the worst case scenario, especially for Charleston through Myrtle Beach. And even outside of there, again, if you're not in the cone of uncertainty, you're still going to potentially see tropical storm force impacts. If not, you might even see storm surge. All that other stuff is all going to be possible here in these areas, and even further inland, further to the north. You got to be prepared. Again, make sure everything's charged up and stuff, including lights, flashlights, have food, water ready. Make sure you have pet water and stuff like that too, because pets obviously need water. If you have pets, make sure you have pets, water, and food ready as well. Be prepared for flooding. Be prepared for extreme winds. Be prepared for storm surge. Just be prepared. It's the biggest thing that you can do with a hurricane, and I really urge it because, you know, what we saw in Southwest Florida is not what we're going to see here, obviously, but we're going to see similar impacts for what we saw in areas like Daytona Beach on the east coast of Florida. So I can't urge it enough, but just be prepared. That's really the best thing that you can do if you're in South Carolina or North Carolina or even on the east coast of Georgia. You know, they're still going to see some rain, and as well as even some storm surge still, and even Northeast Florida is still seeing that, so be prepared. Hey, thank you, Gamer, for the $2 super chat. Hey, I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Monic, main concern up there will most likely just be maybe a little bit gusty winds, mostly rain. There's a very low tornado threat there, but mostly rain more than anything for you. Be some gusty winds as well along with that. But yeah, prepare for power outages, guys. If you're in South Carolina or North Carolina, prepare for power outages. That's a big thing. There's likely going to be power outages across those two states. Not everyone will see power outages, but you want to make sure you're prepared for it, because we'll see scattered power outages at the bare minimum across areas from Interstate 77 and back out here this direction. This will be, we'll probably at least see scattered, if not maybe even some widespread power outages closer to the coastline. Back over up here north into North Carolina, we'll see probably some scattered power outages as well. Not everybody in North Carolina will see that, but we very well maybe see some of that as well, since the wind gusts will still be somewhat high there. So, the big thing as of right now. Be prepared. It's the biggest thing that you can do at this point as this approaches. Columbus County. Well, wait, is Columbus County where Columbia is? I just want to make sure. Or is that a different county? Oh, I'm not familiar completely with every county. I know where Berkeley County is. Columbus County is not where Columbia is. Oh, that's over in North Carolina. Wait, that's North Carolina, right? Your Wilmington, your Long Beach area. That area will primarily be, so I'm pretty sure it's over here. It's this county, your Whiteville. But that area will most likely just see, rain potentially upwards of 4 to 6 inches, isolated amounts higher, and then the potential for wind gusts upwards of, again, 45 to 50 miles per hour may occur there. Maybe even a little bit higher than that. It's definitely possible. Thanks, Jax, for the $2 super chat. Hey, I'm prepared for water. Got this big jug still. Got a lot of water still in here. Also got a full water bottle still. I'm good. I don't typically take breaks in my live stream. I had like a 5-hour live stream last night, and I didn't take a single break. So I think I took a break at the end, but. Red Springs, North Carolina. Let me look this up. I need to figure out where this area is too. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, feel free to ask questions if you have any. Keep you updated with the latest on Hurricane Ian as it approaches South Carolina. Red Springs' main concern there is going to be rain and maybe wind gusts upwards of 50 miles per hour in that area. Have a great night, Spectrum. Appreciate you tuning in. Have a great rest of your night. We'll see you again soon. I'm actually pretty hungry. I haven't had food in several hours, but I don't really have anything made, so. Fortunately. I didn't really prepare for being live more than 3 hours, but I'm going to be live here for a while, so. Florence, South Carolina is definitely an area to be pretty concerned about. Power outages are going to be pretty likely in that area. Rainfall totals could get upwards of 6 to 8 inches. And not just that, but wind gusts could end up getting closer to 60 to 70 miles per hour in that area as well. So that's the main concern right now up that direction for Florence. We'll have to watch that area pretty closely for those impacts. By the way, for those that are in the track of this hurricane, if you're in South Carolina or North Carolina, make sure you're securing outdoor items that can be loose. That includes plants, that includes, umbrellas that are on your patio furniture, patio chairs, patio pillows. Make sure you're getting those things inside, Someone ordered me Uber Eats. I don't get, guys, I eat cheap. I'm in college. I eat like $2 rice and stuff. I don't like go crazy on food. Like, honestly, I had an expensive meal recently. It was like $14, and I was like, holy crap, I'm never spending this much money again. Like, I just don't spend money like that. And I actually haven't, I don't really ever spend money I make. I literally don't. I don't eat really, like, being in college, it's like one of those things where you're like, you can't just eat whatever you want, typically. By the way, St. Johns County, we have an update there. Power outages have gone up a little bit in St. Johns County in Northeast Florida. So, we'll update there. Some ramen. I've actually never had ramen before. And I know it's really cheap, but I've never had ramen. Dave, main concern in Virginia right now is just going to be rain. There's not going to be much up there. I've never had ramen. I'm not kidding. Yes, I've never had ramen. I don't know why. The people actually are shocked by that. I was like, oh no, never had it. Let me go back over to here real quick. If you're just tuning in, this is a current live look at Hurricane Ian. It is at sustained winds right now of 85 miles per hour. It's been upgraded a bit now. It's, again, still a Category 1 hurricane, but it is still producing some pretty substantial winds. Really along the South Carolina coast, it's still right now around low-end tropical storm wind gusts, but that will be increasing throughout the overnight. Power outages are likely across these states as well. So make sure you're prepared again for power outages if you're in South or North Carolina at this point. No problem, Dave. Sorry. I have a lot of questions, so I can't get to all of them. But Uber Eats, I actually got Uber Eats once after a live stream, and it was for North Texas weather. A little story. I'm going to tell you a quick story, but I did get Uber Eats one time. Or it was like DoorDash, that's what it was. And I got Blaze Pizza. And I got a pizza, and it was like $11. I was like, yeah, whatever, you know. It's like $10 if you went there, but it was like $11.50 or something. And then all these fees kept adding up. I ended up spending $20 after tip on a pizza. I could just drove for it. I was exhausted. I had like a 4-hour North Texas weather live stream on severe weather. I was like, I'm never doing that again. It's because I got like one generous donation. I was like, you know, I guess I'll treat myself this night, but I'll never do that again. It's just so expensive. It's crazy. West of Charlotte's mainly rain. Maybe some gusty winds up to 40 to 45 miles per hour. It's the main concern as of right now. Augusta, Georgia is mainly going to be just a wind concern, maybe up to 40 to 45 miles per hour, Ryan. Other than that, there's not going to be a whole lot of rain there. It might get up to an inch, but maximum. By the way, if you're just tuning in, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. Again, we're going to have live coverage on Hurricane Ian. If you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the chat, and we'll keep you updated with the latest information as this, again, gets closer to South Carolina. Hey, thanks, Lisa. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I'm pretty good with geography. I've always been pretty good at geography. Yeah, geography's always been one of my strong suits. I got like a 99 or something in that class when I was in high school. Is Florida still being affected? Yes, it actually is. There's still storm surge along the west coast here near Jacksonville and Interstate 95. There actually is still some storm surge up and down the coast here. It's up to like it's like between 3 to 5 feet. So I know St. Augustine's being impacted more than not by that, but it's going to probably end up ending sometime tomorrow. But storm surge is still actually a threat down there. And there's still tropical storm force winds in Jacksonville. So there is still some wind down there, believe it or not. It's not even breezy or raining here, and the internet is already out. Seriously? Already? That's crazy. Are you in... Wait, just curiosity. Are you in... What state are you in? Because if you're in South Carolina, there's like hardly anybody without... South Carolina is 1,900 without power. Beaufort is the county with the most power outages right now in South Carolina. I'm actually going to check Georgia real quick. I don't know if Georgia has power outages, you know, that crazy right now. Camden County in Georgia has a few power outages. Georgia's pretty limited too right now with power outages. Florida has like a substantial amount of power outages right now. Again, we're up to 2.2 million right now without power in Florida. And Florida actually has increased in terms of power outages. They actually went up like 20,000. So thank you, Dave, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Also, a $2 super chat from Renzo. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you very much. And Zen for a $10 super chat. I appreciate everybody's support. That was a super chat like all at the same time. I appreciate that a lot, guys. Thank you. Let's get some claps in the chat, by the way, for Dave for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Appreciate the support. The music is from the alerts. So, yeah, sorry. You might get confused by that. The music comes from the alerts. Amber with the $50 super chat. Oh, my Lord. You do not have to do that. That's way too generous. I appreciate that a lot, Amber. Let's get claps in the chat, everybody, for Amber. That is a very generous donation. Thank you very much. Really do appreciate that. Thank you, Ice Cream. I appreciate it. Yeah, everybody, again, if you're in South Carolina, North Carolina, again, make sure that you are, again, prepared for the worst case scenario. Again, potentially could make landfall as either a strong Category 1 or even maybe a Category 2. Thank you, Kim, as well, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I appreciate everybody supporting all the sun. That was kind of out of nowhere. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Very grateful. We appreciate it. Yeah, it goes a long way. Beaufort, South Carolina is where the Marine Corps Paris Island Recruits Training Center is. To fare well in the storm. Yeah, that's gonna be an area to, yeah, honestly, again, this is the entire coastline here is really what's concerning with the storm surge potential, because we could again see upwards of 7 feet of storm surge as well. Raw, if I am live for that, I will. I'm not entirely sure yet if I'll be live tomorrow. It's kind of, again, I have an essay due tomorrow, so I need to really focus on that. But if I'm able to go live, I will. Oh, we'll see. By the way, if you're over in Daytona Beach, this is just one photo that we've seen tonight out of Daytona of damage to a roof. And we've seen a lot of damage tonight out of Daytona Beach from flooding and whatnot, but this is just another photo that we've seen in terms of damage from a roof from wind damage. Daytona Beach, Florida also saw wind gusts between 60 to 70 miles per hour, so it's been a pretty active night there. Williamton, main concern there is going to be rain upwards of 8 inches potentially. But for the most part, most areas will be between 4 to 6 inches. And winds potentially upwards of 60 miles per hour is going to be possible in Williamton. Be prepared for power outages just in case they end up happening. Yes, video I did. Yes, I went through Ian. I did go through the hurricane. Yes, I did. It was very interesting. You know, it was a very interesting hurricane when it hit me, but thank you, Eddie, for the $5 super chat as well. I appreciate that compliment a lot. Thank you. I do appreciate it. What's up with Columbia? Columbia is most likely going to see mostly rain. Wind gusts could get upwards of 50 miles per hour, though, depending on how strong it is as it goes inland. But it might be you might get at least some wind, you know, potential there in Columbia. But more than anything, you'll probably mostly see rain there. Thanks, Don. I appreciate it. Thank you. West Virginia will see rain, Misty. That's about it, though. Rain is really the only thing you'll see up there in West Virginia. Wind gusts will be down to like 25, 30 miles per hour, so it won't be much up there. It's going to be mainly just rain. West Virginia will not see much out of it. Where I lived, there was only rain and wind and a tornado watch. There was a tornado watch on the East Coast, and there's also one down in southern Florida, too. So, yeah, there was a few tornadoes. We actually had we had an EF2 tornado in Delray Beach, Florida, actually, from Hurricane Ian. It actually brought an EF2 tornado to Florida. So there was actually a strong tornado that was confirmed. We saw some wind damage yesterday. Friendly reminder, by the way, if you're enjoying the content, feel free to hit the subscribe button down below. Again, we're only one subscriber, actually, from 23,200. I would appreciate it. Make sure to like the live stream as well if you're enjoying the content. We're actually pretty close to 3,000 likes as well. This is actually the most likes we've ever had. Highest concurrent viewership we've ever had. Records across the board. But again, I'm glad really keeping everybody safe tonight and obviously giving the most updates I can for y'all. A lot of updates tonight. Obviously, the increase of wind speeds from Hurricane Ian, the storm surge updates, the rain that's currently ongoing. Obviously, we got some of the outer bands and the tornado potential for tomorrow as well. I'm pretty sure it's tomorrow now, right? Oh, actually, no, it's technically today now because we're now into Friday. But eastern North Carolina has a decent chance for at least a few tornadoes tomorrow. So perhaps some cheese slices. Board. Cheese slices. Actually doesn't sound bad right about now, though. Stream Elements is just a bot, by the way. Same with the Nightbot. Hey, thank you, Webster, by the way. I'm glad I'm keeping you guys updated. No problem at all. My pleasure. Grilled cheese? I eat grilled cheeses quite often. It's a cheap meal. It's like 50, 75 cents maybe. Buying everything together. Might even be cheaper than that. I have no clue. Yeah, hurricanes always lose power over mainland, so that's a good point. Obviously, for those that are curious, again, when it makes landfall, wherever it makes landfall in this cone of uncertainty, whether that's near Myrtle Beach or near Charleston, again, it's going to weaken as it goes further inland. That's just a given with any hurricane or even tropical storm. They're just going to weaken as they go inland. It's almost impossible for it to strengthen over land in this sort of instance, because again, we're going into actual mainland. Florida's a bit of a different story, because again, it's, you know, you're over ocean, you go inland, and then you start getting closer to an ocean, so it doesn't weaken nearly as much across Florida. If this was all land right here, then it would weaken pretty quickly. So, but yeah, it's going to weaken as it goes inland. So we'll see lesser and lesser wind as it goes further north and northwest. But that does not mean you should not prepare if you're up in those areas. Power outages are still pretty likely across a lot of South Carolina and potentially portions of North Carolina. So, excuse me. Thank you, Anna, as well, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that a lot as well, Anna. Thank you. Appreciate the support. Waffle House. A Waffle House Index. Does nobody like the Waffle House Index? Actually kind of funny. I never knew about the Waffle House Index until like recently. I didn't know that was actually a thing. There's literally a Wikipedia page for the Waffle House Index. It's pretty crazy. All right, let me back over to here real quick. Let's go back over to the power outages real quick. Latest update, again, Florida is currently 2.25 million people are still without power in Florida as of 12:15 a.m., which is only 6 minutes ago. So there's still a lot of power outages. That's not changed a whole lot. Flagler County, though, has actually increased in power outages in Florida. I know a lot of you guys are not watching from Florida, most likely, but Flagler County is over 50 to 60% without power now. Georgia has also decreased in power outages. There was a few there originally. And as of right now, South Carolina is 2,000 without power. It's a very low number right now. Again, we're going to see those increase tomorrow as, again, this hurricane continues to move off towards areas like between Savannah all the way back through Myrtle Beach. So, big concern as of right now. Oh, did I miss a question, Renzo? Sorry, let me scroll back up. Sorry, I got like a lot of super chats at once there. Whiteville, North Carolina. Let me check that out. Figure out where that is first. I feel like I mentioned that area. Maybe I didn't. Whiteville, yeah, that area is mainly going to be 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts potentially. Rainfall totals between 4 to maybe between about 4 to 6 inches. Maybe isolated higher amounts though. Thank you, Larkstar, by the way, for the $5 super chat. Seabrook Island. Let me figure out where that is too. I'm not familiar with South Carolina. Most part. Seabrook, yes, they're forecast to get upwards of a peak of 7 feet of storm surge. This is the, let me show you guys this. This is over on this here. This is the storm surge forecast, so you can get an idea here. Again, this is on the National Hurricane Center's website as well. This is the latest update is here. So again, 4 to 7 feet of storm surge is expected between about Myrtle Beach near the Little River Inlet back through about just northeast of Beaufort, South Carolina. Otherwise, just outside of that, we're looking at 2 to 4 feet in North Carolina. Small area here between 3 to 5 feet near Cape Fear and Little River Inlet. And then back down through Edisto Beach and then back through about the Flagler-Volusia County line, and we'll still see 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. That is still a possibility going to tomorrow as well, and we are still seeing those impacts down here right now as we speak, because there's, again, a high tide ongoing down that direction. And it does, again, include the Georgia coast as well, so that's a big concern as of right now across those areas. All right, let's go to the live cam over in Mount Pleasant. Again, winds are starting to pick up a little bit. We're still seeing those trees sway as of now. Again, it's nighttime. It's almost midnight, or actually is past midnight, so we are not seeing any cars on the roadways, which is pretty typical. But obviously, everybody's prepared for Hurricane, or hopefully everybody's prepared for Hurricane Ian heading towards South Carolina as of right now. And there's one person actually out there. This will look currently as well over in Mount Pleasant as well, looking the other direction in the same area. Again, trees are swaying as of now. This is Charleston in US 17 on the bridge. Again, nobody's out there. This will be an area to watch for tomorrow because, again, landfall may happen between Charleston and Myrtle Beach. Here's another live look over back closer to Island of Palms. In South Carolina, again, we're not seeing a whole lot here, just light rain. You can kind of see right to left there, the raindrops kind of falling there. Not a whole lot, though, there. Again, light rain bands are currently going through the Carolina coast. We're beginning to see a little bit more moderate rain near Savannah, Georgia, but other than that, kind of along the southern portions of South Carolina, we're seeing a little bit more rain. Live cam on currently US 501 closer to Myrtle Beach. Again, not a whole lot of impacts are expected right now in Myrtle Beach. Those impacts will increase, though, overnight. And especially going into tomorrow morning, we'll start to see winds and whatnot ramp up in that area. Yeah, bottom right of your screen currently is Mount Pleasant, the live cam there. Reed Timmer, I'm pretty sure is safe, by the way. I'm pretty sure he's safe. I'm pretty sure his car's gone, but that's the only thing I've heard from the story. I'm pretty sure he's good. Oh, otherwise we would know. Or at least I would know. I would think, at least. I'm pretty sure he's off the island. Landfall is expected sometime between about 12 to 4 p.m. tomorrow. Most likely around 2 p.m. But we'll have to wait and see. If it goes slightly further north towards Myrtle Beach, for example, it might be closer to 3. Charleston would be closer potentially to 1 or 2. So I would say about between 12 to 4 is probably reasonable. The car survived? Did it seriously? Crazy if it did. That island got pounded so hard. I'd be shocked if that car actually... I mean, it probably at least got damaged. That's the bare minimum. Are they going to retire the name Ian? I almost guarantee you that this name will be retired. I almost guarantee you. I mean, typically with these sort of hurricanes that are this strong, it's pretty, you know, likely they're going to retire this name. It ain't drivable. Okay, well, there you go. It'll be a historical piece of the museum. Crazy, though, that it actually stayed up. Thank you, Valerie, for the $5 super chat as well. I appreciate it. Any chance of this storm emerging over the water again? Do you mean like long term? Well, the long term forecast is that, again, it's gonna make landfall in South Carolina, most likely tomorrow, or technically today now. It's gonna make landfall. Then eventually from there, it's gonna go over land. It will probably just become the remnants of Ian. And then from there, it's gonna go out into the Atlantic Ocean again. It will bring some impacts to southern New England, actually. It'll bring a little bit of rain. But beyond that, obviously, you know, it's not going to do much more than that. It's not going to probably re-strengthen in any hurricane or anything like that. This will hopefully be its last landfall as a hurricane or tropical storm or anything. Hey, Betty, how you doing? Appreciate you tuning in. How do you lose internet? Internet lines can be different, I'm pretty sure, than power lines. Sometimes, like, power lines and internet lines are two separate things, and if one goes out, like, one thing can go out and the other thing doesn't go out, it's definitely possible. James, I would be shocked if nobody did, and that's just, you know, with how many people do stay behind, it's definitely a possibility that somebody has, but I don't know for sure. I'm pretty sure it's actually been confirmed at least one person did, but I don't know. Yeah, okay, so, yeah, I saw at least one person has, but obviously, who knows beyond that. Thank you, Marcia, for the $5 super chat as well. I appreciate it. I'm on the ocean in a 3rd floor top condo in North Myrtle Beach. Just bought it, not from here. I mean, it is safer to leave. Are you, like, on, right, you're on the beach, right? Are you, like, on the beach, or is it, like, far away from the beach? Because I kind of need more specific details there. So if you're right on the beach, I would probably, you know, it'd be a better idea to leave. You're, like, right along the coastline. Again, I can't give you, I really can't really give you, like, actual advice on if you really should leave, unless there's, like, a mandatory evacuation, but it is safer to at least leave. But, obviously, 3rd floor is not horrible. If you're on the 1st floor, it's a bit different, because of, in terms of flooding and storm surge, but... I'm not sure if the building, also the building sometimes does vary, because I know certain buildings, you know, hold up category 4 force winds and stuff like that. I mean, you're probably gonna, the maximum you'll see is probably category 1 force winds, so most likely. Jacksonville right now is currently just seeing tropical storm force winds. Storm surge is still ongoing on the coastline. That is going to start kind of moving out though over the next 24 hours. I read most messages, Gordon. Right on the water, yeah. I personally would, to be safe. And just kind of from prior experience, I would leave. But again, it's completely your decision. But if it were to be me, I would probably leave. Because I already had to evacuate from Ian once, and I already know, like, you know, kind of the threshold for me when I would evacuate, when I wouldn't. I'm glad I did, by the way. I'm glad I did. But more than anything, honestly, 1st floor people, kind of as Jen said, 1st floor people get affected much more because of the flooding and stuff like that and storm surge. Third floor is a little bit safer, but just from my perspective, if it were to be me, I would. But obviously, again, it's your decision completely. There are evacuation orders in place. You definitely should. Regret not leaving. You're in Northeast Florida. Yeah, honestly, a lot of Florida, though, end up, like, again, lots of areas in Florida got impacted. And honestly, the worst impacted areas go for about, I'm going to kind of circle some areas here. So I can't get all the way down there, but this is like the worst impacted area. It was like this entire stretch. And obviously, the worst of the worst was down here near Cape Coral and back down again in Southwest Florida. But we saw extreme rainfall up and down this area from, again, like Sarasota and Cape Coral all the way back through the East Coast. And storm surge still happened here along the East Coast of Florida. So there was still a lot of impacts there, even though, again, the hurricane was not nearly as strong. It still brought a lot of impacts in terms of extreme rainfall and flooding, and as well as, obviously, the storm surge threat and wind. Wind, actually, again, we have over 2 million people without power in Florida, so... Currently, this hurricane's, again, Hurricane Ian is currently moving around 10 miles per hour. That's the current wind speed. Or excuse me, the current, the speed of it moving. It's moving 10 miles per hour off to the north right now. And it's, again, forecasted to end up becoming at least some sort of moderate to strong hurricane in terms of, or moderate to strong Category 1 hurricane upon landfall there in between Charleston to Myrtle Beach. That's the range, again, of where it might make landfall. Thanks, Gordon. I appreciate it. How many platforms do I have? What do you mean? Like, how many social medias am I on? All my social media is linked down below if that's what you're referring to. I know that Walt Disney World and the theme parks are actually opening up tomorrow. At least Walt Disney World and Universal, I've heard, that are opening up tomorrow after being closed. Myrtle Beach, tornado possibilities are very low for that area, just because of how close you'll be to potentially the eye of the hurricane when it makes landfall. I've not heard of any evacuation orders to this point. But there may be evacuation orders, I just haven't heard of any. Atlanta will not see really anything from this. You may get a little increase of, like, you know, to 20, 25 mile per hour wind gusts, but there's not going to be much. Really, there will not be really anything there. Not even rain. You have all the dry air on the back end of this. If we go back over to the not the infrared, the water vapor imagery, this is all the dry air on the back end of this hurricane. It's all filtering into areas like Atlanta, for example. And it's also on the back end of this hurricane as well. A lot of dry air. That includes all of Florida, a lot of Georgia, not all of Georgia, but a lot of it. And also through areas like Alabama. Now, if you see this, you know, orange color, that means it's drier air, but obviously don't get that confused with the potential that you might still see some rain, even if you're in a little bit of that. But over here, you will not see rain, most likely. You might get like an isolated, very brief shower in Atlanta, but it would be very, very minimal, to say the least. Yeah, Charlotte is probably going to see mostly just tropical storm force winds. Again, it could. I don't know if it will. It might get up towards a 40 to 45 miles per hour, though. I know a lot of these areas have been seeing some gusty winds today, but it's not been anywhere. Most of these areas have not reached tropical storm force winds. Unless you're near the coastline, I would say that's really the main area that we've actually begun to see tropical storm force winds. But Charlotte's a possibility. It's definitely not out of the question. How do I hashtag Facebook? I have no clue. I don't know what you're talking about. Florence's main concern right now, winds upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour are possible, so power outages are right now likely in that area. Rainfall totals between 4 to 6 inches, upwards of 8 inches, though, are possible, and that's the main concerns right now. Also, yeah, that's it. Those are the two main concerns for you. Make sure you're prepared for power outages there. Current hurricane wind speed is 85 miles per hour. It was 75 miles per hour like 2 hours ago or 3 hours ago. The last update it was, so. North Carolina coast will see storm surge. Pretty much up and down this coast. You'll see it between lowest area will be see like 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. Back down closer to Long Beach, you'll see upwards of 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. Your long Cape Fear or something like that area. Storm is going to make landfall tomorrow. Hurricane's going to make landfall tomorrow, approximately around 2 p.m. is the estimated time right now. By the way, for those that are in chat right now, just a quick reminder, if you're on Discord, feel free to join our Discord server. You can find photos, videos on there, and a lot more. You can chat with me off stream and stuff like that and ask questions. Discord server is linked in the chat. If you have Discord, feel free to join. Again, links in the chat from Nightbot. If you don't see it in the chat, you can also go down in the description of any video or live stream and find it there. If you have any photos or videos as well, and you want to see any photos or videos as well, you can go to my Twitter page. That's also pinned in the chat right now, or you can also find that link in the description of any photo or any video or whatnot as well. Have a great night, Moxie. Appreciate you tuning in. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Ethan, how you doing? Welcome. What category do I think will make landfall as? It will most likely make category 1 landfall in South Carolina. It could get again to potentially a category 2, but I don't think it's going to get there. I honestly, in my opinion, it's going to get to a category 1 hurricane and make landfall. That's pretty much it. It might get to a very strong category 1 hurricane, but I don't think it's going to get to a category 2. But it's always possible. But at this point, a strong category 1 would probably be my forecast at this point in terms of its landfall. The current forecast is that it makes landfall as the same intensity it is right now, which I think it will strengthen us a little bit more as it gets closer, maybe to 90 miles per hour sustained winds. But we'll see. I'll have to wait and see. This is a look at the infrared imagery, by the way, so just another view of the hurricane. I haven't really showed this in a while. It does seem like, again, the hurricane has had high winds, but has struggled to really organize. It did organize a little bit, but it's been struggling here a little bit. You can kind of see it on the infrared a little bit. By the way, if you're just tuning in for the first time, friendly reminder, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. We're only 13 subscribers from 23,300. Keep you updated with the latest on Hurricane Ian as, again, it continues to approach the South Carolina coast, and as well as even North Carolina. It'll be pretty close to there. So, again, we'll keep you updated with the latest information as this does approach those areas. All right, let's go back over to the... this is not going to be updated. Let's go back over to just the regular radar for now. Seems like we're starting to get some heavier rain bands, though, near Beaufort right now. This will look at the 6-hour loop again, but closer to Beaufort, we're starting to get a little bit more light, or maybe close to moderate rain, even near Savannah, Georgia. So a little bit of moderate rain starting to begin now. We've been seeing a lot of these outer bands with lighter rainfall up and down the coast again from North Carolina back down through South Carolina at this point. So there's been a lot of lighter rain at this point. This seems like we're starting to begin to see a bit more moderate rainfall bands starting to approach those areas. So we're starting to see a little bit more than that now. Yeah, again, the difference between a strong Category 1 and a Category 2 that has 100 mile per hour sustained winds is not big of a difference. The only difference is that it's like 5 miles per hour. So, in my opinion, though, it's probably going to make landfall as a Category 1, bearing some crazy amount of weakening with this hurricane right now. I would say it's going to be a Category 1 upon landfall. Sustained winds probably around 90, maybe 95 miles per hour at the most. My original forecast and thinking earlier today was it was going to get to around 85 miles per hour, but obviously things have changed a little bit. It could still be 85 too, or even lower, but it strengthened to 85 mile per hour winds before, so crazy to think that. Crazy. This hurricane, again, has been crazy its entire time, but it's possible for Ian to pick up more water over the ocean and drop. Typically, I mean, realistically, the overall rain that's being forecasted right now is probably what's going to end up happening, even with it strengthening. So overall rainfall totals are still going to be what I've been kind of saying. So let me go back over to here and put the, let's go back over to this screen. Go to the rainfall totals, wherever I put that. I can't remember where I put it. Sorry, I have to keep going, flipping through all these. This is looking at the rainfall totals that's currently being at least estimated by the HRR model over the next 48 hours. So honestly, I don't think it's going to get much worse than this overall for a widespread scheme of things. We could see isolated amounts again higher. So for example, Myrtle Beach is forecast to get 4 inches. It could be upwards of 8. Florence is forecast to get almost 6 inches of rain. It could be as high as 10. I mean, areas here could be very well seeing isolated higher amounts, but the overall gist of this is that we're probably going to see around this much rain. And it's, again, moving pretty quickly. It's not nearly as slow as what it was in Florida, and it's not nearly as organized as a hurricane as it was in Florida either. So really, I don't expect rainfall to get too far beyond this. But again, isolated amounts could get a little bit higher, especially in areas here closer to Charleston, back through even southern portions of North Carolina. There's definitely a potential that we do see a little bit more rainfall in those areas. And Columbia could potentially get a little bit more rain as well. But Columbia is right now forecasted for around 2 to 3 inches of rain, which I think is pretty realistic at this point in terms of rainfall totals. Ian did not reach a category 5. It was like 1 mile per hour off. It was very close. Adam, probably not. No, it wouldn't take a hard left to Hilton Head Island. It's like very unlikely that would ever happen. Realistically, it's always possible, but no. I would expect it's gonna make a landfall somewhere between Charleston and Fort Myers. Excuse me, Charleston. I don't know why I said Fort Myers. Charleston and Myrtle Beach. Sorry, I'm a little bit tired. Yeah, definitely not Fort Myers. Fort Myers is Florida. Here's a look from Mount Pleasant. This is the camera that I've been kind of most interested in. It's probably one of the more high quality ones that we have. It's not just that, but it's been the trees have been swaying there a bit. And Mount Pleasant again is right along the coast, and this is right next to a bridge. You can see the winds are picking up. They're definitely getting close to tropical storm force winds right now. So again, winds are starting to pick up in this area. Top and left side of your screen. Camera's shaking a little bit too, but winds are definitely beginning to pick up a little bit. Again, along the east coast there in South Carolina. Yeah, camera shaking there. So winds are picking up. It's looking the other way as well in Mount Pleasant. So, again, trees are beginning to sway. And this is from the St. Johns River in Jacksonville, completely different area. Water's definitely higher, by the way. You can see it's actually increased over the hours. From the very beginning of the stream, it's much lower. It's definitely gone higher. There is storm surge ongoing there, so it is actually gone a bit higher there near the bridge. It's not going to impact the bridge that much, but that is something else to look at there. Here's a look at Charleston, South Carolina as well. And again, no cars on the roadways at all right now. Never mind, there's one that just passed by. Perfect timing. Here's a look. This is another area, Isle of Palms. This is an area that we're starting to see winds pick up as well. Rain is still ongoing. It's very light at this point. Again, you can see the raindrops pretty clearly on the camera here, but other than that, we're not seeing anything too crazy out of Isle of Palms, South Carolina. This is our last look at a live cam, at least. This is US 501 in Myrtle Beach. And currently, not a whole lot of people out there right now on the roadways. It does not seem to be raining right now. Myrtle Beach is in a little bit of a dry patch. And if you actually take a look at the live radar, this is again a 6-hour loop, but this is a look at the live radar right now. Myrtle Beach, not seeing any rain right now. We're in a little bit of a dry period for at least now. But obviously, it will start to get more rain here pretty soon. And a lot of heavier bands actually starting to come closer to Williamton here pretty soon. So, might be some heavy rain coming towards North Carolina here in the near future. Watch that closely. Yeah, St. Johns River is getting up there. They're actually a major flood stage right now, so it would make sense. Thanks you, Adam, for the $2 super chat, by the way. Appreciate your support. Thank you. Again, I appreciate everybody with the super chats and becoming a member tonight. Anybody that has, I really do appreciate it. Anybody that subscribed or even liked the stream as well tonight, I really appreciate you a lot. Been gusty winds in North Charleston. Yeah, Charleston's starting to get a little bit more wind. And again, the outer bands are starting to reach. We already had one band come through. We have another little band as well coming through now. Let's go back over to the METAR data. And wind gusts are still currently estimated in the latest METAR data, which again, this is from the airports. Still, actually, we had 62. I don't know if that's accurate. 62 that popped up on there. Yeah, pause this real quick. I'm going to see if we can actually get the actual METAR data right now. 62 does not seem realistic. Most recently, it's about 20 to 25. So yeah, Beaufort's about closer to 30 to 35 though. Myrtle Beach is starting to get 30 miles per hour as well. So there's still some wind gusts there, but I say 62 seems way off. Thank you, Jax, again for the $5 super chat. Hey, no problem at all. I appreciate it. Appreciate your support. Appreciate the generosity. METAR data. Again, related to aviation. They use it at airports. Again, it measures different sort of things in terms of wind speeds, temperatures, dew points, wind gusts, all that sort of stuff. What we're looking at right now is just wind gusts, but Jacksonville, by the way, anywhere along the northeastern portions of Florida, beginning to see lesser winds now, but it was actually up above tropical storm force winds there for a little while. If you haven't already, by the way, and you want to see some photos and videos of damage and stuff like that has happened across Florida primarily at this point, you can check out my Twitter. Again, the link is pinned in the top of the chat, and it's also in the description below. Again, we have a lot of photos and videos. So there is a tornado threat in eastern North Carolina tomorrow. So yeah, there is a tornado threat tomorrow. Thank you, DL, for the $5 super chat as well. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Hey, thanks, Jax. I appreciate the support a lot. Really do mean that. I'm a little smaller out here on YouTube, so. Ian threw 2 trees on your roof in Daytona Beach. Really? I hope you stayed safe. Honestly, Daytona Beach got hit hard. So, yes, I do have Venmo. I'll put my Venmo. If you actually want to donate via Venmo, I'll put it in my chat, but don't have to, but actually I think it's in the description below too. Here, let me just confirm what it is. I appreciate it, Reckless. Hey, I actually kind of like being a bit smaller because I get to interact with the chat more than not. I love interacting with people. Hey, thank you, Sarah, by the way, for the $1 super chat. I appreciate it. I put the Venmo in chat, by the way, if you actually want to donate via Venmo. And not required by any means. No requirements at all to donate. I'm just providing a message here. I'm just trying to keep everybody safe and make sure everybody's prepared. That's it. Likelihood of this getting hit here and closing Wilmington. Wilmington will see impacts, especially along the coast in terms of storm surge. Storm surge could get upwards of 2 to 4 feet. But other than that, I mean, you're really looking at a lot of rain and wind. Wind could get upwards of 60 miles per hour. So you've always wanted to catch a tornado on video. You know how hard that is? Not easy. You gotta be in the right place at the right time. And it's not easy to do so. Yeah, currently it's expected to make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane. It is still at actually 85 mile per hour sustained winds. It has actually intensified a little bit. Andrew, this is a big exception. My peak concurrent viewers ever before the stream, before this week even, was like 1,600. And that was in a big event. And today's stream got upwards of almost 5,000, which I've never done before. So, I mean, it's not a small number, obviously, right now, but typically I don't get that many viewers in terms of... I usually, well, I mean, I get a lot. I typically get around 1,000 on average, but... How did I fare during the storm? I had a power flicker one time. Actually, if you're watching last night's live stream, I did lose power for the first live stream. That's why it went off. The second live stream, I came back, though. Other than that, it's a lot of wind. A lot of wind, a lot of rain, that sort of thing. I've been doing good. I'm doing fine. But I'm glad I did evacuate from where I was at. Thanks, Richard. I appreciate it. And I'm getting hungry. I have not eaten anything in like 6 hours. 7 hours. I don't know how long it's been. You'd be on TV. That's my goal. You know, I honestly, I love doing these live streams and interacting and stuff. Oh, you know, I love doing what I'm doing right now, but honestly, the end goal has always been to be on TV, though. Nah, Jax, will be fine. I don't know if I'm going live quite yet. I will see. I'm not sure 100% if I'll be able to go live tomorrow, and I want to, but I have an essay due that is pretty lengthy and I've not really done yet. I've been doing hurricane coverage all week, so I'm hoping that I can get a coverage in, but we'll see. See what happens. Next update is at 2 a.m. Yes, you're correct. If you want to donate, again, it's not required by any means. I know a few people are asking. If you really want to support my page, again, I recommend using the donation link in the description below. Yeah, also you can super chat or become a member if you want to support the page. But again, that's not required by any means, but it does help out, again, a lot. But in no means is it required. Only mentioning it because people are asking. Who's your professor? It's not about it's not a weather related class, and they wouldn't understand. It's humanities. it's not the same sort of thing. The essay is painful though. It's hopefully the professor's not watching. It's not horrible. I mean, the topic is interesting, but it's length. It's kind of one of those things where it's hard to do. Yeah, honestly, the end goal has always been, you know, just to help make people stay safe and whatnot. That always was the goal, by the way. It's kind of like, you know, someone write this essay. No, I can't do that. It's not legal. But yeah, I mean, I've been literally doing weather for 3 years, and almost every day I've always posted a forecast or a video forecast. And it wasn't until literally this summer where I actually began to get viewership. You know, I like on Facebook, I was up to like 30,000 followers. I began live streams with 100 concurrent viewers and whatnot for North Texas severe weather. And I always thought, oh my God, that's so many people. But going to YouTube and doing nationwide weather, it's been a completely different story. Now, I changed from North Texas weather on YouTube to nationwide weather literally not that long ago. I mean, I literally did it like, how long ago was it? Like 3 months ago, maybe? It hasn't been that long. Thanks, Jax, for another $2 super chat. I appreciate it. Wilmington will see the biggest impacts most likely tomorrow, technically today now, but between probably about, I would say 1 p.m. through about 6 p.m. will probably be the worst impacts. A bit of a range there, but that'll be probably your worst timing there in terms of the weather that you can expect. I mean, hurricane season's not over yet, but it's starting to dwindle down a little bit. We do have an area of development that I have not posted about yet. Here, it actually has a 40% chance of developing. Long term, a couple of computer models have brought this towards the Lesser Antilles, so it may be something to watch, but as of right now, it's not a concern right now to the United States, but it will be something to watch. Other than that, we don't have really anything else out in the Atlantic Ocean right now. Welcome to the Carolinas. First Carolina coverage ever. First Carolina coverage ever. I think actually. No, this is actually my second. I did a severe weather live stream in South Carolina one time. By the way, friendly reminder, if you've not already, make sure to subscribe if you're new here. And also like the video. Appreciate it. Will I be live at the 2 a.m. update? I don't know. We'll see. I'm getting pretty hungry, though. Not sure the 2 a.m. update will be much, though. Again, the 2 a.m. update is typically not a huge update. The only update that would come out of it, most likely, would just be just a wind update sometimes, if there's any big changes to the hurricane or any sort of tropical system. Thank you, Rebecca, for the $5 donation, by the way. I appreciate that a lot. I need to figure out what the message was. Oh, there was no message. Thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Appreciate the $5 donation. Thank you, Sarah, as well, for another $5 super chat. I mean, I don't know how to pronounce that. I have been wondering all day what kind of impacts this hurricane will be. Okay, let me figure out where that is. Find something to eat. I don't even know what to eat, to be honest. It's like 1 a.m. That area, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, by the way, Sarah, but that area is primarily going to see winds between 40 to 50 miles per hour. Isolated amounts a little bit higher, and then for the most part, just rain after that, so 3 to 5 inches may occur there. What's the member count at? I think it's somewhere around 170 or 180. We were at like 450 at one point, but that was because Jaws went gifted mania at one point, so. Noodles. Get some spaghetti. Ramen. I have ramen. Believe it or not. No, it's not about eating in front of a camera. I could care less. It's just, I don't have, like, I don't even know what to get. Hungry. It's moving more north. Right now, it's moving right now north. That's the direction it's going. But it's not, I wouldn't say it's moving more north. Just going north right now. Hurricane hunters, by the way, are actually still in this hurricane right now, so they're actually investigating again. Investigating once again. Is there a pizza place open? Nah, you don't have to buy me food. I don't need that. I don't even know. It's like 1 a.m. Hurricane in Florida going through? There's no way, no way. I don't think any place is open. Might get a rare 1 a.m. update. Okay, I'll be live for that. It's in like 3 minutes. Let's eat a ham sandwich. Really? Ham sandwich? Dude, the hurricane hunters, it's one of the cooler jobs, I'd say. I mean, they typically are pretty safe up there, but I might do that someday, you know? I'll volunteer. I'll go into the hurricane. Sign me up. See what happens. So we actually know for sure if we're getting a 1 a.m. update, though? Or is it just like a speculation? Because we might. I don't know. Guess we don't know for sure. We had a rare 11:15 p.m. update, like 15 minutes after they issued the 11 p.m. advisory, but... Hey, thank you, Richard, for the $2 super chat. I appreciate your support. Thank you. I appreciate, again, everybody's super chats and donations and members. Again, I really do appreciate it. It goes a long way. It goes a long way for me upgrading a rice bowl for dinner up to cereal. No, not really. I'm kidding. But honestly, I typically actually... It's kind of funny. It's one of those things, like, as being in college, you know, I typically eat, like, rice. Like, just, like, a little bit of rice or something like that. Shells and cheese is one of those things, too. Like, it's like $1 at the store, so it's not too expensive. Try to do, like, inexpensive stuff. Daytona International Race or Speedway actually got flooded, Dave. It was actually flooded there. Jax, there will be a 2 a.m. update, but there may be a 1 a.m. update, but I'm not 100% sure on that. That's cool, Grace. That's cool. Storm Chasers are daredevils. Watch Reed Timmer. He's a serious, extreme Storm Chaser, daredevil. Daytona Beach got a lot of flooding, by the way. I mean, that entire city, there was street flooding everywhere. I know the speedway itself was actually, there was flooding there as well. Yeah, it's 1 a.m. right now. We'll see. I don't know 100% sure if we're actually getting one. Somebody mentioned it in chat. Hey, thank you for the $2 super sticker from... Is that Tish? Did it? Thank you. I hope I'm saying your name right, but I appreciate the generosity. No update. All right, so we're basically gonna have a 2 a.m. update most likely tonight. Just in another hour. I don't think it'll be a big update, but you never know. By the way, update in South Carolina, Williamsburg County. We now have a little bit of a very isolated power outage there. Very small. Very, very small. Sunday night football game is still on. Yes, it is official. They're still playing that game in Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay didn't get hit as hard as what was forecasted, so yeah, they're playing that game in Tampa. That's cool, Guppy. That's nice. DoorDash. There you go. Yeah, I had one experience with DoorDash. $20 for a one-person meal is just not worth it for me. I haven't responded to any of my comments. I don't think I've seen one from you, unless it's been a while. I don't know. I've been trying to respond to as many comments as possible. Again, the chat's going pretty quick, so if I don't get to your message, it's because it's going too quick. Slow down a little bit, though, recently, at least. Possible flooding alert in Lumberton, North Carolina. They have a flash flooding history there? I gotcha. Yeah, there's, for the most part, it's been light rain so far. Again, the more significant rainfall will be tomorrow, so we're watching that pretty closely for tomorrow. Flooding potential. How long will the tropical storm warning will last? Until there's still until the tropical storm force winds and storm surge ends. That's when it will end. That could be tomorrow at some point. Could be the next day, sort of thing. I mean, still Northeast Florida is still under tropical storm warnings. They're still seeing storm surge. Wind gusts are starting to go down now, but they were seeing some, at least, storm surge still. No, you're good, Warren. Don't apologize. I'm just saying, I didn't see any of your messages. $37. Are we all putting our ages in chat all of a sudden? Really? Wait, who even asked? I didn't see the message on where it ever started. Oh, okay. Good to know. Do I have any updates out of any of these cameras? We have like so many cameras set up tonight. I set up like 7 or 8 different live cams across South Carolina. I haven't really used them really that much because there just hasn't been really anything going on in most of these places. I mean, Mount Pleasant had these trees swaying a little bit. This is our probably most high quality image. Other than that, I mean, we have Charleston. This is the bridge. US 17. So again, we've been looking at the cars. We've barely seen any go by, obviously. Again, most people are staying at least at home or either sleeping or at home right now because of, again, Hurricane Ian coming their way. It's another live cam from Isle of Palms. We are still seeing some rain falling there. Rain's becoming a little bit more light to moderate now. Tree's not really moving a whole lot, but that's a little update from there. And yeah, bottom right of your screen is, again, still Mount Pleasant. Oh, somebody did ask? Oh, okay. I didn't see it. Do I have some cams that would catch storm surge? Yeah, I do. I just haven't put them in because there hasn't been really any reason to tonight. The only area that I could have done for was like Northeast Florida, but I don't think any of those live cams are at least able to use. Charlotte will most likely just be rain and some isolated gusty winds. Yeah, I can't even speak. Yeah, that'd be the main concern there. Friendly reminder, again, if you're just tuning in, feel free to hit the subscribe button down below. We'll keep you updated with the latest on Hurricane Ian coverage. We're only 16 subscribers from 23,400. Also, like the live stream if you've been enjoying the content so far. I would appreciate it. Is there a definitive report or a definite report that they closed schools in Charlotte? I have zero clue. I couldn't tell you. I don't have any list of the schools that are closed. I've heard that Savannah schools are closed in Georgia, but I don't know otherwise. But I've heard that. I can't fact check that. Heard that. That's the only place I know where schools are apparently closed. Landfall time will be sometime between 1 and 4 p.m. tomorrow, most likely. 12 to 4 p.m., I would say. That time frame. Supposed to make landfall currently, Scotto, as a hurricane. It's supposed to make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane in South Carolina. No problem, Bori. Jacksonville's, for the most part, done. Storm surge is still ongoing there, but other than that, we're not looking at any sort of big threat there. A little bit of storm surge still ongoing, but Jacksonville's starting to clear out. There's still wind gusts ongoing as well, so tropical storm force winds are beginning to end there. By the way, if you have Discord and you're in the chat right now, feel free to join our Discord server. The link will be in the chat from Nightbot. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff over there as well. You can join our community off the stream, ask questions, that sort of thing. Make sure to join the Discord server if you want. Yeah. Schools are closed tomorrow for Charlotte. Is that the report that we're getting there? Southwest Virginia? Just rain. I don't expect much otherwise. I mean, wind gusts won't even get that high there. So, just mainly rain. You might feel a little increase of wind, but it won't be anything that substantial. Waffle House? I don't think I've ever eaten at a Waffle House before. I don't think. Could be wrong. I don't think I have. Bunny, is that West, Central, or East Georgia? Because that'll give me an idea of what I can tell you. Because if you're in if you're basically, if Canton, Georgia is in East Georgia, there is a threat. Otherwise, if it's Central or West Georgia, you're really looking at nothing beyond just a little bit of wind. So you're gonna have a lot of dry air there in a lot of Georgia for the most part. Buffalo's is goated late at night. Okay. Chance of category 2 is like, I would say 20 to 30% right now. I don't think it's much beyond that though. Oh, not sure. Okay, sorry. I'll look it up. Sorry, I thought you lived there. Let me look up Canton, Georgia, real quick. You're good. That is, now you won't see really much up there. Maybe just a little bit of wind, Bunny, but that'd be about it. You're stuck. A little bit of wind though would be about it. They're on the drier side of the basically the hurricane and whatnot. Like the dry, at least it's a lot drier over there, so you won't see really any rain out of it or anything like that. Just gusty winds. No problem at all. No problem. Power outage update, by the way. South Carolina is still 2,000 without power. Florida is at 2.242 million without power. And Georgia has really nobody without power right now. So again, good news so far, but again, the impacts are not even close to what they'll be later. Beaufort is still around tropical storm force winds, by the way. Charleston is starting to get up there as well. So winds are again increasing a little bit. They have not increased that much, but they are beginning to increase. So just a little heads up for those along the coastline. Again, we're starting to see wind gusts get closer to 30 to 35 miles per hour in some of these areas, and eventually it'll be a bit higher than that soon. Yeah, I heard St. Augustine had a lot of storm surge. They're on sea level, so it's a little bit different. What do you mean, Ro? Like, what kind of watches are we talking? Yeah, there's really nowhere in South Carolina that has no power. Almost the entire state has power. There's like a couple of very isolated power outages, and I don't think they're related to weather. I don't know yet, Claire. We'll see. I'm going to try, but I'm not 100% sure yet. See what happens. I'm not sure if I'll be live 100% tomorrow, but I'll try my best to go live if I can. And I have an essay due tomorrow, so see what happens. I've been live literally every day this week. I think I've live streamed a total of at least 30 hours in the last like 4 days. So I also evacuated. I did a lot of homework and stuff like that. So I've been doing like something every single minute basically of every day. I haven't really had much of a break, even though I don't have school right now. But stuff is still due. No tornado watch, no severe thunderstorm watch. There may be a flood watch. Let me just double check real quick. I'll have to take a look. I think there's at least a flood watch, because there typically is flood watches in effect for stuff like this. Yeah, there's a flood watch. Flood watch goes from like Southeast Virginia probably through South Carolina, I guess. I can't see it fully on this. I would show it on the map, but it takes too long to do. I have a lot of other warnings and stuff on currently preloaded on it. Amazed you still have a voice? I don't lose my voice. I do sometimes that my voice does start to get a little bit weaker sometimes, but I don't usually lose my voice. It typically doesn't happen. Yeah, I mean, I talk fast, I talk a lot, so me not losing my voice is not really surprising to me. I'm talking a little bit quieter though. I'm more tired right now more than anything right now, but DL, honestly, if this channel takes off, you know, it's still really, it's not my full plan. I really do want to be on TV someday, but honestly, for right now, this is, obviously, I really do enjoy doing live streams on YouTube and whatnot, and again, it reaches a lot of people. I'd rather do live streams, though. Again, videos-wise on YouTube, like, I like making videos, and I like making forecasts on green screens and stuff, but, you know, videos on YouTube can be sometimes a little bit more painful to edit and stuff, but I love live streaming. Again, the interaction is more of why I love doing it. I always have. Again, I've been doing live streams since 2020, early 2020. I always did it for North Texas though, and it was only on Facebook. So I didn't start doing live streams on YouTube up until April of this year, and it was still for North Texas up until June of this year. So again, nationwide is now what I'm at now. I do literally all the United States. For the most part, though, I would go ahead and say from the Great Plains and East is where I actually cover, because I don't typically mention a whole lot of the West Coast or, you know, Southwest. Sometimes I will in terms of monsoon season, but it's not really an area that has a whole lot of weather. So it's typically Great Plains and East. I cover a lot of severe weather events and stuff like that. So typically what I do. Hilton Head in South Carolina, most likely going to see some winds up to 40 to 50 miles per hour. Rainfall totals could reach up to 3 to 4 inches, potentially. A little bit lower than that. And then storm surge is definitely a potential along the coast. Minnesota winters, we need you. I'll be covering winter storms. Don't worry. I'll be covering that sort of stuff. And I'll also do video forecasts and stuff on that sort of stuff, too. I haven't really done many video forecasts in the last week because I've been devoting so much time to live streams. So I had actually a video forecast today, but that was my first one in like 5 days. But I've been doing literally, I've done a live stream every single day since September 25th. So I've been doing for about 5 or 6 days in a row now. That's been busy. Been busy, busy, busy. Thank you, Red, by the way, for subscribing. I appreciate it. Grace, not really. This is kind of far away from the radar sites, so what you're seeing here, the yellow may be fading a little bit. It also might be yeah, it's a little radar glitch, so it's not really fading. It was just a little radar glitch, but yeah, the radars are pretty far away, so don't be. It's a little bit of a. It might be like kind of a little bit of a misconception more than anything, because again, radar sites are back inland. This is looking off the coast, and we can't even see rain really past here, so. Yeah, that's just a little thing to note there. It was just a little radar glitch, I think, for a few minutes there. That was about it. What do I think for snowfall accumulation down in Charleston, South Carolina this winter? I have no clue. I really don't. I can't do long-term predictions. I did do a winter forecast on the entire United States. If you guys want to watch it, actually, feel free to. I'll put the link in chat if you're curious on my opinion on winter. But again, it's just a little forecast. If you want to watch like a 6-minute prediction forecast, a lot of people do it on YouTube, so I decided to make one. It doesn't have snowfall totals, but it gives you an idea of what you can expect this winter. I'll put the link in chat a couple of times if you want. Again, it's a winter forecast for this year. Again, anybody's winter forecasts are typically, not that accurate anyways. They're just typically, I don't know. I just did it because people kept asking. That was about it. That's Other than that, I have no clue. I don't know how much Charleston usually gets, to be honest. I don't do nationwide weather. I mean, it just started this year, so I didn't go through winter knowing really what happened anyways across the nation. I only focused on North Texas weather for 2.5 years, so now I'm doing nationwide, but it's like, gonna be a learning curve. Learning all the different areas and how much snow they get and all that sort of stuff. It's gonna be interesting this year. But I know about the severe weather aspect. I've been going through it for like 3 or 4 months now, so pretty much prepared for severe weather. I'm pretty sure Dominator 4, if I've heard correctly what's true, Dominator 4 is pretty much not drivable, but it was found. I've at least heard. Yeah, Ian's one of the worst hurricanes in history, honestly, that hit Florida, without a doubt. Pretty close to the worst, I'd say. It was a horrible hurricane, to say the least. And we still have not seen all the damage there out of Southwest Florida yet. We've seen a lot of it now. Today, a lot of live cams and stuff were out there, but we definitely have not hit the absolute, worst of it yet. All right, let me back over to here real quick. South Carolina, again, not a whole lot of power outages as of right now. Florida has not changed either on power outages. Georgia, still the same amount. So yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of power outages again, either in Georgia or South Carolina yet. Again, that's more of a concern tonight and overnight more than anything. Overnight and tomorrow morning. Yes, I did Georgia, yeah. It's mostly on, I do have some videos on winter storms in North Texas, but, yeah, I'm more familiar with North Texas, Southern Oklahoma, more than anything. The summer heat, yeah, summer heat was brutal this year. Brutal everywhere. It was horrible. It's a really bad year overall. All right, so this heads up, by the way. I actually got linked to this. So, Reed Timmer did find his car, by the way. He actually, I don't think was far from where he was, but it's doesn't look drivable to me. But That's at least what it seems like. Hey, thank you, Richard, by the way. I appreciate it. I think I mentioned it, but yeah, I appreciate your $2 super chat. Appreciate it a lot. Or €2 super chat. Appreciate it. I saw your message on Discord. Just looking for something. All right. All right, pick something there. Drew, probably not a whole lot's going to change in, excuse me, in the next few hours. Things will get more ramped up probably tomorrow morning, I would say, in terms of wins and whatnot. Grace, tomorrow morning is when you really need to start being alert if you're anywhere in the Carolinas, and as long as along the East Coast as well. Unless you're right along the coast, you have to be aware of the storm surge, but yeah, tomorrow morning is when things will start to ramp up more. Power outages will be probably possible as well tomorrow morning. Like, as early as tomorrow morning, we'll start to see power outages really start to kick into play. All the wind and whatnot. Hey, no problem. No problem. My pleasure doing the coverage. My eyes all of a sudden really itchy. Sailor, I think he can chase. He has cars, you know. Or he can rent a car. He does that sort of thing. Breed will still be out there if there's anything crazy. Yeah, it's yeah, I don't know if that car's gonna be able to be fixed. It'd be pretty impressive if it could. It'd be pretty impressive. Like Seal can spot him, used car. There you go. Yeah, it's again the tropical storm force winds really have not reached the coast yet. Williamson's actually upwards of 36 miles per hour now, but the winds have really not reached the coast yet. And I know the actual area of where they have the wind right now is pretty large, but I don't think the winds have really reached that far north and west. There have been higher wind gusts for sure, but I don't think it's reached tropical storm force winds, but it may have. I'm not 100% sure, but it doesn't look like it has live cams. But it will, again, it will reach overnight for sure. By the way, this is the this is the highest viewed stream I've ever had, not just concurrently, but also total viewership. Almost 150,000 total views. That is insane. This is the highest amount of views total I've ever had on a live stream. Again, I appreciate everybody tuning in. That's incredible. I never would have imagined. And also 3,200 likes. That's also the highest ever. Concurrent viewership almost near 5,000 at the very beginning. That's also pretty close to the highest ever. Yeah, I don't. All right, that is the highest ever. Sorry, that's highest ever by double. Double the live stream. That's crazy. Newest members, we're pretty close to that record. I think we're like 2 members off from our highest membership record ever in terms of new members in our live stream, not counting gifted memberships, so pretty close to that too. Discord servers, exclamation point, Discord. Thank you, Tyler, if you're still here, thank you. Appreciate you sending that in on whatchamacallit. Yeah, I think he's going back to land now, it looks like, but yeah. You send that in. Alrighty. Yeah, I don't do hype stuff. I don't hype up events. Or whatever you want to call it. A lot of people call it hype. I just call it over forecasting, but yeah, hyping up weather events it can be dangerous. And a lot of people do it. I've seen it a lot more on YouTube than ever. I never realized how many people did it, but there's people that literally like I saw it a lot during hurricane season when there was absolutely nothing happening. And people would keep posting like, a major hurricane's coming to the Gulf of Mexico, or hurricane's coming here, hurricane's coming here. I'm like, no, there isn't. We're talking on a 300-hour computer model. 300 hours out, that's not happening. Some of these things, it just... I never realized how bad it was on YouTube until I actually went nationwide, and a couple months in, people started, you know, referring me to other people, and I was like, I don't know, crazy. I try to provide actual thumbnails and stuff like that aren't clickbait. I try to just make them like, you know, clickable, but not clickbait. I mean, every thumbnail is not photoshopped. They're all like actually real stuff. Yeah. I just try to keep it real here. Well, I go by saying, most honest forecast on YouTube, which who knows if that's actually true, but try to be honest. I'm the most honest person here, probably. No, I don't over hype things or anything like that. I've made the mistake before of doing it, but like that was back 2 years ago. I've really learned over the years on how to forecast properly and all that sort of stuff. And you'll, again, all meteorologists, all weather people, they'll miss an event or two, but you always get back up from there, Always get back from there. Hey, have a great night, Lisa, by the way. Appreciate you stopping by. Rebecca, I don't really tell anybody. I don't tell anybody about my channel. Nobody really knows about it. I've only told like a select few people that actually, know about it, because I just don't tell people. I used to tell people about my Facebook page. But that's a different story. Which I still have that Facebook page, by the way. My Facebook page is still North Texas Weather Center, but other than that, I've primarily been doing nationwide stuff. And thank you, Georgiana. Hopefully I'm saying your name right for the $10 Canadian super chat. I appreciate that a lot. No problem at all. Ontario, Canada. You're doing well up there. Is it getting cold up in Ontario? Oh, winter's coming around. How long am I live streaming tonight? I don't know. I wasn't planning on being live this long, but I'm pretty tired, but I'll be live here for a little while. I don't know. I was thinking about at least staying till the 2 a.m. update. In that case, I probably won't be live at least anytime in the morning tomorrow, but we'll see. Does Canada ever get hurricanes? Funny that you bring that up. Not really, but like the thing is, somebody literally, I saw a thumbnail one time, and somebody put a hurricane up in like the northern plains on their thumbnail. I was like, oh my lord. Really going that far? You're making a stretch on clickbait on YouTube. Oh lord, I saw that. That was pretty crazy. Isn't euros and pounds the same thing, or am I stupid? Oh, sorry, I didn't actually see your full message, by the way, Richard. I'll read it later. Sorry, I didn't see the whole thing. Hey, thank you, Scotto, for becoming a Storm Chaser member, by the way. I appreciate your support. Thank you. Appreciate becoming a Storm Chaser member. I have like the cheapest memberships, by the way, on YouTube. Every membership that I've ever seen on YouTube is always $5 or more. Membership on my channel starts from $3. There's obviously other tiers, but yeah, I'm pretty much one of the cheaper tiers on YouTube, at least. Easy way to judge a hurricane is watch the Waffle House Index, I guess. Yeah, the Waffle House Index, I mean, I actually didn't hear about it until this past hurricane, and it's actually quite interesting how that works. Obviously, the Waffle House Index doesn't really work until like a day or two before the hurricane's even there, so. Hurricane in Kansas. Yeah, right. There's some at $1 in the weather category. The lowest I've ever seen on a given YouTube channel was $2, and that was actually Pat McAfee, if you know who that is. He has a whole sports podcast, and I watch him occasionally, not really that much anymore, but I know the lowest tier is like you can price it at 99 cents, but actually, the memberships on my channel, I'm not going to try to sell you on it. I'm just going to mention it. That actually, if you do get a membership, if you're at the $5 tier, you actually get bloopers access and a few other things. There's actually content that comes with the memberships, though. So if you ever looked at the benefits, I mean, there's actually stuff. But it's obviously up to the person. It's more for support more than anything, but I do want to include something so people aren't just paying for, just supporting. I want to actually have something of value. Bloopers access, the bloopers videos are actually quite funny. I have a couple of them. Just weather bloopers on, me messing up on forecasts. A couple of funny ones, but beyond that, I'm not going to sell people on it. Is Ian going as far up as Tennessee? Northeast Tennessee will see a little bit of rain, but other than that, Tennessee will not be really impacted by this. Maybe a little bit of gusty winds too. Beyond that, we've officially, by the way, hit 150,000 total views on this live stream. Holy moly, that's insane. I would react more, but I'm tired. Yeah, actually, originally the memberships were priced back like earlier this year. So they were priced back in like January or February. Before I ever went nationwide. And it was like $2.99. I think I had a $6.99 and I also had a $9.99. But I ended up dropping the $6.99 down to $4.99. Yeah, Temperature dropped 15 degrees over the last few hours. Temperature's dropping. Temperature's dropping. There he is. There's a Canadian cold front. Ian doesn't really have an eye wall anymore. At least compared to before, it does not have an eye wall. It still has rain more than anything on the north and west side of it, though, on the interior of it, I would say, right now. Well, Ian hit Jacksonville. Jacksonville has already saw the worst of it. The only thing left is a little bit of storm surge and a little bit of gusty winds. That's about it. Hey, Ro, have a great night. Stay safe. Hope you have a great night. If you say bye in the chat, I'm pretty sure the bot just responds to you and says, have a great evening. It's kind of one of those things. If you say bye to somebody else, it thinks you're actually leaving. I don't know why. I added that a while ago. 2 a.m. update. Yeah, I might be live for it. It's another 30 minutes. Not too far away. I don't know if it's going to really be anything of an I don't know if there's going to be much of an update, but that's fine, Evan. Thank Georgiana for another $10 Canadian super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Appreciate your support. Thank you. Really do appreciate, again, all the super chats and whatnot tonight. It really does mean the world to me. Again, everybody's subscribing too. We've gained literally 15. I think we've gained around 2,000 subscribers tonight. No joke at all. That is just insane. 2,000? I think it's pretty close to it. That's insane. Unbelievable. All right, let's stop saying bye in the chat. Otherwise, people are going to get confused. I need to get rid of that. All right, anybody have any questions, by the way, feel free to let me know. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is a pretty interactive stream, so feel free to let me know if you have any questions regarding Hurricane Ian. Again, it's currently at a Category 1 hurricane, sustained winds at 85 miles per hour. And again, it's going to be moving towards South Carolina. It'll make landfall today in about 12 or 14 hours from now. Did I get a YouTube plaque yet? No, I'm not anywhere close to that. I need to get to 100,000 subscribers, I'm pretty sure, for a plaque. If I get to a plaque, I never imagined ever getting past even like 1,000 subscribers. So getting a plaque would just be mind-boggling if I actually got one. You only get one for like 100,000, I think 1 million and stuff like that. So Ian is not making landfall in Jacksonville. It impacted Jacksonville already, but it's not going to make landfall there by any means. It's going north. It's a Category 1 hurricane right now, Marlon. It's, again, sustained winds at 85 miles per hour. It's 10 miles per hour higher than what it was like 4 or 5 hours ago. Yes, this is the current watches and warnings. Here's a hurricane warning in effect. That's all across the South Carolina coast and as well as Long Beach. Tropical storm warnings are in effect still, I think, from Daytona Beach. I don't think it's that far south, but Daytona Beach back through North Carolina as of right now. Thank you, Georgiana, for another $5 super chat. I appreciate it. Where? What do you mean by where? You like where the hurricane is? Be sleeping before it hits? Hey, no problem, Cuppy. No problem at all. Free to go to bed. No problem. I should have been. I was gonna go to bed like an hour or two ago, but not a big deal. We'll wait for the 2 a.m. update. I'll wait for another 30 minutes. See what happens. See if there's anything big. Fred, I'll go ahead and give it like a 20 to 30% chance it gets to a Category 2. I think the odds of it are still fairly low. Honestly, I just don't see it becoming that organized and that strong. But I'm not doing a 24-hour live stream. There's just no way. I got an essay to do tomorrow. And I don't even know if I can go live tomorrow yet. So that's kind of the issue. We'll see. Joan, it comes out in 25 minutes, I think. Or 30 minutes. Thank you, by the way, for everybody subscribing. Appreciate it. If you're just tuning in, feel free to hit the subscribe button. We're actually pretty close. We're only 2 subscribers from 23,500. So if you've not already, the subscribe button down below, I would appreciate it. Also hit the bell, by the way. Hit the bell icon. Make sure you're notified when I go live and whatnot. Thank you, Georgiana, for another $5 super chat. You don't have to donate to ask questions, by the way. You don't really have to. Obviously, it gives you priority, but right now it's currently located, I think, about 100 to 150. Let me get the exact measurement here. I think it's like 100 miles from Jacksonville or so, 150. Yeah, it's about 150 miles east of Jacksonville. Again, it's not going towards Jacksonville, but it will be going. It's about 200 miles right now. I think just about 200 miles from Charleston. Oh, 186 miles currently to the south, or it's 200 miles, yeah, to the southeast of Charleston. God, I can't talk. Yeah, that's where it is as of right now. Again, landfall is going to be between Myrtle Beach and Charleston. Thank you, Alicia, for the $10 super chat as well. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. No, you don't have to donate to ask questions. Obviously, I can't get to every single question to begin with, even if you donate. Like, I can't guarantee it, but try to get to as many questions as possible. Obviously, having a highlighted text over chat does help a little bit, but just chat moves pretty quick, so. Major house fire just began in Kershaw County from the winds. That's not good. I don't know what county that is. That in South Carolina? Yeah, where'd everybody find me, by the way? For those that are still here, well, obviously you're here if you're listening to me, but where'd you guys all find me? I'm just curious. How'd you find Max Velocity? Did it just show up on your homepage randomly? Because that's typically what happens. Hey, have a great night, hey, David. It's been dry over there in Arkansas. Have a great night. Thank you for tuning in. Monkey, I wouldn't really honestly make any changes, really at all. I think the cone of uncertainty, the intensity right now is fine. Unless something changes with its current intensity, I don't think it gets that much stronger. So. A homepage trending? This isn't trending? When is this in trending? Disappeared here against my will. That's not true. I'd be shocked my live stream is on trending. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at the beginning, but just appeared. Yeah, I think a lot of people it just appears for. It's kind of like one of those weird things. Weather live stream. Somebody actually searched it. I gotcha. It is trending. Is it still trending right now? Actually curious. Well, am I actually the only one live? I wouldn't be shocked if I'm the only one live, but I don't know where you find people trending on here, but I mean, I find trending on YouTube, to be honest, but oh, I got you, Darby. Fuck, I was up to 5,000 nearly at one point. I was at 4,650 concurrent at like an hour in. I was shocked by, honestly, coming into the stream tonight, I was like, honestly, I'm probably just gonna get like, you know, probably about 1,000 people or so watching just from South Carolina. You know, we'll be answering some questions, but we've been well over that this entire time. And I was honestly planning on just like a short 2 to 3 hour live stream, just answering questions, kind of going over the forecast, the latest update at 11 p.m. That was literally what I said before this live stream even began. I literally said I'm going to be live for 2 hours. 1 to 2 hours is going to be it. It's almost been 5 hours. Fox News? Was Fox News live for it? Funny. Yeah. Again, I would be more energetic. I'd be talking about a lot more right now, but again, I've been reiterating a lot of the same stuff in the last couple of hours anyways, and I'm pretty tired, so I'm just gonna wait for the 2 a.m. update. That's basically what we're waiting for again. But if you do have any questions, I'll definitely try to answer them as much as I can. But yeah, like Call of Duty? No, I don't really play games anymore. I don't have time to play video games. So how much I live stream? There's no chance I can. Hey, have a great night, Scotto. I appreciate you becoming a member, by the way. Have a great rest of your night. Thanks, Samantha. I appreciate it. Thoughts for impact of York, South Carolina. Let me figure out where York is. For some reason I thought that said New York for a second. I'll say there's a New York and South Carolina. York will probably just see up to 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts, maybe up to 45. Rain is going to be more than anything probably what you're going to see there. Isolated power outage is possible up that direction too. Thanks, Darby. I appreciate it. Yes, you're correct. Yeah, the higher category or higher strength this hurricane is, obviously the more impacts it'll make. Yeah, that's typically how hurricanes and whatnot go in terms of wind speeds and such. But obviously, we sometimes have smaller hurricanes. We also sometimes have larger hurricanes. All hurricane sizes vary. Sometimes they're, a few hundred miles in width. Hurricane Ian was like 500 or 600 miles in width back near Cuba. So the size of this really does vary. Size always varies with these sort of things. Thanks, Graffy. I appreciate it. A lot of people use the weather app for their weather forecasts, which kind of sometimes drives me insane because, like, a lot of people, like, it's fine if you're using your app or your, like, the weather app for a weather forecast if it's, like, sunny. But when it shows storms and stuff, you gotta really kind of watch, like, a local news station with their forecast or, something on YouTube because sometimes you're not going to actually get the full details and the full scheme. Honestly, I always recommend local news, like, even just watching their website forecast. They usually post one online. Even if you don't have cable, just watch the forecast because it gives you more of an idea of what you can expect in terms of weather. So, if you don't watch a local news station, that's fine. You don't have to. It's just that it's typically better to watch a local forecast. Gives you that information that you really need to know. Because sometimes they'll show like a 70% chance of rain, but what does that really mean? Because the weather app only tells you 70% chance. It shows a shower icon. You're thinking it's going to be raining 70% of the day, or it's going to definitely rain here, I always recommend, watching local weather or whatever. But Ian is not weakening. It's actually strengthened. Strengthened to 85 miles per hour. Is at 75 originally, so. Could this stall? It's not going to stall. No, it's not going to stall. Might slow down a smidge, but I don't think it'll slow down really either. When will it start getting rough along the east coast of North Carolina? It's already raining right now. It's just light rain right now, but it'll probably get worse going into tomorrow morning and during the afternoon as well. What am I expecting as of now? Yes, Samaritan, I do. I do weather, yes. Yeah, sometimes people get this popped up in their recommended feed. I don't know why, but yes, this is a weather channel. Again, it's nationwide, so. A wide image of the live cam, you mean? Yeah, I can go ahead and show that. Here's a look at the live camera feed. This is out of Mount Pleasant. We are, again, starting to see winds pick up a little bit. It is raining there. You can see a little puddle there. A little bit of light rain on the camera, and there's a little drop that just went right across the screen. So yeah, Mount Pleasant, camera shaking a little bit. Winds are actually picking up a little bit here. Yeah, a little bit of wind picking up. Actually, the camera's shaking a good amount right now. Yeah, winds are definitely getting close to tropical storm force, I would say, there in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. Went blurry there for a second, but yeah. Interesting live cam, actually. A couple of cars still out there. I'm shocked how many people are actually still out there at 2 a.m. or 1 a.m. Yeah, it's like 2 a.m. Obviously, some people work the night shift and whatnot, but crazy. Yeah, if you're just tuning in for the first time, feel free to hit the subscribe button down below. I would appreciate it. If you're enjoying the content so far, especially, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Make sure to like the live stream as well. Helps out the page a lot. We're actually pretty close to 3,500 likes. Yeah. Thank you, Paul, for the $5 super chat. Charlotte here. My camper is stored in Myrtle, but I'm worried about Charlotte, I think. Okay. Is there a question? No, actually, I don't know what you're trying to ask here. Are you asking a question? Because I'm just trying to figure that out. Reading this over again. I'm just trying to figure out. I don't know if that's a statement or a question, but I do appreciate your $5 super chat. Ian winds are up to 90 miles per hour now. Are they actually? I haven't seen the update yet. By the way, Storm Prediction Center outlook has come out, by the way, for tomorrow, or technically today now. Again, slight risk of severe weather for those over in eastern North Carolina, extreme southeastern Virginia, and extreme northeastern portions of South Carolina. How much wind is a Category 2 hurricane? 96 to 110 miles per hour is the range. But again, it's currently a Category 1 with sustained winds at 85 miles per hour. Again, our next outlook comes out here in 18 minutes. It could come out earlier, but I don't think it will. Yes, tornadoes are possible. It's a low chance right now. It's primarily going to be up here. I'll go ahead and show you here. This is the official outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. So it's primarily going to be on the east side of this hurricane and northeast side, or a tropical storm once it gets closer inland, but primarily going to be in North Carolina. There might be a little risk up here as well in Virginia, but primarily threat will be in this region here. This is our best chance. Primarily across central, eastern areas of North Carolina is our best potential right now for a tornado threat, but it should be, again, at this point, I would say, on the somewhat low end. A few tornadoes though possible. Hey, Dozy, how you doing? Welcome back. How's life going? I haven't heard from you in a while. Yeah, it's currently at 85 miles per hour, so not at 90 yet. I mean, I very well could get to that, but we'll see. Again, 2 a.m. update comes out in 17 minutes, so stay tuned. Be our next National Hurricane Center update. If wind speeds change at all. Blaze, that's fine. They may have measured that high. We just don't know for sure. It's not confirmed. So that also could have been higher up in the atmosphere, not near the surface, that sort of thing. So we'll just have to wait another 17 minutes until we have the official info. Got COVID? You'll feel better soon. Actually, I think you told me that. I haven't said anything the local news has said. Okay. Cool. See you later. Yeah, I'm just... I don't know. Alright, let me back over to Twitter real quick, see if we have an update yet. Again, actually, the Storm Prediction Center outlook for day 2 has come out. That is for... today's Friday, so Saturday. Our next outlook is out for... There's no severe weather potential on Saturday, but again, tomorrow is our potential for a few tornadoes, especially in eastern North Carolina as of right now. Do you think Ian will be gone from Charlotte, North Carolina by Sunday? Yes, they will. Tickets to Panthers are cheap right now. I wonder why. No, but yeah, no, you'll be. This thing's gonna be out of here by like Saturday there, if not even earlier. So yeah, you'll be fine. Probably the highest wind speeds with Hurricane Ian at this point could get upwards of a Category 2, but again, I think it's gonna probably stay lower than that. Yeah, honestly, going into Sunday, it's gonna be like isolated showers. That'd be about it for Panthers area or wherever. I don't even know where they play in North Carolina, but it should be pretty much minimal. Might be some light rain, but that'd be about it. Most of it should be off the coast though by Sunday afternoon at least. No problem, Deborah. You know what's funny? The statistic of how many people fall asleep while watching my stream is actually kind of high. It's kind of scary. I've actually, because it's kind of funny, because I've had a lot of people over the last, few weeks say like, the next stream I have, they're like, I fell asleep watching. And I get like 10 of those people saying that. I'm like, that's a lot of people. I guess I'm boring people out of their mind. But again, I'm pretty much like energetic-wise, I'm not too energetic right now. It's 2 a.m. I'm just waiting for this update, and then we'll see what happens from there. But see if there's any big updates from the National Hurricane Center or not. That's basically what we're waiting for at this point. See what happens though. Again, it's currently a Category 1 hurricane, 85-mile-per-hour sustained winds. That could have changed. See if it weakens, if it strengthens, if it stays the same. We'll see what happens. Hey, thank you, Jax, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate it. We're only like 2 members away, actually, from our record of most members in a stream. Appreciate it, Jax. Thank you very much. Is the broadcast voice ASMR? No, it's actually kind of funny. You know, this is something that I was thinking about. So in college, you know, I was thinking, you know, I might be too loud, so I might have to do ASMR live streams, you know, during the night. But luckily, I haven't had to do that. That was actually a thought I did have, though. That would be brutal, though, if anybody was watching that. They'd be like, seriously, this is what I'm watching? ASMR live stream? That'd be pretty funny, though. I should do that sometime, but I don't want to do it during like an actual serious situation or anything, though. Unless it's actually needed, but for me. Thanks, Kat. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, Kathy. I appreciate it. I narrate your life. I'm helping somebody sleep in the chat. There you go. We're solving the sleeping issue. One step at a time with a weather broadcast. So weird to think about. Different story if you're doing like ASMR. I guess it's a bit more natural. You know, that people fall asleep, that sort of stuff, but so I'm update soon and then sleep. I'm thinking about it. I'm probably gonna. I don't know. I'm still shocked that we still have 200 or 2,000 viewers right now, and it's almost 2 a.m. We're still up this late. I'm usually sleeping around 2, but yes. Currently it's still at 85 miles per hour bowling, so hasn't changed. Cozy, you're on the West Coast. You're in California, it's a different story. You're anywhere on the West Coast, you know, and being up, it's a bit more normal. I mean, honestly, I used to stay up until like 2 or 3 all the time. Recently I started going to bed closer to 12, but that's obviously changed with Hurricane Ian being a bit more impactful. You have a couple of retired people? I gotcha. Test out your comedy routine. I am not funny. I can't make jokes. I really can't. I'm not funny. I'm not. If I tried. Yeah, I can't think of even a joke off the top of my head. I'm not funny. Still a possibility that Ian, no, it won't make a direct hit, Tracy. It won't make a landfall, at least up there. You will probably just see, again, tropical storm force winds and stuff like that. Rain 4 to 6 inches, most likely for Williamson. Maybe a little bit higher. Know how to laugh. Well, yeah, I know how to laugh. One thing. Other than that, I don't know how to make people actually laugh. That's never something I've been good at. Maybe someday, though. Maybe someday. Maybe I'll get some comedian sort of, you know. Maybe I'll be a comedian. Maybe I'll take, you know, offer up at some, you know, place, and you know, maybe they'll offer me like $10 for like, you know, a little comedy gig, you know. Maybe that's where I'll start. Make a couple of people laugh, and everybody else will be booing. Go for there. $10 though, you know, gotta take it. just pretend that you've had all this experience of being a comedian. You know, I'm a 5-year experienced comedian, and I'm coming into your place. I'll take $10 for a full hour gig for you. Even if I get booed out, it's all right, you know. I don't know what I'm saying, honestly, but yeah, I mean, just walk into a place, honestly. I'm pretty sarcastic, but not on stream. Actually a pretty sarcastic person. Laughter's the best medicine. It is. It is. I agree with that. Yeah, Kelsey, it's been trying to organize. It's been trying. It's one of these weird situations, though, and it's been mentioned a bit that, again, we have a lot of dry air on the backside here, and it's such an oddly shaped hurricane, and it's a lot to do with the Canadian cold front back up to the north and the high pressure system back up in the Canada area. So I'm hired. Hey, there we go. $10 next week. To an hour-long comedy skit. I'll probably get booed out in the first, like, 5 seconds, but, you know. Yeah, hurricanes are not a laughing matter. Yeah, again. They're not. There's nothing to really joke about with hurricanes, honestly. Any sort of natural disaster, it's just nothing to joke about. Hey, you too, Keith. Appreciate you tuning in. Have a great rest of your night. We'll see you again soon. I was born in Texas, home of the tornadoes. Texas does get a lot of tornadoes. They actually had a lot this year. Back in March and April, there was a lot of tornadoes. There was like 20-something in North Texas alone. We're only 32 likes, by the way, from 3,500. If you have not already, I would appreciate if you hit the like button down below. 32 away. There's 2,000 people watching. There has to be somebody that hasn't liked, right? I don't think it really matters, but cool statistic, I guess. Updates on Storm Surge. Yeah, Storm Surge is one of those things, you know. Storm Surge is just, it's such a life-threatening issue with hurricanes and tropical storms and whatnot. By the way, here's a live look right now at Mount Pleasant. Just a little update there. Again, we're starting to see winds pick up in Mount Pleasant. Yeah, it's close to the coastline. It's an area that we might see a landfall tomorrow, so a little update there. South Carolina has not really seen much yet, other than just some light rain. Again, we're going to see more tomorrow. Or technically today now. We'll see more stuff during the late morning and early afternoon is when really things will ramp up quick. Things have not really begun too much yet, other than the outer rain bands and a little bit of gusty winds. We've begun to see tropical storm force winds near Beaufort, though. Windy, though, over there. Windy. Thanks, Abby. I appreciate it. Yeah, we just got like 100 likes after saying, you know, make sure to like the live stream. Got like 100 likes in that one little moment. I am not aware of anybody. I'm not aware of any evacuations at this point. I've not heard of any. There may be some, but I've not heard any yet. Jose, currently it's forecast to become a Category 1 hurricane. There already is one. So it's forecast to make landfall as a Category 1. It could get up to a Category 2, but it seems at this point kind of unlikely right now. We'll see what happens. Thanks, Melanie. I appreciate it. All right, let's see if they have the new update yet. Sometimes it's a little bit early, but I don't think they have it yet. Yeah, they don't have it yet, so... A couple more minutes. Again, we're only 4, maybe 5 minutes away from the National Hurricane Center update at 2 a.m. We'll see if there's any update to be noted here with this hurricane. Again, still at 85 mile per hour sustained winds. We'll see what happens. Man, I'm so hungry. I should have ate a while ago. So there's a state of emergency, but no evacuations, at least by the governor or whatnot, in, I think, South Carolina. By the way, if you guys have not already, follow me on Twitter. I'm going to put the link in chat. It's also pinned. Again, we have a lot of damage photos and a lot of stuff on there. If you have a Twitter account, I would appreciate if you follow me. Again, I'm trying to get to 1,000 followers on there. It might be possible at some point, but make sure to follow me on Twitter. Links in the chat from Nightbot. Again, we have a lot of photos and videos on there. I post a lot of stuff over there as well in terms of weather, so feel free to follow me over there. Again, I'll be posting and retweeting some stuff from South Carolina and whatnot over the day tomorrow as well, so, or technically today. Would appreciate if you go follow me over there. National Hurricane Center has come out, by the way, the new update. Life-threatening storm surge hurricane conditions expected across the Carolina coast later today. Flooding rains likely across the Carolinas and southwestern Virginia. That is our latest update from the National Hurricane Center. I'm waiting to see what the wind speeds are. Wind speeds have stayed the same. So they have not increased. They're still at 85 miles per hour. So that's the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. That's not changed. The only thing that may have changed is the pressure, but it looks like it hasn't either. Let me double check. Pressure's also stayed the same. So that is the latest update. Not a whole lot. Typically, the intermediate advisories don't have much, but this is our latest update. Still moving 10 miles per hour off to the north-northeast. It's actually still moving north-northeast, apparently, on the latest update. So, a little update there. Maximum storm surge along the South Carolina coastline will be 7 feet. Currently forecasted, at least. It could be higher, but that's the forecasted amount. Yeah, Jacksonville didn't get a whole lot. Storm surge was there on the coast, but other than that, just a lot of wind more than anything. That's really what happened there, Jason. But yeah, a whole lot there. I appreciate it, miss. Appreciate it. Glad you found my channel too. So many people found my channel today. It's kind of funny. Kind of funny to think about, but kind of people at yeah, we were at the very beginning of this live stream. I don't know how far in it was. I really can't tell you. It was like, it was not even an hour in. It was like 45 minutes in. All of a sudden, I was at 4,600 viewers. And I was just doing my normal forecast or whatever. And I was like, all of a sudden, I looked over at my viewership because I was just talking about a bunch of stuff. And I saw the number. I was like, holy crap. Like, what? It shocked me. I was literally just doing my normal thing. And yeah, I don't know. It's been a weird night. Again, the highest concurrent viewership I ever had before this week was like 1,600. That was a peak number. And concurrent, like, you know, typical, like my highest ever, like for a consistent like hour or two was maybe 1,200. And today I've been concurrently at least about 3,000. I was above 3,000 there for like 2 hours ish. So it's crazy. I don't know. Mind boggling. I got you, Richard. Yeah, that's possibly why. That's possible, Samaritan. Yeah, I have no clue. I have no clue. Yeah, I have no clue. Said it 3 times, but I'll put up on my TV. I know people watch me on the TV. How's everybody doing on the TV, by the way? I know people that watch on the TV typically don't chat or subscribe or anything like that, but I know people actually do watch on the TV. It's one of those weird things, you know? One of those weird things. Yeah, I honestly, you know, I'm just, you know, I don't know. It's crazy. Crazy to think how much I've grown in just, you know, a week, basically. I have a lot of trash here. It keeps flying away from my fan. We have an update, by the way. The 2M advisory did not change anything, basically. It's still the same thing. It's still a Category 1 hurricane, sustained winds at 85 miles per hour. There hasn't been much of a change there. Yeah, I'm thankful. I'm honestly, I'm very thankful for, you know, everybody at least watching tonight, you know, at least somebody, you know, basically everybody's at least watching something, have some coverage and stuff like that. Hopefully I've been able to answer everybody's questions, by the way. I've tried to, at least to the best of my extent. You know, I've been trying to get to every question. Obviously, chat's been flying for most of the night. I'm obviously not doing a whole lot right now other than just looking at this radar, but pretty much chatting with you guys at this point, but watching on TV and chatting on my phone. I do know a lot of people that do that. 3 a.m. update? I don't think there's a 3 a.m. update unless something does change out of the blue. There's typically not a 3 a.m. update. Typically there isn't. This chair, I swear, like it's like broken. It's like it goes too far back now. I don't know why. Whoa, that one went too far back. This chair's like, I don't know. The chair broke from yesterday or today. Played around with it too much. Oop. Oh, I can't fix it. Dang it. I don't know how to fix it. I broke a chair the other day at college. I broke my chair, and this is now the second chair that I've broken in literally like the last 2 days. Like it doesn't like stay in place. I don't know. I don't know how to fix it. Buy me another chair. I spent $200 on a chair and it broke like 1 month later. That was the chair back at college that I had. See. No, I'm not doing a fundraiser, guys. I'm not doing a fundraiser. You guys already support me too much. There's no reason to do a fundraiser. I don't do fundraisers for those sort of things. I do plan on doing a fundraiser though at some point to fix, or at least, like in terms of like a storm sort, like if there's like a significant storm like Ian, for example. I was planning on doing a little fundraiser beforehand, but obviously that didn't happen. I was hoping to do it, but I kind of ran out of time, and with all the schoolwork I was doing, I wouldn't have had time to organize it. Thank you, Jax, for the $20 super chat. Nah, we don't need a chair fund. This is literally like the second chair broke. I mean, it's fantastic. I don't know. The first one I broke, it was like, it just like the entire side snapped. This one just won't snap into place correctly anymore. So like during this live stream, I've been leaning back more because it just doesn't sit in place. I don't know. Maybe I'm just doing things wrong. I have no clue. I'll just break the next chair. Yeah, imagine. No, I won't break the next chair. Trust me. Gotta trust. No. Yeah, it's been I mean, hurricane season has honestly not been that active this year. In comparison to other years, it's ramped up though this month. I mean, September's really ramped up, but yeah, I mean, it has not been a very active year. At least the first like 3 months were not active at all. We were well below average. Now we're pretty close to average, I think, for hurricane season. Does anybody have the exact number of named storms we have? I don't have it off the top of my head. I think it's near 9 though. Double check. 9 or 10. 2022 hurricane. And we're on Ian right now. We actually had another one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're on 9. Yeah, that's what I thought. So we're like right around average now. We were well below average before, but we're right around average for hurricane season. Hey, no problem, Robert. Appreciate you tuning in. Great rest of your night. Stay safe out there. South Carolina, by the way, power outage is still pretty low at this point. Georgia has also really not changed at all. So power outages so far have been very isolated, but again, that's going to ramp up tomorrow. So we'll update there. I need food. I've not eaten literally in like 7 or 8 hours now. I would get DoorDash, but it's like 2 a.m. I mean, with all the sport I've had tonight, I would, but yeah, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten. And it's 2 a.m. I'm shocked I'm still alive. Yeah, again, Hurricane Ian right now is a Category 1 hurricane. Sustained winds at 85 miles per hour. Wind gusts are upwards of 100, though. Evan, you can go to bed. You're good. Good. All right, we're going to go for another at least 10 minutes. I want to make sure it's a 5-hour live stream. We'll get to 5 hours. So if you have any other questions regarding Hurricane Ian or any questions in general, just feel free to pop them in the chat. Again, I'll try to be answering them. If you are, again, new here, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Make sure to like the live stream, too. We actually could get to 4,000 likes. If everybody that's watching right now hits the like button, which, again, is free to do, and hits that little thumbs up button, we might be able to get to 4,000 likes. So make sure to hit the like button. And make sure to subscribe as well if you haven't already. Yeah, St. Augustine got hit really hard. Daytona Beach got slammed with rain. They got like almost 20. They got around 16 inches of rain, I'm pretty sure. So, Christian, yes. Math is a pretty big need when it comes to learning meteorology. Even if you're going to the broadcast field, you really have to take the classes, which I know is kind of painful, but yeah. And even if you don't need to know it, you still have to take it. Meteorology is very well heavy on physics, chemistry, there's biology, and on mathematics, so calculus and all that sort of stuff. Greenville, where even is that? Isn't that west portions? Is that over here? Yeah, Greenville will probably just see, I mean, just wind gusts maybe up to 30 miles per hour. That'd be about it. Thank you, Skylark, for the $20 super chat. How you doing, Skylark? I haven't seen you in a while. Appreciate your support, by the way. Thank you very much. I don't need donations for eating, by the way. Just... Oops, I dropped my phone. But yeah, I mean, I just haven't eaten. Wish I actually, when I used to, yeah, I used to have snacks in here, but I don't know where they went. I'm supposed to Charleston, South Carolina tomorrow. Well, the worst impacts will come probably very late morning into the early to mid-afternoon hours will be the worst impacts in Charleston. You can expect the worst impacts probably to be right in the early afternoon, though. It will really start ramping up, though, in the mid-afternoon. Sounds good, Cuppy. Yeah, Greenville will be fine. Greenville won't see much. I just don't know what to get to eat, to be honest. I really don't. I mean, there's like it's like 2 a.m. I just want to go to bed, honestly, more than anything. I've been live for almost 5 hours, by the way, and I've not taken a single break. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break since everybody keeps telling me to eat. I'll be right back in about a minute and a half. Stay tuned. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know in the chat. We'll be right back. Take a quick 30 to 45 second break. I'd like to remind you to hit that like button down below. It really helps our page out a lot. Also, if you have not already, make sure to hit that red subscribe button down below. It'll give you our latest forecasts and live streams here on our YouTube channel. Also, make sure to hit that little bell icon to the right and click all so you get notified on when those live streams and videos come out. And if you'd like to support our page above and beyond, click the first link in the description. It'll redirect you to a membership page. For as little as $2.99 per month, you can become a member on our YouTube channel, which includes exclusive forecasts, and as well as a chat badge in both the live streams and comment section, and some emojis to go along with it, which you can use in live streams and as well as in our comment section. I'll also give you a shout out here on stream. We'll be back in about 15 to 20 seconds. All right, I'm back. That's the first time I got up in 5 hours, by the way. There's still 1,900 people here. That's shocking. All right. I have a commercial break, basically. It's not really a commercial. I mean, it's kind of like one of those things. I made that a while ago. I made that like thing a while ago, and yeah. That was actually made back. That was made back. If you actually look at that taking a break thing, let me just play it one more time. I'll play it for like 2 seconds, but take a close look at the subscriber count. All right, take a quick look at that subscriber count down at the bottom right. Take a quick 30 to 45 second break. I'd like to remind you to hit that like button down below. It really helps our page out a lot. Also, if you have not already, make sure to hit that red 3,930,000. That was taken a while ago. That was back in June this year. Then I've grown a lot, but that was taken forever ago. And that was also when I only had 3 tiers for memberships. Now I have a 4th, but Jake, it's very unlikely. What it was before, it's very unlikely. That'll happen. Excuse me. No, I can't be live that much longer, guys. I'm so tired. Honestly, I'm shocked that so many people are still watching me because I've been so tired this for the last hour. The viewer count has barely gone down, which is kind of crazy to me. So exhausted. I was not prepared for this long of a live stream. Or was I prepared for this many people to be watching to begin with? Hey, Wester, how you doing? Welcome. Have I lost weight since June? No. If anything, I've gained weight, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I might look a little bit different because I'm kind of like punched out a little bit, but face cam isn't really properly set up here. Might be because I'm wearing a different shirt. I think I probably gained a little bit of weight. Weight's kind of been fluctuating a bit, but thank you, by the way, for everybody for subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you. We're only 3 subscribers from 23,700. And if everybody subscribes that's watching right now, I know a lot of you watching are not subscribed. If everybody hits that subscribe button right now, we might be able to get to 24,000 subscribers tonight. It's possible. This morning, I should say now. Yeah, the new National Hurricane Center update is 85 miles per hour on the hurricane. It's no update. It's the same speed that we had before. No, I love doing night streams, but I was just not prepared tonight. I've been going to bed earlier recently, so. Hogging all the subs. I apologize. Charlotte, yeah, Charlotte's gonna be mostly wind and rain. That's about it. Yeah, it's not gonna be anything else beyond that. Very isolated flash flooding is possible. Power outages are very possible as well. Wind gusts won't be too high, but. All I gotta say is, with how long this live stream's been, I highly doubt I'm gonna have a live stream tomorrow. For landfall. I don't think I'll be up in time. This M&M cookie from Publix, it's actually pretty good. Landfall is expected to be 2 p.m. tomorrow. But it could be a little bit earlier, it could be a little bit later. And if I were to do a live coverage, it would have started like an hour or two before landfall to begin with. I'm doing the late night shift, it looks like, on YouTube. Because I honestly, I know a lot of people are going to be live for it tomorrow on landfall. So even if I did go live, you're probably going to have better options anyways. I need to do an essay anyways. So, I mean, the main reason why I wouldn't be live is because I got to do an essay. So. The essay is lengthy too. It's due tomorrow. One painful part about it. I want to get, like, last night I only got 6 hours of sleep after last night's live stream, so I'm hoping to get a little bit more than last night. Kershaw County's beginning to see some rain. Thank you for the report. Copy, appreciate it. Haywood County. Let me look it up for you. 2 hours of sleep, 2 nights. I cannot imagine running off of any more or any less than 6 hours of sleep any given night. Least amount of sleep I've ever had, it was probably 5 hours in a night. I mean, I've had a couple of all-nighters, so that's different. But, like, yeah, I've never been that bad. That county, by the way, that was mentioned by, I think it was Chris, you're basically just going to see a little bit of wind and rain. Nothing beyond that, though. Yeah, anything less than 6 hours sleep, I don't know how people run on. Unless, like, I've like one time in, like, recently remembered only getting 5 hours of sleep. That was because of going on a plane the following day. So then I think it was a bit more than 5 hours of sleep. Or like 6. No problem, Chris. So actually a genuine question for everybody that's watching still. Like, who's still watching? Just put, like, something in chat. Because, like, literally there's still 1,900 people watching. It is now 2:15 a.m. Why is nobody going to bed? I genuinely cannot believe how many people are still watching. It's just... That's shocking. That is shocking. Jack's still here. Miss K is still here. I didn't realize you guys were still here. Dozy Drew's still here. I didn't realize you were here either. I know a lot of, like, the green and, you know, the members and whatnot, so hopefully here, but yeah, I like out here recently, so it makes a bit more sense. Usually up until 3-ish on a nightly basis. I used to do that a lot, and it's because of actually Dozy Drew more than anything. The whole group there, but long story short. On the West Coast, it's completely different. There's actually a Storm Chaser live right now, traveling. Actually curious to see. Is it Brandon? We're driving all night to Charleston, South Carolina. What would you rather listen to? Me talking about stuff on this, or just watch a Storm Chaser in a pitch black screen at night? Keep him company though, you know? Just got home from work. Oh, I gotcha. Thank you for everybody subscribing. Holy moly, that just spam chat. Maybe I should go storm chasing right now, you know? No, I'm kidding. There's no way I would go storm chasing. I'm so tired. We're only 12 subscribers, by the way, from 23,750. Again, I would appreciate it if you're not already. Make sure to hit the subscribe button. Keep you updated with the latest on Hurricane Ian coverage. Appreciate everybody watching today's video, by the way. Today's video, a bit more above average. It's nothing different from what I've already talked about in this forecast, or this live stream, but I used to do that too, Tyler. I used to watch the Weather Channel all the time when I was a kid. Good memories. Go hang out with Reed Timmer. He's not live, is he? I need to go storm chasing with Reed Timmer someday. If he ever hits me up, I'll go storm chasing with him. Someday. Just not on a hurricane, because I don't want to be getting trapped on an eye wall. For some reason, Stream Elements is now timing people out. If you get timed out for some reason, just kind of heads up. Stream Elements might be doing that. I gotta fix that. Kelsey, we've been over 4,000 at one point. We're near 5,000. I'm still shocked. 1,900 people are watching at 2:15 in the morning. 2:18 now. While we're at it, for those that are still here, let's go over to the live cam feed. One of the best live cam feeds I think we have right now. This is over in Mount Pleasant. Nice little view. Go waterspout chasing in the Keys. Why waterspout chasing the Keys? That'd actually be kind of interesting. Oh no, I'm not really a storm chaser though. You know, I kind of do like, you know, actually the camera's shaking here, but I kind of do more of just like the weather coverage. I always have. I've never really been interested that much in storm chasing. The only thing I'd be interested in really right now, would probably be doing an actual stream, you know, like for aftermath sort of stuff, like what we saw here in Florida. I don't know. Hey, thank you, Lana, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Again, we have 7 new members tonight. Let's get some claps in the chat for all the new members tonight, and as well as all the people that have super chat tonight. Again, just put claps in the chat for everybody. Everybody that's subscribed. Helped out the page a lot tonight. I really do appreciate it. It's been a busy night, even though I'm pretty tired right now. Appreciate it a lot. Yeah, we have 7 cameras right now. We have actually 7 live cameras. I have so many hooked up. Like, I mean, we could go for any of these cameras. I'll go through them again if you're curious. But we got US 501, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. We mostly have stuff between Charleston and Myrtle Beach right now. We don't have anything that far south. Like Savannah, for example, we don't have. Wow, look at Isle of Palms. Look at the winds picking up. Starting to pick up a little bit there. Camera shaking. The rain is whipping down there. We got moderate rain, most likely there in Isle of Palms. Camera was actually shaking a lot there at the very beginning of that little transition. Like it's calming down a little bit. Obviously, a lot of rain. Let's look at the Charleston Bridge as well. This is over on US 17. I'm shocked there's a car out there on the roadway, but again, probably a few night workers out there going home or going to work, one of the two. Let's look over back in Mount Pleasant as well. Mount Pleasant's getting a lot of rain. Yeah, we had some wind there a second ago, but it looks like moderate rainfall as well there over in Mount Pleasant. Hey, no problem, Lane. I appreciate you becoming a member. Did it a lot. Yes, Jacksonville's pretty much done. The only thing that's left is just a little bit of storm surge, but that's going to be winding down here pretty soon. Then this is back to our other live cam that I mentioned before. Mount Pleasant. Again, you can kind of see the trees swaying there on the top and left side of your screen. And water's starting to accumulate a little bit on the roadways there. You can see that at the bottom, between the 2 palm trees, there's a little bit of, maybe a little bit of accumulation. Nothing too crazy. Again, we're kind of pretty far away from this actually making landfall. It's like 12 hours away, but it's still a couple hundred miles to the south. This is a look at the St. Johns River, by the way. We had some storm surge here earlier, so just a little live look there from St. Johns. You can actually see some of the cloud formation just above the lights. It's probably from the light pollution there in Jacksonville, but you can actually see the clouds a little bit on screen, so quite interesting there. There'll be a live cam at the bottom right if you're curious to look at the one over there in Mount Pleasant. It's fine, Evan. It's not a big deal. I'm tired. I don't really care. Light rain and a little wind in Savannah, Georgia. Thank you, Micah, for the report. I appreciate it. You've been enjoying the stream so far, by the way. Make sure to hit the like button. We're actually pretty close to 4,000 likes now. Again, make sure to hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. We're on the road now to 24,000 subscribers. If you want to support our page above and beyond, again, consider becoming a member. You know, if you're enjoying this content, you want to support my page above and beyond, again, it starts from only $3 a month. It's the top link in the description if you're interested. Again, it goes a long way. Some benefits. It's great. I can't be more enthusiastic right now. I can't tell you how tired I am, though, because like last night, for those that were watching last night's live stream, that was about 5 hours long. And there were two separate ones, but they were combined 5 hours long there. And I was about live for actually a total of almost 8 hours yesterday. I had an earlier live stream when Ian made landfall in Florida, and then I also had a 5-hour live stream at night, kind of going over what was happening in terms of extreme flooding. Now I'm having even a longer live stream tonight. It's about 5 hours long. Actually, it's over 5 hours long now. Yeah. Put a poll in the chat for those that are. All right, let's put a poll in the chat. So for those, I'm just kind of curious on your, bedtime or whatever. Answer the poll in the chat. My answer would be typically before 12 a.m. Just kind of curious. For those that are still in the chat, again, if you want to participate in the poll, be in the chat. You're on iPhone, iPad, desktop. I don't think you can on TV. So if you're watching on TV, you can't. But Prince, it's not up in Maryland yet. It's the furthest north any of the rain even is North Carolina. Maryland may have some impacts tomorrow, though. So we'll see. But overall, right now, it's pretty much the eye of the hurricane's about 190-ish miles, maybe 200 miles just southeast. Charleston, and again, it's expected to make landfall in about 12 hours, maybe 14 hours near Charleston tomorrow. It will speed up a smidge. So, all right, let's see what this poll looks like. 83 votes. How are you guys actually saying after 3 a.m.? And I'm shocked. After 3 a.m. Even go to bed that late. I'll be going to bed around 7 a.m. this morning, getting off work. Yeah, that's a bit different. I mean, I know a lot of people work night shifts and stuff, so. That'd be crazy. What if we just go? I mean, it might take a while, actually. Never mind. I was thinking about, because we're only 30,000 views, 30,000 total views away from 200,000 total views on this live stream. I was almost thinking maybe we go until we get to that point, but I don't know how much longer that would even take. It would take approximately an hour and a half. Yeah, I don't think I can go that long. Getting about 20,000 views per hour still. Small church in Bluffton, South Carolina. Where's Bluffton at? What part of the state? I would look it up, but I'm kind of tired. Carla, I don't know if it's going to fall apart. I mean, it could weaken a little bit, but the current trend is that it's most likely going to make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane somewhere between Charleston and Myrtle Beach. Would potentially include that potential for maybe making landfall near Mount Pleasant. So, tornadoes don't let you sleep. Hurricanes, tornadoes. Yeah, typically, I mean, honestly, if I wasn't in college and stuff, I would honestly stream so much more. Like, I would be streaming this probably for 8 hours straight. I may even do a 24-hour live stream if I didn't have school and stuff, but kind of one of those things. I know it, Tyler. I see you here often. I appreciate it. Glad you enjoy the content. Hey, thanks, Jax. I appreciate it. 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Hampton, Virginia? Really? That high? Highest wind gusts I've been seeing, up at least in Virginia, I don't think it's been higher that high, but you never know. Maybe along the beach. Virginia Beach has actually been estimated near 35, so maybe. I don't know. All right, let me get rid of this bowl. Gonna stay live until it hits 4,000 likes. If I did that, people would just start unliking. It'd be like, no, you're gonna stay live longer. Tornadoes in the Charlotte area, that's pretty much zero. Yeah, there's no really threat of a tornado threat in Charlotte. Really, the only tornado threat's gonna be East North Carolina, eastern, very far northeastern South Carolina, and southeastern Virginia. Maybe southern Maryland too, but that'd be a pretty low chance right now. Yeah, Kenneth, it's still going north-northeast. It's pretty much turning off to the north though now, but it will be moving off towards, again, Carolina coast here pretty soon. Yeah, the numbers are wind. They're wind gusts, so yeah. I don't know how updated they are. I've just had them on here for a while, but I know Beaufort has gone past 39, which would be tropical storm force wind gusts at this point. We are currently only 120 likes, by the way, away from 4,000 likes. Again, we have 2,000 people watching. I know at least 100 have not liked. Hit the like button real quick. I would appreciate it. Thank you, Mommy, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much for becoming a member. Appreciate the support. We have now 8 new members tonight. That is the most members that we've actually ever gained in a stream, aside from gifted memberships, which is a completely different thing. But you're becoming a member as well. By the way, if you have any photos or videos, you can feel free to send them in to me on Twitter. Again, that link is down in the description below. You can do ! Twitter in the chat if you want. And also ! Discord. If you have any photos, you can always send them in through Discord as well. I don't think I've even liked my own stream. I'm not going to lie. I think I've liked it yet. Typically don't like my own streams or videos or anything like that. No, I think it would actually help if I did, but South Carolina, by the way, no power outages that are widespread or anything like that yet. As well as Georgia. Georgia and South Carolina, not a whole lot of power outages. Very, very isolated power outages right now. Columbia, South Carolina is mostly just going to be some tropical storm force wind gusts and just some rain. That's about it for you, though. Columbia shouldn't be too bad. No problem, Deborah. No problem at all. Do I have merch? I have a small merch store, but I honestly, I don't want to be a sellout with merch. I also don't really have good designs either, so I'm not really in the merch sort of thing, and I don't really plan on ever really being in the merch stuff. Yeah, I know, like, I had that asked a lot at one point. I was like, huh, I might as well put some merch out there. It was alright, but no, I don't know. I never really liked selling merch anyways. Like, the profit margins and stuff, they just don't make sense to sell it. I mean, it just doesn't make sense for me. And I just don't really like doing it anyways. I like being, like, sort of that entrepreneur sort of thing, but even having merchandise is just... My whole take on it is, it's overrated. To me, at least, it's overrated. Thanks, Jax. Appreciate it. Yeah, there's still some gusty winds in Jacksonville, actually. That's latest estimate from a METAR station was 30, 35, 35, 40. So yeah, it's still, or actually 30 to 35. So yeah, it's still windy there. It's obviously gonna be dying down here overnight. It'll probably be pretty calm by tomorrow morning, I would assume, or a little bit less than now, but yes, there's a potential for power outages in North Carolina and especially South Carolina. So yeah, at least scattered to numerous power outages are expected. Myrtle Beach will probably start getting heavier rain and whatnot overnight tonight. Probably tomorrow morning will be a better chance though for it. Most likely tomorrow morning. Hey, how you doing, SC? Yeah, a lot of people keep saying that. This live stream keeps showing up in people's feeds. It's kind of funny. Actually funny. It tells you the amount of impressions on this live stream is like 1.9 million. That's crazy. Most people that are in this chat, I think right now, have probably just randomly found me via the main page there of YouTube. Get a Max Velocity t-shirt? No, I'm not selling t-shirts, guys. Unless it's for a cause, I'm not selling t-shirts. Or really any merchandise to begin with. I just don't know. Not really up my wheelhouse at this point. I'm at an internet cafe. Imagine. About to get paid? Pay for what? Search Hurricane Ian or Ian live. Actually, let me do that real quick. I'm actually curious. Do it on my own Cognito browser here. Go to YouTube search and do it in here. Let's see if I'm actually, I might be the top search result. I'm actually not the top search result. There's people, there's like several channels here that don't have that many views. Like under my viewership, I'm actually not popping up on here. That whack? Like 2,000 viewers and it's not popping up. I am so far down on the list. I'm like at 10th place right now on Hurricane Ian coverage on the live search. It's actually funny. I never really looked up myself during a live stream, but that's funny. I'm not selling t-shirts. Jax, it's not even that. It's just like the profit margins on any sort of merchandise item is typically not that good. Unless you have it bulk ordered and stuff. Otherwise, it's not that good. Oh, by YouTube? I don't know. Search Max. Actually, just search Max, not even Max Velocity, just search Max. Be pretty funny. Max, and let's do live. I'm the top search result if you just search up Max and put the live filter on YouTube. Random fun fact. Thank you, by the way, for everybody subscribing. I appreciate it. Get the support. If you're just tuning in for the first time, feel free to hit the like button down below. We're only 26 likes from 4,000. Haven't already, make sure to hit the like button. Also, we're only 190 something subscribers away from 24,000. Crazy. At this point, we're just chatting. But yeah, YouTube merchandise is also typically overpriced. That's the other thing. Like, that's the one thing. Like, I either make a like for example, I can sell a T-shirt for $25 and make, you know, maybe $5 or $10 off of it at the very best, or I sell it for like $30 or $35 and maybe actually make a decent profit off it. I mean, like, there's not really anything there. I don't know. I just, that's why I'm not really gonna get into merch. Maybe if I get like actually somewhat big, maybe if I get to like over 100,000 subscribers, maybe I'll actually reconsider maybe doing some merch in like the near future. But otherwise, the only merchandise that I'll ever probably do is just gonna be toward a fundraiser or something like that. Yeah, $20 for a coffee mug. Yeah, exactly. $20 for a coffee mug. Who's spending $20 for a coffee mug? I've had actually, I did sell a mug at one point, but yeah, just, I don't know. Yeah, unless you make it yourself, but me making everything myself, doing weather live streams, doing weather videos, being in college, that's a lot. That's a lot. I only buy $1 mugs. There you go. Yeah, Astro, I looked it up. I have no clue. Maybe I just missearched it or something. Be like Nike and do it. Like that. Oh, we officially hit 4,000 likes. Again, the most likes we've ever had. I think the most likes before this was a bit of a shorter live stream, but the 2,000 likes, I think, in one stream. Better off doing Patreon. I do have a Patreon, but I don't advertise my Patreon anymore. I used to advertise it more, but since we have YouTube memberships now and they actually have benefits on YouTube, I don't obviously get as much, but doing YouTube memberships is a little bit better. Gives people benefits and stuff like that at this point. A little bit easier as well to advertise. That's cool, Copy. That's cool. Very cool. Upstate South Carolina won't see much unless you're in eastern upstate South Carolina. More impacts will be felt there, but if you're in like upstate South Carolina, tropical storm force winds are possible, but they're going to be pretty unlikely. Rainfall, potentially some isolated flooding is possible, depending on how far east you are, though. I do have a link tree, actually. I don't have everything linked on there. I don't have like my Patreon and stuff, but if you're ever curious, that's my link tree. Has all my socials and stuff. Thanks, Spartan. I appreciate it. That's why I always emphasize, you know, you want to make sure you trust whoever you watch. It doesn't have to be me, you know, it can be somebody else. Just make sure you trust the weather that you're getting from people. And honestly, the best way to figure that out is if they're pretty accurate over time. You know, if they're just making up events and stuff, that's typically not a good sign. You know, there's a fair share of people that, you know, news stations are pretty accurate, local news, but somebody that forecasts a big hurricane coming and it never happens, you know, that's not something that you want to see from somebody you might want to trust in terms of weather. So, hey, thank you, Lana, for the $3 super sticker. I appreciate it. Thank you. Ian's eye is currently centered right off to the coast, or it's 150 miles east of Jacksonville. It's right about, I'm trying to figure out where the latest scan is here. It's right about here. Right about here. Moving up to the north right now, and it'll be eventually going towards between Charleston and basically the Myrtle Beach area. Richard, I have no clue. Did you click the link in the description? Are you on mobile or desktop? No, mobile can be a bit more tricky. If you're on desktop, you can just click the join button. You'll get the same, you'll get the right prices. You only watch Mike's weather page? Who's Mike's weather page? Is that somebody that I should know of? I'm so unfamiliar with this weather space on YouTube and everywhere else because, like, I never even knew about it until literally when I went nationwide on weather, about a month after that, I started actually hearing about people mentioning, like, you know, other people's names, like other YouTubers and stuff. I was like, I never even heard of these people. I don't know who these people are. Like, literally, you know, I didn't know a single person on YouTube. I didn't even know Reed Timmer was on YouTube. Like, literally, it's kind of funny. Didn't know that until like July. He actually came in my chat one time and like, you're doing a great job or whatever. I was like, oh, thanks. I didn't know you were on YouTube. Funny. Mobile and desktop. I would prefer, at least you should do it on desktop. We get a good get the right price and stuff. Desktop is easier to get memberships on. Get one. Is Mike on YouTube or something? It's actually literally called Mike's weather page. Guess we're learning somebody else today. You know, it is on YouTube. Huh, interesting. I didn't even hear about this guy until now. On Facebook mostly? Oh, okay. That'd be probably why I haven't heard of him. I mean, I've been on Facebook for a while, but I don't typically look at weather on there either. Hey, thank you, Richard, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. It's 9 new members tonight. We're only 1 member away from having 10 new members. Crazy. Appreciate everybody coming in members. Appreciate it. Really big on Facebook. Yeah, Facebook I feel like is a bit easier to grow on, depending on how you go about it. For me, I'm up to like 35,000 followers over 2 years, but again, if you've been doing it for a while and stuff, I don't know how long he's been doing it, but if you market your stuff a certain way, you can potentially get a lot more followers and whatnot on there. Charlotte won't be affected that much. Again, Charlotte is looking at mostly just a little bit of rain and maybe a little bit of wind. It's not going to be much there. There might be some isolated power outages. It's definitely possible. North Carolina will see some impacts from this hurricane. Again, it will not make hurricane force winds or anything like to that extent. There might be some gusty winds and a little bit of rain, but that'd be about it. Thanks, Bill. I appreciate it. 1.5 million? Oh, that's a lot. Okay. Nothing is new, Savage. It's pretty much the same as before. It's still at 85 miles per hour. Nothing changed with the advisory. Typically, these intermittent advisories don't really have that many updates. Unless there's something super big. We actually have a new wind report, by the way. This is actually coming in. Yeah, pause the screen. We have a wind report. Tropical wind gusts was reported at 62 miles per hour at a buoy. Now, for reference, how far away this buoy is from the coast, it's about 38 miles. So there was a 62 mile per hour wind gust that was confirmed at a buoy. So even though this hurricane does not even look like a hurricane, it is actually produced a 62 mile per hour wind gust about 40 miles off the coast from Charleston area. Nah, Tyler, they charge money. I'd even guarantee Reed would charge money for that. They charge a lot. Storm chasers are not cheap to get licensing for commercial use and stuff. Even though he's a really nice guy, I don't think he would just give it out for free. Like anybody would. Got big before Matthew. I got you, Sailor. The NASCAR teams leave Charlotte. I have zero clue. I didn't even know NASCAR was in Charlotte, to be honest. I got you, Sailor. Ian's been a beast. Yeah, Ian's been a thing for about 8 or 9 days, I think now. It's been a while. Now, just thinking back from the beginning of this hurricane, do you guys remember, like, the first cone that we had? The first cone was, like, I don't know what the exact drawing was, but, like, it was not like this, but it was something like this, you know? Like, it was like a big circle over Florida, and it eventually got smaller out here. It was like a big cone at first, and, you know, it's kind of crazy. Somebody actually posted an evolution of the hurricane cone for Ian when it made, like, from the first one up until, like, the last one in Florida, and it's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting to see how it evolved over the long term. But obviously, the devastation that came out of it, the catastrophic impacts, is just unmatched compared to really any other hurricane. It's just so devastating, again, in Southwest Florida. It started back down in the Caribbean. It was a system that we were watching for a while. It actually began down here, and a lot of uncertainty remained on when it would develop, so it ended up starting to go up here, and then that's when it started developing. And from there, it just took this kind of track. Actually, we can put the actual track on this. Yeah, this is the track. It was not a tropical depression, by the way, here. It says TD. It was not actually a tropical depression officially up until about here, south of the Greater Antilles. And then from there, again, it got to a tropical storm category 1. Rapid intensification occurred here, south of Cuba. And then it got to a category 4 hurricane. Sustained winds got up to 155 miles per hour. Wind gusts were up to 190. Pressure was down to 937, 938. I think that's down to 934, if I'm not mistaken, at one point. That made landfall. Still category 3 hurricane inland. And now it's back to a category 1 hurricane. So pretty cool. It's pretty crazy to see the evolution of a hurricane like that. Again, it's a very similar track to Charlie. Very similar. Again, this all started way back out here. It started interacting with South America. That's why we had a lot of uncertainty if it would actually develop. Computer models were always hinting, though, it would develop. European model is very consistent on a landfall on the West Coast. And from there, it obviously, you know, the rest is basically history. It made landfall on the West Coast as a category 4 hurricane. It's crazy how much it strengthened in such a short amount of time, though. That's what happens, though. We had no rain. We had no tropical. We had nothing in the tropics, you know, in terms of the Gulf of Mexico over the last entire season, you know, and the Gulf of Mexico is completely untapped. The Caribbean Sea was also in the same boat, had really no tropical activity at all. So having untapped water, basically, you know, just led to that big rapid intensification across those areas. So next, the next National Hurricane Center update is at 5 a.m. I will not be up until 5. I wasn't going to be up this late, but we're only 150 subscribers, by the way, away from 24,000. If you have not already, I would appreciate if you hit the subscribe button down below. Again, we'll be doing Hurricane Ian coverage for a while. Not probably too much longer tonight, but be updated with the latest. Wilmington will be mostly rain, storm surge along the coast. Rainfall totals could very well reach, though, upwards of 4 to 6 inches up there. Maybe a little bit higher in isolated spots. Have they ever had a hurricane named Max before? I'm just curious. Hurricane. Oh, it's been used in the Pacific Ocean before. It's actually a Hurricane Max in 2017. Made landfall in southwestern Mexico. My name might be coming back around soon. I don't know how many more years it is. How many? Like a year or two? Ethan, there is actually one. We have another area to watch out near Africa. Long-term, computer models have brought this towards the Lesser Antilles, but there is just a lot of uncertainty of what happens. So I wouldn't be too concerned about it. That's way out, by the way. We also have a hurricane or a tropical storm right now. That's Orlene. It's going to make landfall over here in Mexico. Since it's going to interact with a lot of mountains, I don't think it'll actually do much to the United States, but it might bring some rain. But at least Mexico. Might bring some impacts at least to Mexico. I don't know if it'll impact Texas at all. Why is the east side of Ian gone? That's a good question. There's a lot of reasons why. We have a Canadian cold front back up to the north, a lot of drier air on the west side that's coming up from the east. This is a look at the water vapor imagery. This gives you a pretty good view of it. Let's go take this off. You see all this dry air? It's just all filtering in here on the back end. It's quite remarkable. And somehow this is still a hurricane. It's crazy how it's this strong still. That just shows you the power of Ian and what it's done. This is just the water vapor imagery, but again, just seeing all this dry air on the southern end of it right now, all filtering in from the west, all of it coming out of the north right now. It's insane. Really, really insane. It's unbelievable, to say the least. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's just one of those things that you just don't really see that often, you know? This is again where the eye is right now. It's like right about here. But yeah, all the rain is on the west side for the most part, like the heaviest rain. There's some more rain off to the north. Outer bands are hard to see. There is rain over here, by the way. Just to clarify, there is rain. It just doesn't show on the infrared imagery. If we took excuse me, on the radar, the infrared imagery does show it though. You can see this is where the rain is. There's not much on the south end. There's really nothing there because of how dry it is, and there's dry air now sinking in over here. But there are outer bands. It just, again, does not show on the actual radar feed because we're not close enough to a radar site. So just a little misconception, just for reference. But yeah, the outer bands are pretty far away from the hurricane. It could become a Category 2, but I think it's going to make landfall as a Category 1. I don't think it'll get that high. By the way, we're only 18 subscribers from 23,900. Again, let's see if we can get to 24,000 subscribers tonight. We might be able to. Everybody in the chat subscribes, might be able to get there. We have a new wind gust report coming out of Charleston. It's up to 41 miles per hour. So we're officially getting our first tropical storm winds there near Charleston. That's in Foley Beach, or Folly Beach. So 41 miles per hour is our latest report there. Okay, we had a 62 mile per hour wind gust over on a buoy about 40 miles away from there. So our latest there. A couple of little updates there. Evan, are you still here? You go to bed. Yeah, we're only 5 subscribers from 23,900. So close. Oh man, guys, it's crazy. We've almost gained 2,500 subscribers in literally one live stream. Never would have thought, but we've had like 2,000 concurrent viewers for the last like 2 hours, and it's like almost 3 a.m. Who is still in the chat right now, still awake? I'm assuming at least 15 people that are right now watching are probably asleep. They probably fell asleep to my live stream being wide open. What do you mean by that? I don't know what you mean by that, Mark. Read your question, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. Did fall asleep for a few. Hey, there's no, you know, if you want to, you know, admit it, it's totally fine. Totally fine. I actually, I've had a lot of people admit it though. Like a stream later, they'll come back and say, I fell asleep on your last stream. I'm like, oh, okay. That must have been some really good coverage. Wonder if this store will reach max velocity. How many times that joke has been made? It's kind of one of those things like, actually, it's funny. One of the chat mods that I now have, her name is Shelly. She actually came up with the name Max Velocity. I was trying to figure out what I should change my name to become nationwide, because I was still North Texas Weather Center and I was doing nationwide weather. And yeah, Max Velocity was the name we came up with. You know, we had a bunch of voting sessions. If you're a really OG and you're in the chat, you might remember doing the voting on the YouTube polls back in June. Time flies. Felt like yesterday, to be honest. Quite crazy though. It's crazy though. Honestly, we're still getting like 300 views a minute. I don't know why all these people are watching it. I don't even know. I'm not complaining, but it's so late. Look for Ethan's question. Where's Ethan's question? Chat just flew by so fast. I don't even know where we're at. Oh, 40 miles south of Charlotte. You will not really see much. Again, just tropical storm force winds, maybe up to 40 to 50 miles per hour, and possibly a few inches of rain. Max velocity sounds like a car channel to me. Yeah, somebody actually mentioned that. It does sound like a little bit like a car channel, I guess. Next up, we're doing cars. I know nothing about cars. I couldn't even tell you. I wish I did. Might actually save me some money at car dealerships or whatever. I know nothing about it. No problem, Ethan. Hilton Head Island, just rain. Winds could potentially reach up to 60 miles per hour. Be a little bit higher than that, possibly. And then also storm surge can be possible there. Have I ever seen a tornado? I've actually not in person. I'm hoping to sometime, because I need to experience it at some point, but who knows when that'll actually happen. Get a sponsor from a car dealership? It's so hard for me to find any sponsorships on anything. The sponsors down below are North Texas related, and one of them I had to deal with literally back in like June of this year. That was before I went nationwide on YouTube. That's why these sponsorship things are below me. It's not because I'm a sellout. It's literally because I made these deals well beforehand. But one of them actually expires going into this upcoming month, so I actually have a space below there that I can actually use for weather-related stuff. I'm not sure what I'm going to put there yet. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if anybody has any ideas on what I could actually put. You see the one ad slot there? There's actually, I could put something there. I just don't know what. Really don't. It's more for severe weather coverage, because honestly, tropics coverage, it's not going to happen much more this year. It might happen, you know, I might have another 1 week of tropics coverage if something comes towards the United States, but I'm more planning ahead for like winter storms, severe weather events, that sort of thing, because that's typically what I do. Thank you, by the way, for everybody for subscribing. That's a lot of subscribers. Appreciate it. We're only 70 subscribers now, actually, from 24,000. Holy moly, that's crazy. Got an encounter with a tornado April 2011 near Raleigh, really? Huh. 2011. Make an animated map of rainfall and snow accumulations there. Or during live streams? Let me do a severe weather live stream and have snowfall there. Imagine. How you doing, Weather on the Go? I haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? Yeah, if you never experienced a tornado, you're lucky. You have a shield around you. They say. You really don't, though. Thank you, Betty, for the report. Over in Charlotte? Oh, what you said? Oh, Raleigh. A little rain band's actually going through Raleigh, one of those outer bands. A lot of the heaviest of the rain is really off the coast still. I actually have a live cam. How am I still awake? I really couldn't tell you. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how. One of those things where you would think that I would be sleeping by now. I was planning on being asleep by like 1 a.m. We're doing the night shift. Look at it though. That's actually out of Mount Pleasant. It's really raining there. Heavy rain. And it's definitely windy there. You can see a little bit of ponding there on the left side. Kind of like the bottom part of the screen there. Making money. I'm honestly, I don't know. I don't think I really am. I'm just there's 1900 people still watching. Like typically I'd end a live stream if I was below like 1,000. But no, I'm not gonna be up that late, but at this rate, I will not have a live stream tomorrow. So at this rate, unless maybe tomorrow night again. If there's anything tomorrow night, I'll be live again. Just a live cam out of Mount Pleasant. Windy, and it is raining. Heavy rain there at Mount Pleasant. Again, this is pretty close to the coast. This is where a landfall could be possible. Let's look in the other direction as well. A lot of rain there, it looks like. Some heavier rain. This is near the Charleston Bridge, US 17. And not a whole lot being seen there right now. That will be a bit more of a sight to see tomorrow. And then one of our last cams I'll show you here is the Myrtle Beach one. It looks like it just recently rained there in Myrtle Beach. That area had a little dry patch, maybe a little bit lighter showers coming through there. So that's the latest update. Yeah, bottom right of your screen will have the Mount Pleasant live cam as well, just in case you want to look at it. Stream yourself sleeping. No, I'm not doing that. Hey, have a great night, Awakening. I appreciate you tuning in. Have a great rest of your night. We'll see you again soon. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how we still have this many viewers. I really just want to go to bed. 3 a.m. But if you're still here, you know, if you haven't already hit the subscribe button, we're only 54 subscribers now from 24,000. Make sure to subscribe, because I'm up like 3 hours past my bedtime at this point. I typically go to bed at least. Fall asleep on your own live stream, you might have 20K tonight. Yeah, I'm not... I don't want to stream and not be here. It just kind of feels weird, you know? I don't want to just be streaming with absolutely no commentary or anything. That's not something I'm really interested in. Have a great night, Sailor. I appreciate you tuning in. Have a safe rest of your night. Actually, yeah, we're one member currently away from 10. And just the stream. It's expected to make landfall at about 2 p.m. That's the current forecasted time. It could make landfall an hour or two earlier or later, though. So give or take an hour or two. Now, realistically, if I did stream all night long till tomorrow morning weather, I could probably get upwards of 26,000 subscribers, but I'm just not my interest. I'm so tired, and I really don't care that much to do that. I just don't think it's necessary. It's 3 a.m. I don't even think it's necessary right now, but there's so many people watching, I don't really want to just end it for no reason. Other than me being tired. Kind of crazy, though. We're only 18,000 total views away from 200,000 views on this live stream, which is just miraculous. I did good. I did good. How fast do I expect this to weaken? I mean, it's not going to weaken right now. It's going to weaken once it makes landfall. And from there, it'll weaken pretty quickly. So, I mean, by the time it gets to, like, let's just say, like, this is where the eye is, it'll probably be back down to, like, 45-mile-per-hour winds maybe as a tropical storm. And then after that, once it gets into, like, North Carolina, it'll probably be back down to a tropical depression. First time in a long time. So, likely what's going to end up happening with this hurricane. As it continues to move off again to the north and northwest. Currently moving north, though. North-northeast. I don't think that's true, Logan. I think that's true. Eye on the map? Yeah, the eye is back here, sorry. Actually, I think it just disappeared. I think it might be updating, so it might not be on here. But the eye is basically right down here. I'll try to outline it for you here. I put the actually other color on here. This is where it is. Right about there, give or take maybe a few miles, but that's pretty much where the center of this hurricane currently is. Yeah, the other thing glitched out. It looks like, though, tomorrow it'll be making landfall. For those that are wondering, I'm almost guarantee you, but the landfall will probably be somewhere between, probably near McClellanville and Georgetown, somewhere in this area. It's most likely going to make landfall. I know the cone of uncertainty is pretty large, so again, expect impacts outside of there for sure, but it does seem like the more likely landfall tomorrow will be there at this point. Thanks, Donna, for subscribing, by the way. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, have a great night, miss. See you again soon. I appreciate you stopping by. This is just the start of hurricane season. We're actually kind of going on the downhill slope now of getting closer to the end of hurricane season. I mean, we could still see some activity. Well, we definitely will. It just, it won't be anywhere. Again, this has been pretty much a below average hurricane season. We are now near average because of how many tropical storms we've seen recently, even though this is the only one that's actually impacted the United States as a hurricane and whatnot. But yeah, we've been pretty much below average up until like 2 weeks ago. All of a sudden, everything just started ramping up. Hey, no problem, Gary. I appreciate you tuning in. No problem at all. My pleasure. And guys, if you're just tuning in or if you've been here for a little bit, again, this is not how I typically am. I'm typically a lot more energetic than this. I'm just tired. 3 a.m. So that'll explain why. Just snow in Raleigh next week? Yeah, that's doubtful. This is the first hurricane to hit the United States this season. This is actually the first even tropical storm to hit the United States, which was a hurricane, obviously, but it's basically the first tropical system make landfall. Really even impact the United States. I mean, we had Hurricane Fiona, but Hurricane Fiona did a bit more of something like this. It was something along those lines, but a bit further like this. But this brought some rip currents and whatnot to those areas, but it wasn't much. Was not much. Oh, an interesting view of it. I've done this a couple of times. I did it more on the earlier live stream, so this is a little bit more of a slanted view of the hurricane. Be a little bit more of an idea of looking from a little bit more of a different angle, I guess. And if you really wanted to look at it from a really weird angle, we could look at off Earth. Oh, this looks horrible. All right, I'm going back to what it was before. Go back to normal default view. There we go. Yeah, Hurricane Ian's gonna be retired. I almost guarantee you guys, it's not gonna be sticking around. What we've seen already out of this thing, and with another landfall coming, no doubt it's gonna be retired at this point. Yeah, there'll be another named storm. There's actually one coming off the Africa coast. 40% chance of developing over the next 5 days. Long term, I have no clue if it's actually gonna impact the United States. It didn't seem like it. It might go out to sea. Let me double check here. Look at the long-term guidance here. I know the European models bring it towards the United States. It's one of those that might develop. Where it goes is kind of uncertain. Long-term, like next, like going October 9th, for example, it's still out like the central Atlantic Ocean. So at this point, there's nothing really short-term or even in the next reasonable week or two that we'll see that's going to be something like this or even a hurricane or tropical storm, unless something forms in the Caribbean or Gulf of Mexico, which is a different story. But see what happens. Do my buoys report waves? Actually, that's a good question. I think we have buoys that might. By the way, we are now 3 subscribers from 24,000 subscribers. Not subscribed. Subscribe button. This is actually a quick look, real quick, at my live count right now. Before we hit it. Very close. Look at this graph, by the way. What in the world? Like, literally the last several days, it's just been hurricane coverage, and man. That's crazy. We're actually kind of close to 25,000 subscribers, which is kind of crazy, but I guess we're not going to hit it while this is on the screen. Oh, there we go. Look how much it just jumped. Oh my god. That's crazy, man. I don't even know. I don't have words anymore I just don't have words for anything at this point. All right, let me take a look at the buoys. So we do actually have buoys, but I'm not sure if they actually give you that data. Let me take a look. And I'm not sure if we actually have any buoys on here that are in this area, but we'll see. Oh, we actually do have a couple of buoys. They don't give you the waves actually on this. Oh, this one actually does. The wave height's 4 feet over here, east of Brunswick. Actually, thank you for bringing that up, by the way. The waves is actually a good point. I never really thought of using these. Yeah, these aren't given, unless they're near the beach, it seems like. There's only a couple, there's like a handful that actually give you that data. These don't seem to give you that data. This one does. This one gives you a wade period of 6.2 seconds and then wave height of 4 feet. Down here, I don't really give you a wave height, it seems like. Weird. Apparently they have buoys inland. Look at this. There's a buoy on a road. Interesting. Oh, that actually might be actually from the hurricane. I didn't even think of that. I say, must have just been a glitch, but maybe it actually, there might have been that might have been from the hurricane. Maybe a buoy got swept inland. Yeah, for some reason that's the only buoy though that actually shows you the wave. I don't know. It's weird. That is strange. Hey, Ramen. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. We think we can hit 25,000 subscribers tonight? No, imagine. No, I'm not going to go live that long. That'd be crazy, though, you know? It's already crazy enough that we hit so many subscribers, but man. Holy moly. Live stream's been long. This live stream's actually not been too long. It's about 6 hours now in. But, you know, just when I started, it was like 9 p.m. So being live now until 3 a.m. is just, it's... Myrtle Beach probably won't be directly hit by this. I know it's in the cone of uncertainty. I honestly think it's going to make landfall somewhere near Georgetown or McClellanville. My current thinking right now. But it could, again, just realistically. Just make sure you're prepared again for the worst of the worst. But it might. Seems like unlikely right now. Yeah. Crazy stuff. If you haven't already hit the subscribe button, again, we might get to 25,000 subscribers if I live stream for like another 2 hours, but I'm not, so. Crazy though. The amount of tired I am right now is crazy. Look at this. It's actually funny, you know, for those that are wondering, the chat mod Evan, you guys have been here for a little bit. Evan, he said he was here, and he's like, he was talking a little bit, and then all of a sudden he just kind of disappeared. I think he actually fell asleep to my stream, and I'm not even kidding. My chat mod, I'm pretty sure he fell asleep to my stream. We were talking about how people fall asleep to these streams, but like, you know, I think he actually legitimately did. We were without a chat mod. I'm the chat mod for tonight. Is there a Mezzo discussion? Is there? From which one? The Storm Prediction Center or something else? Twitter. See anything? There's a flash flooding one. 2:10 a.m. and you have school tomorrow. Why are you watching me? It's 2:10. Go to bed. Don't watch my stream. I'm not even doing anything at this point. I'm just trying to answer a few questions here and there, but man, I'm so tired. Really gaining anything out of the set at this point. I was honestly just kind of hoping like viewers would kind of dwindle over time and then I'd just get off. They've really just stayed this consistent. It's, I don't know. I mean, we've been between 1,800 to 2,000 for the last 2 hours-ish. We need updates? I don't even know. I mean, it's 3 a.m. You think I will have work tomorrow? I work in an hotel in Myrtle Beach. I have no clue. I don't know. I mean, I would assume that they would, you know, maybe cancel work, but I don't know. I really don't, because you know that's kind of one. I just dropped something. That's kind of one of those things that, like, you know, for Myrtle Beach, for example, like, I mean, realistically, they should probably. I mean, I don't know. I think a hotel's safe. It's safer than, like, for example, working at a restaurant right on the beach, because hotels are typically a bit more, you know, secure and stuff, and they can sometimes uphold, you know, stronger hurricanes and stuff. So you, I don't know. I couldn't answer that question though for you because I'm not your boss. I really couldn't tell you. First time I've ever heard a YouTuber say, "I hope I was gonna open I was hoping that the viewers would dwindle." Well, I mean, that's typically what happens on these live streams. Like, usually they go down, but this one's just been so consistent. Cut my arm a little bit. It's 2:13 in Chicago. Yeah. I'm so tired. 3:13, I think, right now for me. Who do you think I was, Michelle? Well, who else could I possibly have been? Somebody just mistakenly found me. They thought I was somebody else, but apparently, you know. Irma sustained winds at 158, 85 miles per hour for 37 hours. That's crazy. That's a crazy statistic. You know, Ian is just so. I mean, Ian has had such a huge eye wall on landfall. I don't know. It's crazy. Waking in the okay, this is how bad. This is how long I've been live. Somebody's waking up in the United Kingdom having breakfast. Holy moly! What time is it for you? Like 8 a.m. Crazy. Thought I was Ryan Hall. Really? That's. I mean, my energy's been pretty down. I mean, this like last 2 hours. Again, I'm so tired. I should have gotten more sleep. Honestly, I didn't think I'd be up this late. But I feel like this overlay, though, would just kind of give it away that I'm not somebody else. Hey, close to injury. I hope they stayed safe in Florida. Florida got hit hard. I mean, it depends on where you were in Florida, but Florida really got hit hard by Hurricane Ian. Taco Friday? I can't really say it's Friday. That means I have an essay due in 19 hours. 20 hours. No problem, Christy. No problem. Trying to think of weather-related snack foods that you could eat. I'm actually not that hungry right now. I'm doing all right now. We're chilling. Jonathan, don't even go there, please. Do not. I didn't even know this person up until like literally a month ago. I am not familiar with anybody on YouTube really at all. I wasn't for a while. Now I'm a little bit more familiar with people, but yeah. In North Carolina, second storm have been had here? Really? Second storm / hurricane? Have a great night, Prince. Appreciate you tuning in. Have a great, safe, and rest of your night. Again soon. Jonathan, I'm aware. I know a lot of stuff. That's why I don't typically talk. I've heard of a lot of things. I'm not going to go over any of them. That's why I don't ever refer to them, really. I appreciate it, Michelle. Appreciate it.